People grow fond of their pets, and sometimes these animals can change their owner's destiny. Hello. Today I will tell you the story of a girl named Pam who repeated a ritual every morning regardless of the weather. Her four-legged friend, Bob, was quite large, and sometimes it seemed like he was walking her. But despite everything, she adored him. She played fetch with him, which the dog obediently brought back. Sometimes the beast didn't want to obey its owner, making it clear that its desires should also be taken into account. Apparently, what he liked most was dragging her around as if she were a leaf in the wind. But she wasn't angry at all. Despite this, Bob was very smart and understood when his owner told him she had to go to work. Before leaving, she always asked him to behave, and he listened to her every word with an attentive expression. And they never said goodbye without a loving hug. And then he would follow her with his eyes until she disappeared through the door. Bob loved his owner very much too. And like all pets, he was saddened to stay in front of the closed door. After some whining and assuming her return, the dog turned to his canine business. Pam arrived at work, and her colleague immediately inquired about her date from yesterday. The girl asked Anne to wait a moment. She needed to activate the dog's camera. The app took a while to open, and Pam feared her pet had already done something. Her fears were confirmed, and seeing her distressed face, Anne sensed a great disaster. On the screen, she saw Bob destroying the apartment again, unable to do anything. Her colleague laughed and said the dog was a disaster, which annoyed Pam greatly. Anne didn't reply, but she remembered that she was left for that dog, a sad truth. She fell in love with that guy 3 years ago, and after 6 months, they moved in together. He didn't want children, so they adopted a puppy, hoping to be happy. But a month ago, the guy made her cry with his annoyance, demanding she choose him or the dog. It hurt her a lot to hear that. It was a difficult choice, but her love for the animal won out, and besides, he behaved terribly towards Bob. That day, she also realized she didn't know this man, and although raising the dog would be tough, she would take care of him. Anne advised her to find someone to look after the dog while she worked, but Pam didn't know who could help her. Besides, it wasn't cheap, and since she lived alone, she didn't have much money to spare, and she returned home that night as usual, even though it was already hard to call that disaster a home. It was also her evening ritual to complain a little about what she saw, but she couldn't get angry at her beloved dog. Her complaints were heard by Tyler, the upstairs neighbor, who was getting a bit tired of it, so he decided to go out for a walk. Upon reaching her apartment, Pam would close the door, begging the puppy to stay still while she locked up the house. But Bob noticed something and started pulling on the leash, as if he couldn't wait to mark his favorite tree. But suddenly, he pulled so hard that the girl couldn't hold on, and knew only a miracle would save her from kissing every step. In that moment of panic, as Pam accepted her fate, she felt someone catch her in midair. Her savior's voice was quite deep, and furthermore, he smelled of cigarettes and vanilla, a combination that struck her as very strange. While the girl recovered from the fright, the guy asked her if she was okay, and she, stuttering a little, admitted that she was. Tyler also asked her to be more careful, and advised her to learn to control that huge dog better. But Pam became mesmerized looking at his paw tattoo on his neck, examining it as if she had never seen a drawing on skin before. She felt curious to know who he was. Then she composed herself, looked him in the face, and thanked him for saving her. The guy also suggested that next time she took the dog out, she shouldn't wear those ridiculously high heels. The comment about her shoes seemed a bit rude to her, since she loved those heels. At the same time, she noticed he was wearing socks with Crocs, yet for some reason he was giving her advice on how to dress. Still, she simply thanked him politely, but mentally cataloged him as the same idiot as her ex. Then the young man called his dog, and it, wagging its little tail, obediently ran towards him immediately. Bob also obeyed the command to sit, but there the neighbor decided to end the little show, and he was going to say goodbye. To finish, he only explained to the neighbor that when he gets home at night, he makes too much noise. Her shouting wakes him up, and he added that he simply works at night, so he needs to sleep during the day. But Pam was in some kind of shock again, not understanding what had just happened, because she had never seen Bob so calm. The neighbor's last piece of advice was that if she shouted at the dog, it was unlikely he would understand her. After this, he said goodbye, making a certain hand gesture, which also seemed strange to the girl. And just as Tyler took a step back, Pam suddenly stopped him and asked if he could look after the dog while she worked. She noticed that this young man was good at training dogs, and it seemed Bob trusted him completely. The girl looked at him with such hope. She even promised to pay, knowing she would use her last savings. However, the offer interested the neighbor, but then he honestly admitted that his services were expensive. He then asked what the dog's problem was, although he guessed it needed to learn to listen to its owner. Pam hesitated a bit and decided it would be easier to show him, so she took him to her wrecked apartment. After taking a look, the neighbor declared he would charge $20 an hour, and Pam admitted it was too much. The guy started explaining that a dog is a big responsibility, and you have to give it what it needs. But then the girl agreed, because her Bob deserves the best, and she is willing to sacrifice her last savings for him. After that, Tyler began to explain that, to start, it was necessary to gradually reduce the dog's anxiety. And at the end of the sessions, he would gradually reduce his visits so the dog would learn to stay alone. Furthermore, Pam must pay him in advance every day, and the young man needs a copy of her apartment keys. It sounded a bit unsettling, but the girl didn't mind and decided to do everything right away. And only then did the neighbor finally introduce himself, saying his name was Tyler. But Pam was only thinking of one thing. She was happy that Bob could finally stay home alone, and she could relax at work. The girl couldn't wait to tell Anne everything and started calling her from the doorway. But she shushed her. Behind her, Pam saw the boss, who started scolding her and pointed out that there were mistakes everywhere in the documents. He was already strict, but now he simply got furious and ordered the terrified employee to fix everything immediately. Looking at the papers, the girl realized it would take her all day, and Anne advised her to start so she could go home on time later. At the same time, she sarcastically determined that it was unlikely they would finish all this. Even before dawn, Pam admitted her fault. She was just too nervous yesterday about Bob's antics and couldn't concentrate. And then, her mischievous colleague suggested going on a double date if she wanted to fix her mistake so badly. Anne confessed that her sweetheart had a handsome brother, but Pam apologized and admitted she wasn't ready for a relationship yet. She reminded her how things end for her, even if she tries to act naturally. The colleague recalled that Pam is one of those rare people who believes every date is the last one. But then she changed the subject and asked why this sufferer arrived at work so happy today. Suddenly, behind them, the fierce voice of the director was heard, ordering them to stop gossiping and get to work. His assistant asked him not to worry, assuring him that those girls would do their job perfectly. He also recalled that women cannot work without talking about shoes and shopping, and that it is natural for them. The girls looked at them offendedly as they heard everything, and Anne swore she would make those men burn in hell. Pam actually hated that monotonous job, but bills don't pay themselves. Besides, she has to pay Bob's trainer, and the only comfort in that job, for which they counted the seconds, was lunchtime. Pam occasionally complained that they had to work in such a horrible place, and Anne advised her to go live with Bob in the mountains if she didn't like it. Then, this blonde suddenly remembered that her colleague wanted to tell her something about her dog, and she began her story. She admitted that she had found someone to look after Bob, and that she could now leave home with peace of mind. Furthermore, now they could go shopping with Anne, or even organize a huge bachelorette party. But the colleague saw the situation as Pam having simply left the keys, the money, and the dog with a stranger who claimed to be her neighbor. On top of that, he smells of cigarettes, is covered in tattoos, and works nights. Anne was sure he was a scammer. Then, the blonde remembered the dog's camera and immediately asked her to turn it on to see what was really going on. With horror, they saw Bob lying motionless, and Pam's heart sank when she realized her friend was right. Anne saw that her colleague was about to die of worry and asked her to run home quickly and check the situation, promising to cover for her at work. Pam could barely pay attention to the road on the way home, realizing she was only letting horrible men into her life. But she was more worried that Bob would have to pay the price, and now she decided she wouldn't allow it anymore. With an aggressive and combative attitude, the girl slammed the door open, and from the entrance, she demanded Tyler, calling him a bastard to get away from her dog. But he was calmly sitting, counting the money, and the girl immediately thought that guy had stolen the money from her, which angered her even more. However, the neighbor was only indignant that the owner thought it was her money, and he explained that it was money from the bar where he works. Tyler thought it was dangerous to count the takings at night, so he did it at home, and it seemed that calmed Pam down a bit. But she still didn't understand why her dog was so still on the couch, as if dead. But the neighbor explained that he was simply sleeping. Then he told her they had been walking in the mountains, and the puppy had played so much that now he was sleeping soundly. Then Pam asked him to explain why she had heard through the camera how the neighbor was yelling about tequila like crazy. The girl thought he was drinking alcohol there and declared she wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her dog. The guy understood that she was spying on him through the dog's camera, but he asked her to look deeper into the situation next time. Tyler wasn't looking for alcohol, but for his dog. He was trying to help him adapt to the new place. At some point, he lost her, so he started calling Tequila and decided to introduce her. He pulled a small creature with a bow on its head from behind the sofa and explained that it was his pet. The little dog looked like a little cake to the girl, and Tyler insisted that he was not a drunk looking for liquor. A moved Pam hugged Bob and, looking at Tequila, didn't understand what idiot would name her that. The neighbor explained that it was like a shot of tequila and asked Pam to sit down and watch her. He asked her not to trust her apparent calmness, as with lemon and salt, she would be ready to bite. At that moment, Tyler leaned very close to his neighbor, and his little dog started barking furiously. The guy explained that Tequila hated a woman getting too close to her. She was like a shot of tequila. Pam confessed that, after talking to her friend, she looked at the camera and horrible ideas came to mind. Now she couldn't believe she took him for a scammer, and she regretted it, offering him tea to make up for it. The neighbor accepted, but first asked the owner for permission to smoke on the balcony, to which she didn't object. Going to the kitchen, the girl realized that this man was not like she had imagined him, and although he seemed serious and distant, now it seemed to her that Tyler was very kind and Bob also liked him. Through the open door, she saw the three of them going to the balcony together with Tequila. This guy looked even very sweet. Suddenly, Pam realized she was thinking about this guy and decided to get those ideas out of her head, because he was just a stranger. Soon, she brought the cups to the balcony and asked him if he wanted milk, but he only asked for sugar. Then, Tyler admitted that to his dog, he was truly a stranger, and that he would check the camera in his place too. He also thought she was right not to trust him completely, so she didn't have to apologize. Pam admitted that she didn't want to judge, but his tattoos and night job seemed suspicious. Furthermore, his appearance did not scream friendly neighbor, but that angered Tyler. He reminded her that she herself was an office worker who wore uncomfortable clothes and judged people. The guy thought she was one of those girls who buy trendy drinks just to post them on social media. Pam didn't deny that they were on opposite sides, and now she didn't understand why he was helping her. At first, she thought it was just for money, but the neighbor explained that he knew how much she loved her dog. The girl didn't understand how he knew, since they met yesterday, and he said she made a lot of noise in her apartment. Furthermore, Tyler had heard her fights with her boyfriend and the decision she made that night. The upstairs neighbor was furious because that guy treated Bob badly when he returned from work. At first, he thought his neighbors were an arrogant couple who adopted a Doberman just for aesthetics, and he felt sorry for the dog. It hurt Tyler that Pam's ex wanted to return Bob to the shelter, and he even thought about confronting him. The girl shouted that night that by adopting him, they assumed a responsibility and couldn't just abandon him. But her boyfriend, furious, suggested swapping him for a normal dog, and then a monumental fight broke out. She retorted that if she had a capricious child, she wouldn't abandon him but would help him learn. Just as Tyler was about to knock on the door, that guy demanded that Pam choose him or that beast. Those words from the girl made the neighbor realize that he had underestimated her enormously. But despite being so different, the guy sees that they have something in common. They both believe in the same thing. Tyler also knew that people can hurt, deceive, or abandon, but dogs never would. That's why the neighbor trusts Pam, and she now understands that she was the one who underestimated him. Then, Tyler realized it was very late, and he needed to sleep a little before going to work. But as a good guest, he offered to help her clear the dirty dishes, although she insisted she could do it herself. The guy insisted, and Pam decided to prepare tomorrow's money for him, but he smiled mockingly. Tyler confessed that he was joking about the $20 per hour, and that amount per week would suffice. So she had already paid. He will come tomorrow at the same time. And Pam understood that she had never met a man like this. Before leaving, Tyler explained that he left his phone number on the fridge, just in case. He also asked Pam to text him tomorrow when she got back from work to know that everything is fine. As the door closed, she thought that, although it didn't seem noble, he was charming to her. Bob, as if hugging her, started to bark softly, implying that he also liked the young man. The girl was happy that her dog was happy and that he had a good time with her neighbor. Dipping her fingers and nose into her pet's fur, Pam understood that she also liked that man. But she reproached herself. It's not right to fall in love like this with every guy you meet. Pam remembered one of her mother's birthdays, how she and her father gave her gifts and exchanged words of love. For her mom, the girl drew a picture where her dad looked more like a bear, but everyone loved it even more. The father also prepared a gift for his wife, which she considered very sweet, and he also declared how much he loved her and his daughter. Pam's next memory was her first Christmas with her ex-roommate, and how she also prepared a gift for him. She wanted this holiday to be remembered in her little family, so she tried to prepare everything as best as possible. Bob also didn't go without a gift. It was wrapped especially in the shape of a bone, which he liked even more. For her beloved, the girl bought something he had wanted for a long time to play with his friends, and he became very happy. He also admitted that he didn't think there necessarily had to be gifts. But Pam wasn't angry, understanding that he was busy. And then she suggested they go out to dinner, the three of them together. But the guy started grumbling that going out with the dog wasn't the best idea. Instead, he thought it was better to order something for delivery. And sushi, in his opinion, was perfect. He also added that it was an expensive whim, so Pam could take it as her Christmas gift. The guy obviously forgot that she hates fish, although maybe he did it on purpose. What a cheapskate. However, Pam wasn't angry about that, as her love for him was frequent and unwavering. At least that's what she thought, until the day he uttered that fateful phrase, and she realized what an idiot he really was. That memory was painful, and that night she even dreamed he hit her, although in reality it was the dog's paw. Bob was also dreaming of something, apparently, and hit his owner with his paw. And upon waking up, she remembered that she had fallen asleep early. For a moment, anger flooded her, because that scoundrel dared to invade her dreams. And she kept telling herself she had to forget him. The dog woke up from her agitation on the couch, and by his expression, he seemed to understand that Pam was sad. The girl hugged him and told him that he was her one and only love, that he was there, and that nothing else mattered. Then she remembered Tyler's words, that people can hurt, deceive, and abandon, but dogs never would. That's why she believed that she and Bob would form the happiest family, just the two of them. Suddenly, she received a message from her ex, saying he missed her and wanted to see her. This infuriated Pam, and with a disgusted face, she could barely press the keys through her rage. And she wrote no. Afterward, she decided to block his number so that idiot wouldn't dare bother her anymore. The girl decided to enjoy life with Bob without men and would celebrate it with a burger. She was sure she would never fall in love again, feeling like a strong and independent woman. Pam believed she would manage to enjoy life without relationships, but as she approached the refrigerator, she fell down. In the refrigerator, there was a phone number that Tyler had left her and a note. Furthermore, her apartment key was attached. He left it there just in case too, but the girl already imagined strange things, not understanding what kind of case it could be. Immediately, the thought that she might like him flooded her, as he was also handsome, and she decided to text him right away. But a canine snout appeared in front of her, looking at its owner with some reproach, making her feel like a guilty schoolgirl. Pam had just promised to change. She is a strong and independent woman, but Bob just turned his snout skeptically. Then, on the balcony, the girl couldn't figure out what to write to Tyler, and she thought so much that the dog fell asleep at her feet again. Pam also checked the time and decided that right now her neighbor was probably at work. So she planned to simply text him that she was leaving her number like this and wished him to have a lot of fun. After sending the message, the girl suddenly heard someone downstairs discussing a conversation with a supplier. The voice sounded very much like Tyler's, and then she saw someone leaving for the street on a scooter. Furthermore, that guy was promising someone to arrive as soon as possible and asked them to pick up the boxes from the warehouse for now. When this man approached the lamppost, Pam could make out that it was indeed Tyler on an electric scooter. This surprised her greatly, as she thought that, given his look, he would at least ride a big motorcycle. Now she understood that this is how he went to work, and she saw that he had ended the call. So he must be reading her message now. Her heart beat faster with excitement, as if she had written him something embarrassing, not a simple greeting. Still, Pam watched if the guy was reading her message, and when he stood still, reading, she felt a shiver. Tyler turned his head, and the girl knew he would look at her balcony. But she was not prepared for that. And at lightning speed, the girl landed on the floor, almost crushing the dog with her behind. The neighbor looked towards her windows, and she was trembling with fear. It seemed like the railing was vibrating. Furthermore, her imagination flew again, and she knew that if he called her, she would only be able to babble into the phone. Then her phone rang, and Pam saw that Tyler had sent her his message with an attached photo. She understood that she had been caught, because there was a photo of Bob peering over the balcony, and his little crown was visible. The neighbor also wrote good night under the photo, and the girl, fearing he had seen her, trembled even more. But then Pam thought that this guy was also thinking about her, and she leaned over the balcony again. However, he was already leaving on the scooter, and she confessed to Bob, whimpering, that she remembered her promise to live alone, the two of them. Although she would love for them to have a spot for one more, and hoped the dog would understand her and support her. The next day at Pam's work began with a colleague asking her to help with some copies. But it was just an excuse for Anne to corner her friend in the copy room and ask her what happened yesterday. She also confessed that she had to put a lot of makeup on her face because she was worried, and she hadn't slept all night. Her colleague was dying of curiosity to know if Pam had resolved the issue with that scammer, and she even promised to help her hide the body. But the girl explained that there was a big misunderstanding yesterday, and now she even found it funny to remember it. Pam now even considered him a good guy, and her friend got angry, thinking she had fallen for that scoundrel. But she replied that he wasn't a scammer, but quite the opposite, very adorable. And besides, he got along wonderfully with Bob. The girl even revealed that he had a little dog, and Anne held her head. Her friend looked like a puppy in love. Pam tried to justify herself, saying he just seemed like a good person to her, but she doubted he would deceive her best friend. Anne knows her like the back of her hand, and now she can assure that her colleague is smitten with that guy. She was worried that her friend would run into some imbecile again, like her ex. Anne thought Pam deserved better, and that moved the brunette so much that she hugged her friend. She admitted that she didn't know the neighbor and understood that she shouldn't trip over the same stone. But at the same time, she tormented herself, not knowing what to do, thinking that, hypothetically, she might have fallen in love. Then, Anne reminded her that she had never worried or cried over a man. Pam should do what she told her. First, she suggested going on a date and leaving. That way, there wouldn't be time for feelings to arise. Pam hesitated. She didn't know what casual dates were like, and she asked her colleague to watch Tyler to understand her. Anne understood that it was probably too late. That girl was crazy about the scoundrel, and she started asking for details. She also asked to see a photo, but Pam admitted that she didn't have any, and she hadn't found him on social media. The colleague thought about what they could do and remembered that he worked in a bar. Eureka! A clue. And so a new mission arose. Go to that handsome guy's bar and watch him, all in the name of science. While Anne celebrated the brilliant idea, Pam looked down ashamed and explained that she couldn't leave Bob alone. The colleague didn't insist and wished her to have fun with the guy, as long as he helped the dog. On the way home, Pam thought she would like to go out, but she really needed to be with Bob. Besides, she didn't know which bar the neighbor worked at, and she thought the easiest thing was to ask him directly. She made up an excuse. Maybe she would need to meet up with him at some point. Perfect plan. And when she opened the door, she thought it wasn't worth it, especially since he had probably already left. The apartment was surprisingly quiet, and Pam decided to call her pet, but she was horrified by what she saw. Her dog was lying on the couch, and next to him, Tyler was also snoring, apparently very tired, since he now had more work. At first, Pam decided to wake him up, but she didn't want to scare him and began to sneak silently through the room. She also quietly took off her shoes so as not to make noise, understanding that he worked all night. And during the day, he had to look after Bob. Approaching the couch, the girl began to call the dog to help her wake up Tyler, since it was time for him to go home. But Bob just treacherously turned his snout and continued snoring in his caretaker's lap. Still, Pam has to wake up the neighbor, although on the other hand, she thought it was better to let him sleep a little longer. She remembers that today is Friday, which means her neighbor's night will be busy, and she cannot be ungrateful for his help. This man is doing everything possible to help with the dog, whom no one before has cared for as much as Pam. Thoughtfully, the girl leaned over him on the pillow and noticed once again that besides being handsome, he had something more important. She didn't know what to do, she couldn't stop him anymore, and she understood that Tyler was really starting to grow on her. She even felt the desire to kiss him, and unconsciously began to lean closer and closer. But like an alarm, a furious tequila peeked out from behind her head and began to growl with all its might. Because of this, Tyler woke up and upon opening his eyes, he saw Pam's perplexed face in front of him, who was holding her breath with excitement. The neighbor then understood that he had fallen asleep on her couch. He jumped up and asked what time it was, worried about being late for work. It was 4 o'clock, and he was on time. And Pam began to explain to him that she had tried to wake him up and feared he would be angry. But Tyler, on the contrary, began to apologize for having fallen asleep there. After which, he started getting ready in a hurry and said goodbye to the neighbor. Left alone, the girl took a while to recover from what had happened and remembered how close their faces had been. This embarrassed her a lot, but she understood she had to calm down, although due to the agitation, she only shouted, burying her face in the dog. But Bob didn't react. He was still lying on the couch, as if she didn't exist. And she scolded him for ignoring her. The tantrum vanished instantly, and hugging the dog, she remembered that she hadn't asked the neighbor which bar he worked at. Meanwhile, Tyler returned to his dark apartment, and after letting Tequila out, he stood by the door for a while. He couldn't stop thinking about how close their faces were, and now he felt really uncomfortable. The next day, Tyler returned to his protege's home, but it was empty, and he thought Bob had hidden. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Pam ran in with the dog, shouting that she was super late. Seeing that the neighbor was already there, she started calling Anne to cover for her, or they would burn her at the stake. She then explained to Tyler that Bob started playing, and there was no way to catch him. She had been chasing him for over an hour. The guy looked at her shoes skeptically and commented that heels weren't the most useful thing in that situation. Pam explained it was for work. She simply didn't have time to change her clothes. He still doubted that she didn't even have 2 minutes to change her shoes. But she only asked him not to judge her. She was already very nervous. Tyler explained that it was very foolish to run after a dog in heels. And at that moment, Bob ran off again, seeing Tequila behind the couch. Because of this, Pam, who was still holding his leash, couldn't stay standing and fell right on top of the neighbor. The guy instinctively grabbed the girl by the waist so she wouldn't get hurt as much. And this made her freeze. It seemed like she wasn't even thinking about getting up, but instantly remembered she was late. And she ran out towards the door. Tyler, for now, was still sitting on the couch somewhat dazed, realizing that this pest had simply set a trap for them. But what made him happiest was that Tequila hadn't seen him, and then he supposed they had a magnet instead of faces. Then, he educated the Doberman again, understanding that he still didn't want to obey Pam, even though he knew the basic commands. Just in case, the guy repeated the commands, and the dog first sat down on command, and then gave his paw. But then Tyler asked him to give the other paw. However, Bob, for some reason, was not in a hurry to do so. He only moved his paw to the other hand, and the guy understood that the dog didn't know that command. But then something unexpected happened. Tequila approached Bob and stepped on his other paw, as if telling him what to do. Obviously, the canine language worked perfectly, as the dog placed its other limb in Tyler's hand. This pleased him, so Bob understands commands, but it's still a mystery why he doesn't obey Pam. At night, the girl returned home, and from the entrance began to ask how her little angel had spent the day. But as soon as she crossed the threshold, Tyler slapped a pair of slippers in her face and suggested they go for a walk. On the street, the girl asked why the neighbor wasn't going to sleep, and he explained that Mondays are his day off. Furthermore, he won't be able to sleep until he figures out what is going on with Bob, confessing that it is very important to him. The guy is very intrigued as to why the dog doesn't obey its owner, even though it perfectly follows his commands. Tyler suggested they find out the reason together. Then he ordered Bob to advance, and he ran off to do somersaults on the lawn. The girl was amazed at his energy and thought her neighbor was lucky. Tequila was very calm, but Tyler warned her not to underestimate that little one. When let loose, she ran as wildly as Bob. Pam loved watching them play as sweetly as children, and she decided to record that moment with her phone. Then, the neighbor asked her to call Bob as usual, hoping to discover the reason. The girl started shouting at her pet to come to mommy, but Tyler knew that wouldn't work. Then he explained that she hadn't even called the dog, which is why he wasn't going to obey. You have to be tougher with the dog, be clear and concise. It's the only way Bob will understand. Pam listened to the neighbor and called her pet differently, and Tyler asked her to repeat it, but more firmly. She had to make Bob understand that he had to concentrate on her words. And as he explained, Tyler leaned in again. Pam smelled vanilla and cigarettes again, feeling strange, but also somewhat calm. Then, suddenly and clearly, she called Bob and he turned his little face towards her instantly, leaving everything he was doing. The next second, he ran towards his owner, and Taylor congratulated the neighbor on having succeeded. She was also happy, but she was curious to know how he knew it would work, and he confessed that he had seen a video about it. He also explained that Bob needed to be rewarded for obeying the order, and he remembered that he had some treats with him. Pam thought it was a great idea, but suddenly screamed and jumped because Tequila had urinated on her leg. Tyler picked up the little dog, understanding that it was because her tummy hurt, but Pam was screaming that she had done it on purpose. And then, suddenly, she asked why the neighbor didn't use his tricks on Tequila, since he knew a lot about dog training. But the guy decided to avoid the answer, saying it was time to sleep and placing Tequila on his shoulder. He prepared to leave, and Pam decided to walk a little longer and practice with Bob, and she wished the neighbor sweet dreams. As he left, the guy heard the girl giving different commands to the pet, and then praising him for his excellent execution. But then she started spoiling him again, and Tyler turned around, but said nothing, understanding that she simply loved the dog. At that moment, Tequila began to push with her snout on her owner's shoulder and pull his shirt. As if she were jealous, the guy asked her not to worry, assuring her that they would always be together, and that no one would separate them. Shortly after, Pam returned home not alone. Anne came in behind her and immediately suggested going to a pancake party, and the owner personally ran to hug him and congratulated him on the fact that he hadn't broken anything today. Pam explained to her friend that Tyler left approximately an hour before she returned from work, so they barely saw each other. Understanding that they were alone, Anne leaned in and confessed that she had a gift for her friend, which surprised her a little. The blonde simply noticed that she had been very tense lately, so she decided to do something nice for her. The girl admitted that the last month had been simply horrible and thanked her friend for her concern. But when she started opening the box, she saw that Anne had given her something meant for single women, and she was in shock. Seeing that her friend didn't like it, the blonde said that if she didn't like it, she could keep it. But Pam reminded her that taking back gifts is rude, and then suggested they go to the cafe right away. Leaving the gift on the table, the girls got ready to leave, but Anne insisted on knowing her impressions afterward. Tyler, meanwhile, headed to the veterinarian, where he had booked an appointment to get Tequila's hair cut. There, the guy Luca greeted him kindly and asked if he wanted the usual haircut. And he nodded. The little dog was already excited. She loved how they played with her fur with the brush and immediately wagged her tail. Tyler didn't know which color bow to choose for her today, since everything looked good on her, so he left the choice to the veterinarian. He also decided to pay for the service immediately, but Luca said it wasn't necessary, that he could pay after the service. Then, he insisted again on thinking about the bow, explaining that he had new models with figures in the center. At that moment, Tyler saw a photo on the wall, which showed a redhead girl with crescent moon earrings. He recognized that person instantly. Memories that overwhelmed him and took his breath away flooded him. The doctor's voice brought him back to reality, who noticed that the photo behind him had shocked him. He immediately knew it was the girl from his past, with whom Tyler no longer speaks, and clarified that the redhead was fine. Then, Luca suggested they meet, but he didn't want to talk about it and only asked him to accept payment for the cut. He started searching his pockets, but discovered that he didn't have his wallet anywhere, and he thought he had lost it somewhere. At that moment, at the cafe, delicious pancakes and a mimosa cocktail were served to the girls, and they immediately started photographing them. Their enthusiasm was so great that other customers started turning to look at them, and some were even frightened. Pam asked her friend to photograph her with Bob in front of these delicacies and handed her phone over. Anne started pressing the button, and at that moment Tyler called, but the girl decided to answer the call without returning the device. From the colleague's greeting, who was already offering her a taste, Pam understood that her neighbor was the one calling. She knew her friend would put her in an even more uncomfortable situation and tried to snatch the phone away. Upon getting it back, the girl apologized, saying it was a joke from her colleague, but the guy explained that he was standing in front of her apartment. Furthermore, he confessed that he had lost his wallet and asked permission to search his house. Pam didn't stop him, understanding that it was important to him, especially since he had the key, and she saw no reason not to let him in. The guy apologized again for the intrusion. He simply didn't know where else to look. Upon entering the apartment, Tyler noticed that without Bob, it felt empty, while Anne was asking Pam for a video call to see the guy. The neighbor heard her struggling with her friend, begging her to just drink her mimosa. He guessed that his neighbor also liked this drink, and she confirmed that it was Friday. And that's why they had decided to go out a little. Tyler smiled, happy for Pam, and she suddenly asked if he had any plans for today. But then she realized she had asked a very foolish question, since he worked tonight, and immediately apologized. The guy, searching nonstop, looked under the couch and sighed in relief upon seeing that the wallet was right there. The girl was happy for him, and then decided to give the phone to Bob, who became restless upon hearing Tyler's voice. The dog barked a little and also sniffed the phone, probably not understanding how his master was in that little box. But then, the neighbor spotted a striking package on the table. He thought Pam bought a new toy for Bob and was going to inspect it. He explained that this object looked like a bright pink plastic bone, something Pam repeated out loud instantly. And Anne, upon hearing about this finding, almost choked on her drink, realizing what that handsome man had found. But then, Pam herself realized what her neighbor had in his hands. Who decided to end the call? The girl wished the earth would swallow her, and her friend only laughed, joking that now Tyler knew her interests. This greatly distressed Pam, and she started scolding Anne, who realized she needed a much stronger drink now. Tyler, meanwhile, called the vet and asked if he could pay the consultation next time. He agreed and noticed the client was in a good mood, assuming something happened after his departure. The guy got flustered remembering what he saw in the neighbor's apartment, but the doctor thought he found a wallet. The next morning, Pam was happy that it was Saturday and she could relax, as she didn't have to go to work. But that also meant she wouldn't see Tyler today, because he trains Bob only on weekdays. Preparing a coffee and with a mask on her face, the girl wanted to rest, but the dog whined to be taken out. Pam hugged her pet, telling him he was very lucky, as she saw Tyler almost every day. She understood that she wanted to see that man, and then she quickly got ready to take Bob for a walk. At the door, she suggested choosing between the park or the beach, and instantly, a familiar voice sounded from the door. Tyler suggested going to the park, as he was also going there with Tequila, and he thought it would be nice to go together. Then he asked Bob how he was, while Pam just stared dumbfounded at her neighbor. Not knowing what to say, she only showed off her sneakers, and Tyler congratulated her. While the guy played with the dogs in the park, she thought she didn't expect to see him today, but she was happy to see them playing together and getting along so well. Although the same couldn't be said for Pam and Tequila, and she extended her hands, hoping she would be friendly. But the little dog only turned her face away, as if she didn't want to interact, and the girl knew she still hated her. Tequila only growled softly, and then went somewhere, wagging her tail importantly. Pam saw that she was sneaking into the bushes, and worried that she would get dirty, so she went after her. Behind the leaves, the girl saw that the creature had found a spot at the base of the tree, and sat there like a queen. At that moment, Tyler approached Pam from behind and asked what she was doing, assuming she had gotten bored, but she just said that her princess suddenly needed a throne, and that she was only worried. That's why she followed her. The guy called his pet, explaining that she was of blue blood, and added that there was no one more important than her. Then, glancing sideways at the neighbor, he reminded her that the same was true for her with Bob. And she felt, although she said the dog was adorable with everyone. The girl was sad that Tyler had befriended Bob, and she couldn't connect with Tequila. Then, the neighbor proposed a walk to Pam and extended his hand to her, which embarrassed her a little, but she gave him hers anyway. The guy was a bit surprised, not understanding what she was doing, and explained that he just wanted to take the leash. But he realized he didn't have it. Pam then remembered that she had left the leash when Tequila escaped, and immediately decided to go look for it. Tyler stayed there waiting for her, not understanding what was wrong with that girl. After that, they went for a walk along the boardwalk, and the girl admitted that she was surprised to see her neighbor up so early. He admitted that he was usually asleep at this hour, but starting today, the bar is closed for renovations, and he has several days off. But he didn't really like this inactivity, as he loved his job if it weren't for the jokes from drunk people. Furthermore, he loves experimenting with drinks and seeing how he makes people happy. Now, he was eager to see what his workplace would look like after the renovation, and he hoped it would be great. Pam realized that she really loved her job and confessed that she hated hers because it was very boring. The neighbor didn't understand why she didn't change it then. And just as the girl was about to answer, a cyclist sped past. Tyler instinctively grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards him to make sure she wasn't hit. and he cursed the cyclist for not having honked. The girl got very nervous from this contact, but only said that for now she needed to stay in this job. At that very moment, a girl from a big lottery appeared and asked them for permission to make their date even more wonderful. She also suggested they participate in the city's spring lottery, where the ticket only costs $3, and they have many nice prizes. The first prize is a romantic trip to the Caribbean, and this girl kept encouraging the couple to try their luck. Pam, bewildered, not understanding why they took them for a couple, and Tyler asked them to give him a ticket. They headed to the drum that they had to spin until a ball with the prize came out. While Tyler was spinning, Pam thought that if they won the trip to the Caribbean, they had to go shopping. She was also worried about where they would sleep. They barely knew each other. Just then the gong sounded. The host announced that they came in third and won a bottle of premium wine. Congratulating them, Tyler sincerely thanked her, saying it was exactly what he wanted. Pam was surprised that he wasn't interested in the tour, but the guy explained that this particular wine was imported from France, and it was very hard to get. Of course, he knew about drinks. He affirmed that it was an incredible wine, with fruity notes and an intense flavor. Then, mysteriously, he rolled his eyes for an instant and asked his neighbor if she was free that night. The guy explained that he had an excellent steak, and that with that wine, they would be a match made in heaven. Pam understood that he was inviting her to dinner, and then Bob came over wagging his tail, knowing that he would also get a share. The girl accepted and promised to bring dessert, while Tyler planned to spend the rest of the afternoon sleeping in bed. Returning home, Pam didn't know if it was a date or not, but she felt like her life was finally returning to normal. She also decided that she should take Bob out for a walk longer in the mornings, about half an hour, so that he would behave well at home afterward. As they approached her apartment, the dog started behaving strangely, and then Pam saw that her ex-boyfriend was waiting for her at the door. He didn't greet her kindly, but started grumbling that he had been waiting for her for too long, and he was also bothered by the guy next to her. The ex even hunched over aggressively, as if he were going to attack Tyler, and repeated his question once more. The neighbor immediately clarified that he was Bob's trainer and asked what problem the unwanted guest saw in that. For a moment, silence fell between them, and only their gazes threw sparks of discontent and aggression. Pam broke the silence, asking what the hell that idiot was doing there, and he explained that he wanted to pick up some things. The girl asked him to specify exactly what he needed, and he listed that it was towels and some little things. Tyler assumed his neighbor was safe for now and went upstairs to his apartment, but the ex called her. With some sarcasm, he thanked the neighbor for taking care of Pam, and then went inside with her to the apartment. Once inside, she started asking him angrily why he was behaving like that, but he didn't seem to want to give her explanations. He only abruptly asked why she wasn't happy to see him, but the girl only asked him to collect his things and leave. Suddenly, that scoundrel started singing to her how much he missed her and that he had made a mistake, begging her to start over. He also hugged her, hoping that would help, but Pam pushed his hand away, stating she wasn't a fool and that they would never be together again. Furthermore, she clarified that he shouldn't call her his baby again, since he himself forced her to choose, and she had already chosen. After that, Pam demanded he leave, but he didn't understand why she wanted to throw away 3 years. He apologized again for how sorry he was, but the girl only shouted at him, and now she didn't believe she had worn rose-colored glasses for so long, although she understood that she should thank him for once adopting Bob. Thanks to this, Pam now knows what true love is, and with this dog, she is immensely happy. The guy suddenly smiled maliciously, affirming that she was right, but also remembering that with Bob, she was only together for 2 months. Then he grabbed the dog by the leash and shouted that now it was his turn, dragging him behind him. But Pam started to resist. That man insisted on taking him, whether she wanted it or not, and the girl reminded him that she had signed papers, so the dog wasn't his. The guy kept shouting that this creature had destroyed their relationship, and again tried to snatch the leash from his ex. While they were arguing, Tyler decided to act like a decent neighbor and called the police. He explained on the phone that he wanted to report a man who planned to kidnap his neighbor's dog. He also clarified that the dog belonged to the girl, and both heard this, that they had already left the apartment arguing. Tyler, barely looking at them, repeated the police's words. Dog kidnapping carries a prison sentence, and that scoundrel understood that they could arrest him. He got furious, let go of the leash, and cursing, prepared to leave. He walked past Tyler, who was still talking to the police, saying he would wait for them. The ex only barked at the end that Pam would still crawl back to him on her knees, but then he would send her to hell himself. But the girl only shouted at him not to show up here again and threatened to call the police if he touched Bob with a finger. This guy just kept grumbling, going downstairs, that he had a line of girls waiting for him without her. When he left, Pam sighed in relief, and Tyler was happy that Bob hadn't been hurt or damaged. Then he started hugging him, saying everything was over, and Pam asked if he had really called. The neighbor admitted that he had only pretended because he wanted to scare that scoundrel, although he didn't know if he would believe it. The girl looked at him with some criticism, saying it had been a bit foolish, but he only wanted to help her. Pam understood. She only feared that that scoundrel would do something bad, and then she hugged Bob and apologized to him. Tyler saw how sad his neighbor was. That feeling was very familiar to him, and he asked her not to cry. But emotions flooded the girl, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't stop right away. Trying to calm her down, Tyler suggested postponing dinner, understanding that today she needed to rest. But she shouted that they had a great morning, and now some idiot neighbor decided to whine. Pam declared that she wouldn't allow any man to ruin her day with Bob without stopping crying. Tyler was somewhat stunned by her words, but he understood that she was very upset right now. And Pam added that she wanted good wine and a good steak for Bob, because today she was going to celebrate. Her mood suddenly changed, and the neighbor was bewildered, not understanding how she did it. The girl admitted she was still sad, but she thought about what she would advise a friend in that situation. That helped her cheer up, but seeing the perplexed neighbor, she knew it was too strange for him. Tyler agreed, but he liked it, especially that his neighbor had stopped crying. After that, he proposed meeting at his place at 7, and he would make sure she and Bob had a great night. As he left, he looked at the two of them so sweetly that the girl thought for a moment that Tyler believed it was a date. A short time later, the smell of grilled steak completely flooded her kitchen. At the appointed time, the doorbell rang, and the guy went to open it. Happy that the neighbor arrived right on time, he froze slightly upon seeing Pam in a short evening dress. And she asked him if he was going to a party afterward. In her hands, she held a box with a dessert, and the guy didn't keep her at the door, inviting her into the apartment. Music was already playing there, and Tyler confessed that he liked listening to old songs while cooking. Pam was making herself comfortable, and she was surprised to see that the neighbor had also prepared cookies. He also confessed that he sometimes did that, but he suggested eating the dessert there, and that she should take the cookies later. The girl now understood why this guy smelled so much of vanilla, and now she knew that he liked to cook and listen to jazz. She never imagined Tyler would be like this. A lesson not to judge a book by its cover. Then she saw Tequila on the couch, and next to Bob, she approached to thank him for the invitation. At that moment, Tyler told his neighbor to relax. Dinner was almost ready. Suddenly, she approached from behind and asked what she could help with, offering to wash the dishes. Although he resisted, Pam insisted on washing the dishes, and Tyler offered her his apron. The girl refused, saying it would be quick, but the neighbor feared she would get dirty, and decided to put it on himself. He also explained to her that if she dressed so elegantly, she should make sure her dress didn't get wet or dirty. Tyler only had to cut the steak, and he didn't take long to leave the guest alone at the sink. To the rhythm of the knife on the board, the music seemed to sing with him, creating a very romantic atmosphere. Then another song came on, and Pam, excited, shouted that she knew it and abruptly turned toward her neighbor. He was mesmerized looking at her, and due to the girl's sudden call, he accidentally cut his finger, which scared her a lot. She instantly started lamenting, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Although it was just a small scratch, Pam remembered that she had a Band-Aid in her purse and hurried to look for it, but couldn't concentrate due to the agitation. Tyler kept insisting everything was fine, but the girl was worried that an infection could get into the wound. When she finally found the Band-Aid, she grabbed her neighbor's finger, from which he was just sucking the blood from the wound. The guy felt a bit uncomfortable again, but Pam explained that he had put the apron on her. Now she would take care of him. Immediately, she clumsily stuck a piece of Band-Aid on his finger, hoping that now he was out of any danger. And then, Pam, without looking up, noticed again how her neighbor wouldn't stop staring at her. Finally, she asked him why he hadn't taken his eyes off her since the moment she entered his apartment. Tyler didn't know how to explain it and just cursed it under his breath, almost to himself, for being discovered. Then he apologized to the girl, admitting that he couldn't help it and didn't know how to confess something. Ideas started swirling in Pam's head, but the neighbor clarified that she seemed to have something on her teeth. The girl felt completely confused, realizing it was silly to think about anything else. And now she felt awkward. Then the guy explained that it must be lipstick, and she became even more embarrassed, not understanding why he didn't say it sooner. The neighbor pointed out how to get to the bathroom, and the girl went straight there to fix herself up. On the way, she hoped it was just an excuse, but looking in the mirror, she realized her teeth were indeed stained. She even started scolding herself for taking so many years and still not learning to apply lipstick carefully. A while later, they were sitting at the table, and Pam praised the wine, admitting it was truly excellent. She also praised the steak, which made Tyler a little shy, explaining that he only knew the basics. Pam admitted that the neighbor surprised her today, as she didn't know he had so many interests. The guy confessed to knowing more about Bob than his owner, and she suggested playing a game to get to know each other better. Tyler agreed, but didn't want to waste the wine and decided to prepare cocktails for the game. He asked his neighbor for permission to guess what she was like, which surprised her a bit, explaining that it was part of the game. He tries to consider individuality in the drink, admitting that this is how he perceives the person. Pam agreed, and Tyler asked her to explain the rules of her game while he prepared the cocktails. The girl explained that he should state an assumption about her that he considered true. If he guessed right, she would drink, but if he was wrong, he had to take a shot. Soon the cocktails were ready. They were daiquiris, and the neighbor explained they were made from frozen mango with hints of lime. They looked simply incredible, and Pam couldn't resist photographing this beauty with her phone. Tyler asked her to stop that silliness, and then the girl asked him to start the game first. The guy thought he had created a perfect cocktail for her, and she felt, taking a sip, curiosity prickled her. How did he know what she liked? He replied that she was like a soft breeze. It was Pam's turn, who supposed that Tyler often invited girls over and prepared drinks for them. The guy lowered his head modestly, but admitted that it was rare for him to invite someone over. He explained that this could anger Tequila, and that's why he felt it was wrong to do so. The girl understood that he was single, but stressed that he avoided angering Tequila. But he smoked in front of her. She added that this could be harmful to his health, besides being an irritant for the little dog. Tyler caught the truth in her words and, extinguishing the cigarette, promised to quit the vice. It was his turn to guess again, and he let slip that he was 30, which deeply outraged her. Pam couldn't believe he looked that old, but the guy missed, and now it was his turn to drink. Tyler didn't refuse, but he didn't understand her anger, and then confessed that he himself was 26. This surprised Pam greatly. She would never have thought he was 3 years younger, and for some reason, she felt it was a problem. But then she realized that her thoughts were going in another direction, and she also felt her face burning. Pam didn't know if it was because of the cocktail or this guy, but now it was her turn to guess. The girl supposed that his tattoo had a meaning, and Tyler confirmed that all his tattoos had their story. The one on his neck was in honor of his dog. Before Tequila, that beast supported him for a long time and was his best friend. Pam thought it was a beautiful tribute and decided that she would also like to get a tattoo, but she hesitated where the drawing would be best. And then Tyler touched her ankle, showing that the design would look perfect there. As he did so, he started moving his fingers strangely over her ankle, as if already testing the design. And then she felt like she was starting to fall asleep, and she understood that the cocktails were too strong. Pam was surprised at how fast he was swimming, being a waiter, but she was glad she wasn't the only drunk one. Tyler explained that preparing drinks doesn't mean drinking them, and confessed that he consumed little alcohol. The girl kept thinking, feeling growing tension, and proposed ending the game. He smiled upon hearing that she wanted to finish right on his turn, and declared that he disagreed. Then he asked if Pam would get jealous if he said he usually brings girls home. She drank her cocktail in silence, trying not to think about it, although she was intrigued where this would lead. But she gathered her courage, and following the game, she supposed that Tyler wouldn't reject her if she kissed him. She even leaned towards him, who became so nervous that he immediately took several sips. The girl knew she had hit the bullseye and felt her heart was about to burst with excitement. But at the crucial moment, a furious Tequila slipped between them and growled at Pam, as if insulting her. She even lunged at the dog, and upon seeing that the little dog might bite her, Tyler grabbed her instantly and started to calm her down. Pam asked him not to worry about her. She had simply forgotten how nervous Tequila could be. And then, jokingly, she suggested locking that little dog in another room so she wouldn't get so stressed. The neighbor understood that the girl wanted to lock up the dog for its own good, but admitted that he had a different opinion of her before. He also admitted that he had been wrong about her and that she was just like the others. But Pam suddenly got indignant. She didn't understand why Tyler was so offended, since that creature had tried to bite her. The guy explained that Tequila was just scared and Pam should understand her, instead of continuing to harass her. He thought the neighbor had imagined things about that night's dinner and clarified to her that he wasn't going to get into that mess again. This was like a stab in the back for Pam, but proudly, she repeated that she wouldn't let any man ruin her day with Bob. She grabbed her shoes, called Bob to go home, and headed for the exit, but the dog seemed in no hurry. The girl didn't understand why he seemed glued to the floor, and with a more authoritative voice, she ordered him to go home. With a guilty look, Bob followed his owner, but kept looking towards Tyler. And Tequila, putting the leash on the dog, Pam declared that besides training Bob, the guy shouldn't forget that his princess also needed training. She also asked the neighbor not to act like an arrogant and all-powerful prince. The girl explained that he couldn't use Tequila as an excuse to reject her, and considered it pathetic behavior. Before Pam left, Tyler shouted that he would continue training Bob, and she only asked him to make sure not to cross paths at her house. Shouting that she never wanted to see his face again, the girl slammed the door shut and went to her house. She also slammed her door shut and then nervously took off her coat and threw herself on the bed, without understanding how she could have said that. The next morning, Pam got ready to go to work as usual, and upon leaving, she asked her pet to behave. Time passed, and almost 2 weeks had gone by since the day of that failed dinner, during which they hadn't seen each other. At work, the girl tried not to fall behind and asked if Anne had checked the report she sent her. The blonde had already done everything necessary, which pleased Pam. Now all that remained was to organize the folders. Anne was still worried about her friend, as she saw her depressed after her fight with the handsome guy. Pam asked her colleague not to worry, especially since 2 weeks had already passed, and assured her that she was fine. Of course she was lying, although Anne insisted that it wasn't her fault and that she didn't understand what he expected. The blonde even suggested that the guy only wanted to spend time with the dog, which barks at Pam all the time. The girl, to justify it, explained that she also couldn't leave Bob alone in the room, and she thought it would be a lesson. Then, passing by a colleague, Josh, Pam declared that she would also only go on dates and leave. This colleague, for some reason, thought she had decided to go out with him, and immediately said he would book a table at the restaurant at 8. However, Anne got indignant, believing he had an aversion to women. But Josh started to object, saying he was a good guy. He only noticed that Pam had been sad lately and decided to invite her, promising to do whatever she wanted. The girl accepted, but only if they could go to a pet-friendly restaurant, and Josh understood that he would bring his dog. He didn't understand why she needed the dog so much to have a nice night with a gentleman. But seeing his date with Pam fade away, he started flirting with Anne, who also subtly rejected him. And the brunette only thought that she put her Bob above everything, just like Tyler puts his Tequila. Now she understands, and he is also aware of her situation. But no matter how much she misses him, she didn't want to see him. The girl decided it would be better not to see him ever again, because she has a loved one who is always waiting for her at home. Upon arriving home, Pam noticed that Bob was calm on the couch and understood that it was because Tyler visited him. One Friday night, her mother called her and asked if she was going out with her friends. But she wasn't going out, especially because it was pouring rain, and her mother kept begging her not to become a boring woman. Then the mother asked about Bob's trainer, remembering that, according to her daughter, he was very handsome. The girl didn't want to talk about him, and the mother feared that someone had hurt her girl again. At that moment, the father appeared on the screen, and the mother piped up again how much she loved him. Because he wouldn't hurt a fly. Pam explained to her mother that the fact that they were both so adorable didn't help her at all, that she just needed time. Then the mother asked her to visit them over the weekend, explaining that she and her father missed their little girl a lot. Pam promised to think about it to go if the rain subsided, after which they said sweet goodbyes and ended the conversation. The girl was lucky to have such loving parents and thought that such love as theirs is not given to everyone. At the same time, she kept telling herself that she was fine and that men weren't necessary for anyone. Glancing at her pet's cute little face, Pam decided, despite the rain, to put on a raincoat and go for a walk with him. However, when they stepped out of the building door, the girl realized it wasn't the best idea. But she still had to walk the puppy, and she prepared to venture into the wall of rain. Bob, for some reason, ran off, not listening to his owner not to hurry. But she didn't understand why he was pulling like that. And then she saw a lost dog advertisement on one of the posts. And in the photo, she recognized Tequila. That night, when they saw each other with Tyler for the last time, Pam left, and he stayed for a while looking at the closed door. Then Tequila started barking, and the guy calmed her down, telling her that she would always be first for him. He simply did what he had to do, and is not going to lose sleep over it now. After a while, when he arrived at the vet clinic, the guy there was startled by his appearance. Tyler assured him that he was actually fine, only that he hadn't slept well the night before. Luca offered his condolences, and he explained that he came to pay last month's bill. The doctor didn't understand why he had come like this just for that, if he could pay next time. Furthermore, he reminded him that Tequila had a checkup next week and suggested bringing it forward. The guy agreed without problems and accompanied the doctor to a special room to examine the animal. While Luca checked the ears, Tyler asked about the redhead girl, knowing they were friends. The doctor suggested that he could call her himself, assuring him that she would love to hear his voice. However, Tyler thought too much time had passed, and calling now would be inopportune. Then the doctor confessed that the girl was getting married, and before continuing, he covered Tequila's ears. Then, almost whispering, Luca advised Tyler that it was time to start going out with other girls. He suggested at least having one date, adding that many girls would be delighted to go out with him. But Tyler, with a sad voice, admitted that he had already had a date, which greatly surprised the doctor. He looked at him with interest, expecting to hear details, but Tyler clarified that it didn't even seem like a date. Luca insisted. He wanted to know who the lucky one was, the how and the when. Everything. Tyler admitted it happened 2 weeks ago, but he is not sure if he likes that girl. Simply, that night he couldn't stop looking at her. And that frustrates him, but there's no turning back now. Besides, he saw no reason to date her, because he is very well off with Tequila. With some reproach, the doctor diagnosed that the melancholic Tyler had resurfaced. And now, he didn't understand why he was telling everything. Considering Luca a curious veterinarian, he explained that Tyler is very antisocial, and he believes everyone is bad, which is why he has no friends to confide in. But then, Luca honestly admitted that it was the first time he had seen him so depressed over a girl. He also advised him not to dwell on what happened, but to try to fix it and not give up. Tyler thanked the veterinarian, saying he was fine like this, and approached to pet Tequila. Luca took advantage of the situation, put the stethoscope on him, and diagnosed an acute case of being in love. But Tyler only got indignant and clarified that he shouldn't treat his clients like that. What an outrage. Then he went home, and on the way, he realized that there was some truth in the doctor's words. Then he remembered how Pam got offended and shouted that she wouldn't let any guy ruin her day with Bob. He also remembered his own words, that he didn't want to get into that mess anymore. And now he felt like a complete idiot. These thoughts saddened him, and the clouds gathering in the sky only made things worse. Soon it started to drizzle. The rain grew stronger, and Tyler saw that Tequila was worried about getting wet. The guy apologized for wetting her little paws and, unhooking her leash, prepared to lift her under his jacket. At that instant, lightning illuminated everything, and thunder boomed loudly across the sky, frightening the little dog very much. Like any animal, she got very scared by this natural phenomenon and ran off with all her might. Tequila didn't even hear Tyler calling and begging her to come back, aware that something bad could happen to her. The next day, under a torrential downpour, Pam was standing in front of the post, understanding the misfortune that had struck her neighbor. But she still didn't want to see him, and she was sure that Tyler thought exactly the same. Then she returned home, and in the entrance hall, she ran into her neighbor, soaked to the bone, holding several posters in his hands. With a trembling voice, he explained that yesterday he and Tequila went for a walk, but a storm started, and the little dog got very scared. The guy looked for her all night, called all the veterinary clinics, and now he doesn't know what else to do. Suddenly, Pam declared that she would leave Bob in his care, and she also asked him to stay home in case Tequila returned. Then, learning from him what had happened in the park, she took the remaining flyers and asked him to wait for her there. She also asked him to keep his phone handy and promised that they would find the princess. Without fail, now she felt like a heroine, but she was doing it more for the animal and prepared to go look for Tequila. Tyler promised to wait for her, and with the raindrops running down her face, it was hard to see her tears. The guy returned to his apartment with Bob, who was whining, as if he understood that something terrible had happened. Then, the dog approached Tequila's bed and whined again. Obviously, he did understand what was happening. Tyler remembered when he lost his previous dog, and his friend comforted him, saying it wasn't his fault, that it was just an animal. The guy prayed that this wouldn't happen again and even cried again, and Bob approached him to show his support in his own way. Meanwhile, Pam walked through puddles under the torrential rain, and she didn't care if Tequila hated her. Now it wasn't about that. The girl was simply worried about the little dog, understanding that she must be very scared. Walking through the park, she called her at every step, unable to imagine that something like this could happen to Bob. They had been in that park 2 weeks ago, and the girl understood that the little dog, frightened by the storm, was looking for a place to hide. It had to be a place Tequila knew well. And then Pam remembered how much she liked a gap in a tree. The girl went straight there, and a few steps away, she heard a pitiful and weak whimper. There she was, hidden Tequila, completely soaked and trembling from cold and fear. Approaching, Pam explained that her fears were over, and extended her hands to tuck her under her jacket. She thought she would growl again, but surprisingly, the little dog jumped towards her, and instantly cuddled up. A while later, Tyler was still waiting with Bob in the apartment, and anxiety gave him a headache. But suddenly the doorbell rang, and with the hope that it was Pam, whom he was also starting to worry about, he ran to open it. At the door was his neighbor, holding Tequila and explaining that she had kept her safe. She also told him that the little dog needed an urgent bath, and handed her over to the owner, who was speechless with happiness. And only when Tequila was back in his arms did he say with relief and joy that she was finally home. Then he thanked the neighbor for his help, unable to hold back a tear. He didn't know if it was from happiness or from feeling like an idiot, but Pam only explained that he would do the same for Bob, and then prepared to return home. She understood that both needed to rest, but Tyler suddenly begged her not to leave, and then he hugged her tightly. The girl was a bit shocked, but still didn't push him away, and he asked her and Bob to stay with them that night. The guy squeezed her so tightly that it even hurt a little, but she held on and felt him tremble. Tyler begged her again to stay, explaining that he didn't want to be alone. But it wasn't him speaking, but his fear. Pam had never seen anyone so scared, and hugging him too, she asked him not to worry. A little later, she showered there, and Tyler also gave her some of his clothes so she could change and put on something dry. The girl now didn't understand what she was doing, since just 2 weeks ago she was telling herself she didn't want to see him. And Tyler again took care of his princess, worrying that she was comfortable and that she wasn't scared anymore. Seeing how happy he was now, Pam decided that perhaps she shouldn't stay, understanding that both needed to sleep. The guy insisted that he was fine, but it was obvious he needed to sleep. The neighbor tried to convince him to lie down, but suddenly Tequila jumped from his lap onto Pam's, surprising both of them. The girl was praying that these were hallucinations, because if it was true, she would start crying. But Tyler understood that his little dog was trying to thank her, and Pam found it adorable. And within a minute, Tequila fell asleep on her lap, and the girl was happy that the creature was okay. But suddenly, Tyler also rested his head nearby, explaining that without his pet, he wouldn't sleep today. He only asked to stay like that for a little while. And the girl agreed, only asking him to take off his glasses. Bob also dragged his body over there, as he didn't want to stay alone on the rug. Pam even liked the scene. It looked like an impromptu hug party. Tyler didn't take off his glasses, because he immediately fell exhausted, and the girl carefully removed them. Then she noticed something on his arm, and upon rolling up his sleeve, she saw a nicotine patch. It seems this guy really stopped smoking for Tequila, but looking closer, the girl noticed something else. By rolling up his sleeve even further, she saw several more patches and understood that the neighbor was doing everything possible. Now she couldn't stop thinking that it was impossible not to fall in love with someone like Tyler, and so they fell asleep. And when Pam opened her eyes again, she was alone on the couch, and the neighbor was preparing drinks. The girl also noticed that she was covered with a blanket and instantly received a cup of hot tea. The guy confessed that he had also woken up shortly before, but he had already walked Bob, and he revealed that Pam's snoring woke him up. The girl tried to grumble that she didn't snore and asked him not to look at her now, because she wasn't wearing makeup, and she hadn't brushed her teeth yet. She wrapped herself in the blanket up to her head and started shouting at Tyler not to come closer, saying he was a monster. The guy thought her behavior was silly, but she saw nothing wrong with wanting to look pretty. Then, Tyler explained that she was already very pretty, even without makeup or heels. And that for him, that was great. The girl even felt bad that he was suddenly so kind, and she had a crazy urge to see his face. But this show had already started, so she decided to carry on. And then she heard him apologize. He was referring to that night with dinner, and he clarified that the atmosphere got so heated because they both wanted it. He also admitted that he had gone too far with Pam, even though she hadn't done anything wrong. And now he was even looking for tequila. Tyler wanted to make it up to her, but he didn't know how. And the girl suggested he make her one of his cocktails. But careful, she clarified that he must not bring alcohol. She didn't want what happened last time to be repeated. Tyler agreed, and then he confessed that next Friday he would be working again. Furthermore, he promised to talk to the boss so that Pam and Bob could go and enjoy Friday night. The guy also promised to pay all expenses and asked her if she liked the proposal. Without waiting for an answer, the neighbor also confessed that he really wanted her to come. After a while, playing with the dogs, Tyler suddenly remembered his ex's words. She already expected him to find someone someday who could make her happy. After this, he immediately thought of Pam and opened the chat, where there were only 2 messages from her. The girl was in a meeting at work, where someone was talking about future plans. Next to her, Anne was listening attentively, and then she received a note from her friend inviting her out on Friday. This made her happy, and she wrote an instant reply, handing the note back as in class. Then Pam informed her colleague in the same way that Tyler had invited her. And Bob, and Anne wondered if they were dating. Pam whispered in her ear that no, but admitted she had already slept in his apartment. This surprised the blonde so much that she jumped up and loudly asked what she was doing there. But realizing the director caught her because of the shout, she explained that Pam only cut costs. Anne sat down and asked when they would have the second take, but she repeated that they are not dating. At that moment, her phone rang, and the girl saw a message where Tyler invited her for a walk after work. This made her happy, and at the park, she confessed that she didn't expect to see him until Friday. The guy thought she was busy, but she assured him everything was fine and that she loved that they could go out together. Then they noticed a small enclosure where other dogs were playing. Tyler also let Tequila loose there, explaining that she was fine now and even stronger. She sat down in the middle of the enclosure. The other dogs surrounded her, and now she looked like a jungle princess. Bob joined them, and upon seeing him, the other dogs trembled. He was huge compared to them, but the dog only wanted to play and approached, while the others huddled even more in a corner. Bob felt a little offended that they misunderstood him, and Tequila noticed her friend's sadness. She immediately ran towards the other dogs, growling at them and pointing at the Doberman with her paw. Then she came back to him, and both started playing in the enclosure as if they were little kids. This way, she showed that they shouldn't fear that dog, as he posed no threat to them. The dogs understood her, and a little braver approached Bob, who was happy to have new friends. Returning home later, Pam couldn't stop being happy about how well their dogs played, and how strong their friendship had become. The girl also thanked the neighbor for inviting her for a walk, and he told her to whistle if she wanted to repeat it. Then they started to say goodbye, but Tyler suddenly grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. She didn't understand what was happening, and he asked her if she needed him to pick her up on Friday to go to the bar. Pam thanked him, but explained that she would go with her friend Anne, after which they said goodbye again until Friday. Tyler waited for the door to close and confessed to Tequila that he couldn't wait for that day either. Then the girls went to look for a dress for Pam, but Anne didn't think any of them were good enough. Pam was very nervous because her friend looked like a stunning goddess, and she would look like a sack of potatoes. The blonde advised her to wear that red dress, clarifying that she wasn't planning to look for a husband that night. Besides, she was sure Tyler had a crush on Pam, so he wouldn't mind if she arrived a little late. Anne also prepared a little gift for Bob, but his owner affirmed that she really didn't long to meet any man. Her friend asked her not to worry and just enjoy the night, and the free invitation. In fact, Anne thought the same, that nobody needed marriage. And while she was reflecting, Pam came out of the room. The blonde froze upon seeing her friend and admitted she was wrong, asking when they were getting married. But she wasn't the only one impressed by Pam's look. Bob also started whining tenderly and wagging his tail on the floor. Meanwhile, at the bar, the boss confessed to Tyler that he didn't expect so many people at the opening. There were really many customers, and the boss understood that the weekend would be packed. Tyler looked at the clock from time to time, and it was noticeable that something was bothering him. His boss wasn't foolish, and he understood that his barman was surely waiting for a girl he had fallen in love with, and he could barely hold back a laugh. The boss was also Tyler's uncle, and he explained that if he kept looking at the clock, they wouldn't arrive any faster. The guy begged him to explain what he meant, but the boss tactfully excused himself, saying he had to go get bottles. Then Tyler heard a familiar voice and saw his neighbor with her friend at the entrance. And her dog. Bob, seeing his trainer, became very happy, and the guy immediately asked to play with him. He also suggested the girls sit down, noticing that not only the girls were dressed up, but they had also dressed up the dog. Pam was very happy to see her pet happy, and then immediately decided to photograph him at the bar. Only then did she introduce her friend Anne to the neighbor, and she immediately asked if Tyler had a single brother. The guy confessed that he was an only child, and Pam noticed that her friend had a huge lipstick stain on her teeth. The girl ran to the bathroom, and Pam asked them not to pay attention to her, but Tyler even liked that she was so energetic. The neighbor agreed that she had also transformed Bob incredibly, and he was charming now. The guy looked at the neighbor with a little shame, and then confessed that the color red suited her very well. She also instantly felt her cheeks turn red, but tried to hide it. Tyler immediately offered her a welcome drink, and also thanked her for agreeing to come. The girl, in turn, thanked him for the invitation, and admitted that she really liked being there. When she tried to take the glass, which Tyler was still holding, their fingers accidentally touched, and then they exchanged glances, but their boss interrupted them, as he realized that this was the famous Pam. Tyler almost exploded because the old man dared to interfere, but he only introduced himself as Bernard to the guest. The guy had to go check the tables, but before leaving, he begged his neighbor not to listen to his uncle's tales. Then, Pam thanked the boss for the invitation, knowing that dogs weren't allowed, and she was happy they let Bob come. Bernard confessed that he was delighted that his nephew invited a friend, and admitted that he worries a lot about the boy. After all, the only thing he knows is spending time with tequila, and he has always been too serious for his age. The boss explained that sociability is not Tyler's strong suit, which is why he invests his energy in dogs. The uncle was also worried that no one noticed his true self, but Pam suddenly blurted out that he was the most wonderful person she had ever met. The girl explained that he takes very good care of Bob, although she admitted that sometimes he is serious and a little rough. But if those details are ignored, she sees that her neighbor only wants to be good and that he has made her life much brighter. Pam believed that Bernard should be proud of his nephew, and he suggested that she come whenever she wanted with her dog. At that moment, Anne returned and instantly told her friend how much she loved the bathroom. Pam immediately introduced Bernard, Tyler's uncle, to her, but the blonde froze upon seeing him. She quickly fixed her hair and begged her friend to move so as not to interrupt the adults' chat. Anne started chatting flirtatiously, confessing that she was completely alone, and the boss found her very amusing. Then he offered her a mimosa cocktail, and she, also flirtatiously, declared that she would accept anything that came from him. At that moment, Tyler approached Pam, not understanding anything, but the neighbor clarified that it was better he didn't know. Immediately afterward, the guy handed her the menu, asking her to choose whatever she wanted. Because he would pay for everything, Pam saw that the selection was immense, and the neighbor began to recommend the best drinks to her. Besides, they weren't strong. As he explained, the guy leaned closer to her, causing the girl to blush a little. Although she saw him calm as a snake, Tyler then pointed to another drink, which had spicy notes, and advised her to choose that one first. Pam still didn't understand why he wasn't nervous, and she thought that's how he was with everyone at work. But then she remembered her uncle's words, and supposed that this guy just needed a friend. And as he spoke, the girl felt his breath directly in her ear, and her heart began to beat even faster. She knew that wasn't right, because then she couldn't be his friend if she felt like that near him. To distract herself from her thoughts, Pam asked him to pour her a piña colada, and he asked what Anne preferred. For her friend, the girl asked for the same, and the uncle suggested his nephew bring these ladies coconuts. The guy went to look for them in the storeroom, and Pam followed him with her eyes and thought again about their friendship. Of course, she wanted her neighbor to see something more in her than just a friend. But for some reason, she was afraid. But Tyler only pretended to be calm, although he could barely contain himself, and only in the storeroom could he show his emotions. Staring intently at the box of coconuts, The guy started telling himself that he had to calm down, because he was giving himself away too much. Pam, meanwhile, felt like a fool, realizing that Tyler only saw her as a friend, despite the fact that they almost kissed. Then she remembered his words, that he didn't want to get involved in that anymore, which sounded extremely clear then. The girl now understood that she herself had ruined everything and didn't even notice how hurt, and only that this guy existed. She understands that Tyler only needs a friend, but she wants more. And then Anne shouted about marriage. As if reading her thoughts, Pam was very surprised, but her friend explained that she wasn't talking about her, but about herself. And she confessed that her future husband was right there. The blonde pointed at Bernard and declared that he would definitely be the father of her children, that there would be many. Pam was even surprised, because her friend had never believed in the institution of family and marriage, and she decided that Anne was sick. But she declared that this handsome man had changed her damn plans, and she felt it deeply in her heart. The blonde was so happy about the new feelings that she didn't hesitate to show her feelings in front of the other visitors. Suddenly, she became curious to know Bernie's last name, and then Tyler approached, who confessed that his last name was Martin. Pam was surprised, although more at herself, since she didn't know her neighbor's last name. Ian cheerfully shouted that now she would be Mrs. Martin, which slightly outraged his friend. The blonde admitted that it was something new for her, and she was sure she had picked it up from Pam. She only supposed it was love at first sight, but Anne suddenly declared again that she was just distracted. But she immediately blushed with excitement when Bernie picked up the glasses and went to put the soda in the refrigerator. He also asked the girls how the evening was and told them not to hesitate to ask if they needed anything. Anne immediately told him her ring size and gave him her phone number with numbers. The blonde confessed that she wanted to swim in those muscles until she got old, and that greatly surprised Tyler. He supposed she was always like that, but Pam clarified that it was the first time. And Anne suddenly lunged at him. She begged him to promise that when he married Pam, he must take her last name, not the other way around. The blonde proudly declared that there should only be one Mrs. Martin, and that, without a doubt, it will be her. Tyler thought the girl had already drunk enough, but she only shouted, calling him nephew. At that moment, some guys approached and asked the bartender to let the young lady drink all night. Those two customers had clearly taken a liking to those two girls and offered them to have fun together. One of them was Pam's ex, and she immediately replied, explaining that it was a girls' night out. The guy started begging her to stop playing hard to get and relax, promising to pay for everything. While saying this, he touched her shoulder, and Tyler felt a new feeling awakening in him at that moment. Instantly, he pushed that insistent scoundrel's hand away, indicating that the girl did not want to talk to him. Sparks almost flew between their glances, and the barman demanded that the newcomer not dare to touch Pam. He supposed Tyler was her new boyfriend, but he clarified that they were good friends, and that he wouldn't allow them to bother her. Then he insisted the insolent one leave, while Pam understood that he was only her friend. The ex told the barman not to get too big for his boots, that he was the first to court her, and then tried to threaten him. Then he grabbed Tyler by the tie, showing who was in charge. But Pam demanded they stop. Her neighbor only asked the suitor to look around instead of being such an idiot. He didn't understand anything, but he saw Bob in front of his face. And Bob didn't like them bothering his mommy. Tyler also clarified that he was that dog's trainer and advised the bully to run away. The guy's companion dragged him toward the exit, while he shouted that he was just a dog. And he wasn't afraid. But just then Bernard appeared, rolling up his sleeves with intention, and supposed that things were getting interesting. The two thugs realized it wasn't a good idea to provoke and disappeared without a trace. Anne ran to hug the savior, who modestly explained that he had only rolled up his sleeves. Pam thanked Tyler, asking if he was okay, and he assured her everything was fine. He's used to it. But Anne interrupted him, dying of curiosity because he called Pam a friend. Pam begged her friend to just say thank you, but the blonde insisted that she would have done just as well. And Tyler explained that he called her a friend, because to him, she is more than just a neighbor. Although he would have helped anyway. Anne retorted that her teddy bear did much more. A while later, they said goodbye, and Pam thanked him again for the invitation. They had a great time. Tyler offered to call a taxi for Anne, but his neighbor confessed that she would stay the night there. The guy accepted and only asked them to let him know when they arrived home, and the girls left. Although Anne didn't want to part with Bernie, Pam understood that her neighbor had been trying to establish a friendship with her, And she, like a fool, fell in love and wanted more. Even so, the guy seemed very happy that someone was visiting him at work. But for some reason, it only made everything worse for her. Upon arriving home, she started putting her friend to bed, who kept murmuring Bernard's name as if in a dream. But Pam only thought about Tyler, whom she likes a lot, and decided she would simply stay by his side. In the morning, she felt someone licking her face, and at first, she thought it was a morning kiss from Bob. But upon opening her eyes, she saw Tequila's little face and thought she had fallen asleep. And Tyler had come to visit Bob. Reacting, the girl also noticed she was wearing different clothes, and then realized it wasn't her room either. Horrified, the girl started imagining what could have happened, but she remembers nothing, and that enraged her. At that moment, Tyler entered, and after greeting her, he implied that the night had been totally crazy. Pam froze in horror and couldn't say a word, and horrible thoughts began to invade her mind. She remembered putting Anne to bed, and then nothing. And besides, her head hurts a lot now. The guy noticed that she gets drunk very quickly, and the girl asked him to tell her what happened during the night. Tyler remembered that, after leaving the bar, he finished his shift and returned home. And as soon as he entered the apartment, Pam was already waiting for him on the couch, more than drunk, calling him towards her. After that, she crawled towards him, about to confess something, while he was only surprised by how drunk she was. Pam just started shouting that it didn't matter, since they were friends and their friendship would last forever. But when the guy decided to give her some cold water, she clung to him and started explaining how much she missed him. Taylor convinced her to drink some soda, knowing that the next morning wouldn't be the best for her. The girl resisted as best she could, despite all his pleas, and grabbed a juice container to drink. In the struggle, the container opened, and the cold drink fell directly onto her head. The guy started apologizing because it was an accident and convinced her to go home to change and lie down. But upon seeing her suffering face because of the wet clothes, he decided to wash the dress himself, and he asked her to shower in the meantime. But Pam suddenly changed expression and flirtatiously tried to invite him. Although Tyler refused, she argued that she felt dizzy and could slip, and she didn't understand why her friend wasn't looking out for her safety. Then, the guy agreed to stay close to the cabin while she showered. Asking Tequila how they had gotten to this, Pam heard the murmur and thought he was talking to her, but he only reminded her that after the shower, she had to go home. The girl didn't understand why he resisted so much a night of friends, but he only repeated that she should leave. The guy wondered why she insisted so much on friends' things, while she was surprised that he didn't want to be her friend. He did want to, but explained that Pam was behaving strangely and then prepared a hairdryer to dry her hair. He also prepared a chair for her, but the girl was still staggering and barely managed to sit. Turning around, the guy saw that she was only wearing a t-shirt and started asking her where the pants he gave her were. Pam explained that they were too big and the t-shirt was already long, and Tyler understood that it was useless to argue with her now. While he dried her hair, Tequila jumped into his arms, and Pam started chatting like a queen. When he finished drying it, the neighbor even liked how it turned out, and Tyler asked if Bob was with Anne. Pam confessed that they both fell asleep as soon as they returned, and then the neighbor allowed her to stay the night if she wanted. He also clarified that it would only be for tonight and that he would stay on the couch. And the girl started thanking him. Immediately, she jumped onto his back like a child, as if he were a horse, and shouted that they were going to bed. The guy asked her to get down and even asked Tequila for help, but she only watched them from the door, as if laughing. Then Pam calmed down a bit, because the room around her started spinning again, and Tyler understood that he would have to carry her to bed. On the way, the girl mumbled that she was very sleepy, and noticed that the neighbor now only smelled of vanilla. She even started sniffing him even more, which made Tyler feel uncomfortable, and he asked her to stop, but he smelled like a cookie, and she even wanted to lick him, not understanding why her friend didn't want to play with her. The girl suddenly noticed her ears had turned red, and he explained it was because she was stressing him out. Then, Pam came up with an idea to help him somehow and kissed him on the ear, which made the guy jump and almost knock her to the ground. In the next step, because of Pam, he didn't see a step in front of him and stumbling. He fell to his knees, but then he got tired of all the teasing and threw his neighbor onto the bed, declaring that she was a terrible drunk. Pam started shouting that princesses shouldn't be treated like that, but Tyler declared that she was actually a treacherous devil. Then he saw Tequila heading for Pam's bed and started reaching out her paw towards her, while the girl declared that queens would hug, but he couldn't. The guy calmed down a bit and apologized, explaining that he simply didn't get along well with people, and sometimes he reacted excessively. Then he decided to take Tequila to the couch, but suddenly his neighbor clung to him, thinking he wanted to hug her. Tyler started asking her to stop, explaining that he was having a very hard time, but she didn't understand why he seemed so sad. This makes her think that he is having a very hard time, and she asked him if he would trust her when he felt lonely. The guy admitted that he already trusted her, and Pam confessed that she tried very hard to be his friend, but she wasn't succeeding. Then the girl burst into tears because she feared losing him, and Tyler promised her he wouldn't go anywhere. But first, he asked her to sleep, and she, accepting, instantly started snoring like a dormouse. This made Tyler happy, and wishing his neighbor good night, he gave her a friendly kiss on the forehead. That's how everything went the night before. But the guy only recounted that, after the shower, she went to bed and fell asleep. The girl was still very embarrassed. For some reason, she was sure she had done a lot of foolish things. Then she started asking him to forget everything she had said, and to forgive her for breaking into his apartment. Tyler asked her not to apologize, and then handed her the dress, explaining that he had washed it, and that she could change. He also confessed that he had prepared toast for breakfast, as he didn't know how many eggs he needed to fry. But Pam declared that he had already done a lot for her, after which she hurried back home, knowing that Bob would already be waiting for her. First, she decided to change clothes, and Tyler, alone with Tequila, remembered the night before. Soon Pam came out of the bedroom in her dress and said goodbye, eager to see how Bob was doing. Finally, she explained that she had left $20 on the table and apologized again to the neighbor. The guy begged her to wait, wanting to talk to her a bit, but the girl had already closed the door. Alone in the apartment, the guy became sad, not understanding what was wrong with him now. He didn't understand why it was so hard for him to admit his feelings, and he knew that no one would let her go just like that. Pam ran into her house and started apologizing to Anne, but only found her baby. The dog wagged its tail, happy to see its owner, and she decided to look for her friend in the bathroom. But she wasn't there either. Pam didn't understand where she had gone, as they had agreed to spend the day together. She decided to call her friend and saw that she had many voicemails, which worried her. Upon opening the first one, Pam heard that Bernie had invited her friend Anne to breakfast after his shift. Then he asked her friend not to try to call her, because she would be very busy. Furthermore, Anne knew very well where Pam had fled and expected a very detailed report by Monday. The blonde left these messages at 6 in the morning, and the girl was surprised that Bob stayed alone for 6 hours and didn't break anything. She immediately started praising her guy, saying he had become so calm. Even when alone, hugging the dog, the girl understood that Tyler had perfectly completed his task, and she thought he would also be happy. But suddenly Anne called her, and Pam erupted, starting to shout about how he dared to leave Bob alone. She only asked her not to shout, and explained that Bernie had chosen a good place for lunch, and that they were inviting her, Tyler, and the dogs. Pam started explaining that the morning had been horrible, and that she wasn't sure if it was worth meeting him now. And Anne confessed that Bernie had already called him, and he had promised to go, but only if his neighbor went. Quickly, the girl got ready, as did Tyler, and they met at the entrance hall exit. Pam was still worried about not remembering anything from the previous night, but she saw that her neighbor was completely calm. She also noticed that the guy had put on cologne, and he explained that they were going to a restaurant. So it was a special occasion. When they arrived, they saw that Bernie and Anne were very affectionate, which Tyler found a bit strange. The uncle immediately started teasing, asking if the lovebirds had a good time yesterday. And Anne started insinuating that now they were on a real double date, and asked her friend not to look so perplexed. Pam started explaining that she was mistaken and that she and Tyler were just friends, and that he took care of her all night because she drank too much. And then she chuckled towards her neighbor, asking if after that he still wanted to be her friend. But the guy asked her not to worry about that. At the same time, he felt awkward, not forgetting what had happened, and he understood that his neighbor truly didn't remember anything. Pam decided to change the subject and asked how her friend was, and she confessed that Bernie and she were an official couple. The girl doubted if she was her friend, but she understood that he was her man, just like Bernard. Afterward, they resumed their cuddling and pampering, while the other two watched the scene perplexed. Taylor was amazed that the old man wasn't shy even with his presence, but understood that it was useless to distract him. The neighbor confessed to her that she hadn't expected it either. But seeing them, they looked very happy. The girl was happy that someone found the love of their life, and Taylor looked at his friend with some resentment. Then he asked her to relax, since they had just met, and suddenly they started giving him dating advice. Pam confirmed that if they liked each other, it was a reason to fight for love, and Tyler only blushed. Then, Anne finally decided to look at the menu, and her friend suddenly suggested ordering dishes to share. The two old people loved the idea of sharing a dish, and immediately returned to their murmurs. But Pam and Tyler now felt even more awkward, and the guy even turned to hide his embarrassment. The girl noticed something was wrong with him, and he, suddenly under the table, took her hand. She didn't understand what it meant, didn't understand why he was holding her hand, and he didn't even look her in the eyes. But then she noticed he was trembling. She covered her mouth with her fist, and she thought he was simply dizzy. The others also noticed his sudden paleness, and Pam explained that she hadn't slept well, but she hoped he would at least have breakfast. Bernard worried about his nephew and insisted that he eat something substantial so his stomach would settle. Tyler said he was fine, just a little dizzy, and got up to go to the bathroom. Pam noticed his suffering and blamed herself. He was already tired, and she was still causing him trouble. The girl understood that she couldn't even tell him, and she only knew when he took her hand. But Anne found it strange, and she asked Barney if his nephew had ever flirted in a bar. She thought the guy didn't know how to do it, and supposed that today would be very fun. Tyler, meanwhile, in the bathroom, scolded himself for being such an idiot, not understanding why he couldn't be normal. He also started shouting at himself that he just had to do it, but at the same time, he saw how pathetic he actually was. The guy wanted to improve, as he was tired of living with regrets. He just needed to try a little harder. And several appetizing dishes had already been served at their table, and the girls, following their tradition, started photographing everything. Then Tyler returned, but felt dizzy again. Although he thought that if he ate, it would help him, Anne started bothering him by asking if he was really okay, and that Bernie and she were more worried about Pam. She also explained that this guy learns slowly, and he demanded that she explain what she meant by that. But then his attention was captured by Tequila, who was sitting in Pam's arms, and her friend noticed that the little dog had changed her tastes. Tyler, also a little offended, confirmed that she had slept with Pam all night, and she didn't even want to go with him. The girl just let out a small laugh, hugged Tequila, and declared that they were now best friends forever. This, for some reason, made Tyler laugh, who proposed that they finally start eating. Pam kept noticing his gaze on her, while convincing herself that he just wanted to be her friend. Her thoughts were interrupted again by the elderly couple, who couldn't be a minute without cuddling. Tyler asked them to calm down a bit, and Pam also confirmed that they were in public. But they didn't care. However, they decided to tease their nephew, saying that he was simply jealous, or that he was opposed to love. The guy explained that no matter how much they liked each other, it simply wasn't necessary to proclaim it to the four winds. Anne started explaining that his behavior was quite normal, and that it was called romance. Then she advised him to try it himself. The blonde asked if her friend thought the same, but she got distracted because the chicken was very tasty. The friend didn't pressure Pam and asked her to eat until she burst, and only now did she notice that Anne was wearing her dress. The blonde explained that after the previous night, she considered it hers now, and the friend was just happy, saying it looked very good on her. Pam pecked at the chicken to eat another piece when Taylor offered her a piece with his fork. From her surprised face, he thought she didn't want it, but she smiled and accepted a taste. He didn't eat, and worried, Pam suggested her neighbor order soup while Anne and Barney laughed at them. A while later they finished lunch and started leaving, and the uncle confessed that he needed to sleep before his shift. It seems these two are accelerating their relationship, but Pam had never seen her friend so happy. Then she confessed to Tyler that she didn't believe Anne was dating anyone, but her uncle seemed very sweet to her. The guy hadn't seen the old man like that either. It seems both regained faith and love. Pam was happy that it was a great day, but she remembered her friend and hoped he felt better. Tyler asked her not to worry, but he can't help worrying about his friends. And he asked her not to say that, which surprised her. Then, the guy asked her what being friends meant to her, because he felt that something had changed between them. And now, he almost demanded that Pam tell him what they were to each other, in her opinion. The girl was a bit stunned, not understanding his words, about something having changed between them. But Tyler really felt it. And then the girl admitted that she also had those feelings. She understood that the time had come to talk seriously and begged the neighbor to listen to her attentively. Tyler became serious, but she suddenly ran to Bob and confessed that he had been alone at home for about 6 hours. The girl explained that Anne had simply abandoned him and run off on a date with Bernard. But still, the dog didn't break anything. This greatly surprised Tyler. He couldn't believe Bob had been alone for 6 hours and also started praising him. The guy was proud that his trainee had finally succeeded, and out of joy, he even called him her son with Pam. And the girl confirmed that the neighbor was right, and now everything would really change, since Bob no longer needed a trainer. Therefore, Tyler could be free, and it was no longer necessary for him to come to take care of the dog. That meant that the morning would now be entirely at her disposal, and Pam thought that was great. But the guy suddenly objected, not understanding why his neighbor thought that, and shouted that it was horrible. Tyler declared that he would still go to see Bob, as he still had a lot to teach that quadruped. Then he shouted that even if he was no longer Bob's trainer, he wanted to know what was going on with him. And Pam, the girl, hesitated a little to answer. She simply no longer saw a reason for him to go to her house. However, the guy took her hand and explained that he wanted to see her, because he saw something more in her than just Bob's owner. He was also sure that Pam saw something more in him than just the dog's trainer. But they weren't just neighbors, and he was interested in knowing what they were to each other. The girl thought about it for a moment first, and then smiled and explained that they were very good friends. She also apologized for doubting them, as they were best friends, and Bob was very happy with their outings together. Pam asked him to call her when he wanted to go out for some air, but he didn't understand that she only wanted that. He remembered her words from the night, that she wanted to be his friend, but she couldn't. So everything ended there. Now both seemed like a couple of liars to Tyler, but the girl didn't fully grasp it, and he clarified that they simply connected. Then he agreed to be friends and even to her sleeping at his place, but begged her not to break in without notice. Like last time, Pam blushed again, but she had already apologized for that. And Tyler also explained to her that now he needed to sleep before work. They went home, and Pam understood that she wanted to be more than a friend and be honest about what she felt for him. She simply didn't want the misunderstanding to be repeated, and that's why she decided it was better for everything to stay as it was. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice announcing that someone had won a mini prize, and Pam recognized that it was the lottery. She was surprised that it hadn't ended yet, while Tyler was more worried if there was any of that exquisite wine left. They approached, and the presenter immediately recognized the little couple who had won the wine last time. The guy immediately asked if they could try to win it again, and the girl explained that prize wasn't there anymore. But then she added that they still had a chance to fight for the first place and win a ticket to the Caribbean. She was sure they would love the romantic trip, but Pam started to object, and her friend asked for a ticket for them. The girl blushed a little, not understanding why Tyler had suddenly decided. If just before he was talking to her about friendship, he started spinning the drum and explained to his neighbor that even friends can enjoy a romantic trip. Then he supposed that she simply didn't want to, and if so, he wouldn't spin the drum. And then he supposed that his friend was simply afraid of something, but she snorted and said that he could play as much as he wanted. At the same time, she didn't believe they could really win, because she didn't know people with that much luck. The drum kept spinning, and when it stopped, a golden ball rolled towards them. The presenter shouted with joy because these two were going on a trip to the Caribbean, and they were stunned by the surprise. On the way back, Pam kept asking him how he did it, but he himself didn't expect to win. But now he has a whole trip in his hands, and the girl wonders what she is going to do. Tyler remembered that the prize is for both of them, although he didn't understand why he said it without consulting Pam. Moreover, it is a week-long trip, and both have jobs without knowing what to do with tequila. And Bob, she admitted that they shouldn't go, but Tyler clarified that he didn't say he didn't want to. Pam also explained that if they go, they must be sure they can be together for a whole week. Upon arriving at work, Pam called him, and he admitted that he hadn't slept well, but he suddenly lost his sleep upon seeing his uncle flirting with Anne at work. She confessed that she came because she wanted to see the love of her life, and she loves the cocktails here. The guy reminded her that they are still closed, and Bernard served him a coffee to cheer him up. As soon as he took a sip, Anne asked him if he and Pam were going on the trip. Bernie had no idea. Jan explained that her friend told her about the prize, but her nephew was being difficult for some reason. The uncle then laughed and told Tyler not to worry about work, and his beloved promised that they would take care of the dogs. The guy still asked them not to rush, because it's not just that. He and Pam are not a couple. But Bernard didn't understand why his nephew thought that. It's obvious he likes that girl. Then Tyler confessed that she only sees them as friends. But Anne doubted it because she knows her friend well. She became curious if he had asked her if she wanted something more than just friendship. But he didn't think he should ask. Why is he a man? Besides, it's not the 50s. And Pam could ask him. Then Anne declared that he was behaving like a little boy and said that Pam wouldn't dare ask him to be more than friends first. Besides, she rejected him when she tried to kiss him the first time. And now, he wants her to make the first move again. After that, she declared that if Tyler doesn't want to go, she and Bernie will gladly go to the Caribbean. And this blockhead will stay here content with friendship. But the guy suddenly got indignant. If she builds relationships in seconds, she shouldn't give him advice on love. The guy thought it was nonsense. But Anne, come what may, was happy with her feelings. Tyler wanted to leave, but Bernard asked him to come back, and Anne not to get angry, that the fault was hers. Bernie didn't understand why he was pressuring the guy, and she told him that now he would dance to her tune. Tyler went to the storeroom, where he wrestled with his thoughts and hesitated whether to talk to Pam now. The girl went to her parents' house, and they greeted her with compliments and hugs at the door. They were also happy for Bob, and the daughter clarified that she had to return early tomorrow anyway. Then she asked about Mickey, who was in the backyard repairing his sneakers. He was gluing studs onto the sole, and upon finishing, his work seemed absolutely perfect to him. Then he heard footsteps, and upon turning around, his sister rushed at him with a hug. She immediately started asking him how he was, and she was also interested to know if he already had a girlfriend. He, like all younger siblings, was not very happy with his sister's behavior, and her makeup also irritated him. Afterward, even his parents heard how they started arguing in their own way, and the mother realized that she missed that a lot. A short time later, the girl showed them a picture of her friend Tyler, and they admitted that he was really handsome. Pam also confessed that he only wanted to be her friend, and her mother asked her daughter not to get discouraged. Then, the girl also confessed that something strange was happening between them, and they had even won a trip to the Caribbean. Pam, of course, wanted to go, but feared that by talking too much, she would tire him out halfway through the trip. But her parents started insisting that they should go, especially since it was an excellent opportunity to see if they fit together. However, Pam wasn't sure if Tyler wanted that, and she herself wanted to know immediately what his feelings were towards her. At that moment, her phone rang, and the mother, knowing it was him, sent her daughter to her room and ordered her to make him her son-in-law. It was Tyler. In the end, he dared to call from the back room and confess that, in reality, he was happy to have won the trip. Besides, he believes both need to go, even if it's just to spend a few wonderful days together. How romantic. Pam accepted, but on the condition that she herself buy the swimsuit, because she is sure that hers are very strange. Tyler didn't care. He only wanted to know if she accepted going. And she said yes, that she would do it gladly. A while later, while the guy was sleeping off his drunkenness after work, the sound of the phone suddenly woke him up. Half asleep, he searched for the device and saw that Pam had sent him a message saying she had everything ready for the trip. She also suggested meeting before his shift to make the reservation, and he replied that he would wait for her at home. Furthermore, he wrote that he was going out for a walk with Tequila, and the girl sent him a sticker of Borba in return. A short time later, they met and started choosing a hotel, and they also had to select 2 activities. Pam still couldn't believe Tyler was so lucky, and he was happy that they were leaving in 3 weeks. She was also happy that Anne was staying with Bernard, and together they would take care of Bob and Tequila. But the guy blushed a little, and the neighbor thought he didn't like the idea, but he only remembered his encounter with Anne. And he reminded Pam that that girl left Bob alone and was always hanging around his uncle. He didn't know if he could trust her, but Pam assured him that she is the most reliable person she knows. She understood that Anne seemed quite tough and a little intimidating to her friend, but she had to trust her. Pam explained that behind that stern appearance hid a person full of kindness, remembering her first day of work. Back then, she thought the same as Tyler, as Anne showed slight aggression and looked stunning on top of that. And later, she turned out to be very sweet and asked Pam to ask her if she needed anything. She was shocked by her perfect nails and felt her incredible energy. That's how they met, and Pam realized then that not everyone appreciated that overwhelming personality that captivated her. Many even gossiped about Anne's appearance and thought she had gotten the job in a certain way. People also criticized her for often going out with different guys, so they considered her a frivolous person. Pam hated hearing all those disrespectful comments in the office, but as a newbie, she didn't want to get into trouble. And when Anne dyed her hair blonde, men immediately started thinking of her as an easy doll. The blonde was furious that they judged her like that, and she kept muttering that she would drag them to hell itself. Now Pam regrets not having done anything at that moment to help Anne. Furthermore, the boss overwhelmed her with extra work, and her ex-boyfriend also started showing his discontent because she was working, and he had to deal with the dog. The girl explained to that idiot that walking the dog was essential, but he shouted that he was tired, and he wouldn't do it. And once again, during a phone argument, Anne approached and snatched the phone from Pam to speak to that imbecile herself. She pretended to be his boss and explained that Pam would be late home due to overtime. Furthermore, Anne demanded that he walk that damn dog, or she would fire her roommate. At that moment, Pam trembled with fear and started apologizing for talking on the phone during work hours. She begged Anne not to fire her, but she clarified that she wasn't really his boss, and she couldn't do it. But she was intrigued as to why Pam was dating such an idiot if she was already working overtime. Without even having lunch, Anne understood that the girl also needed to rest at home and reminded her that she was her desk mate. And that's why she was worried. Then she handed Pam a bag with something to snack on and asked her to eat and not get distracted by anything. The blonde confessed that she suspected Pam's overtime, which is why she had prepared some food for her. Seeing so much attention and delicious food, she couldn't contain herself and burst into tears, which worried Anne even more. Pam couldn't believe that this girl already endured so much at work, and on top of that worried about her. But she assured her that everything would turn out fine, and then suggested finishing those stupid documents together. She also boasted that she was lucky that no suitor was waiting for her at home, so she could stay completely with Pam. Furthermore, Anne confessed that she had already finished her work and had nothing to do. And there wasn't such a mess here. And so, step by step, they got closer and closer, and Pam began to understand that Anne did everything to protect herself and her loved ones. And even in the most difficult moments, she said she would always be near, no matter what happened. And once, when Pam broke up with her boyfriend and tearfully called her only friend, she supported her and swore that everything would be fine with Bob. And that night, she asked her friend to prepare the bed for her because she was coming with ice cream. Pam understood that she was really supporting her, and that made her cry even more. But she thanked her friend. Furthermore, Anne was on a date, which she decisively interrupted because of her upset friend. Her companion was indignant, but she explained to him that she would never allow a girl to cry over love. Pam was then happy to see her friend, although she was worried that she had to ruin her date. And now Pam was asking Tyler not to doubt Anne, since she even bought her favorite ice cream. The girl would swear on anything that Anne is the best friend in the world, and that she can be trusted. Pam also understood that Tyler worried about his uncle, but she was sure that her friend would make him happy. Nor did she doubt that Bernard would make Anne happy, and there the girl started apologizing. Realizing she was talking too much, the guy asked her not to apologize, explaining that he valued it and admitted that before he simply didn't understand it. Pam was happy and hoped that he and Anne would also become good friends. After that, they returned to their tickets. The girl looked at the calendar and was a little surprised, as they wouldn't return home until May 18th. Tyler didn't understand why she was so surprised, and she confessed that that day was her birthday. She wouldn't like to celebrate it on the plane, and then her companion suggested changing the ticket as an option. But Pam immediately denied it, confessing that she didn't want to celebrate her 30th birthday either. Then, Tyler suggested celebrating it after they returned along with Anne and her uncle, and also with their babies. Pam liked this and started hugging Bob, but then remembered that she still hadn't packed her things. Tyler understood that he also had to pack tequila, and, opening the suitcase, explained that it would only be for a week. Furthermore, the guy supposed that if he showed up with all that to the old man, he might not let him go. But choosing something was impossible. There were many things: fur care products, dresses, different bows and accessories, and Tyler hadn't even started packing his toys. The guy even held his head because it seemed like a nightmare. But what worried him most was that tequila would stay with the old man and a girl he didn't know at all. The guy started begging her not to even think about hating the girls and to behave well with Anne. He explained that Anne is very important to his uncle just like Pam, so he should be kinder to that lady. Then he called Bernard, and he thought his nephew missed him on his day off. But the guy clarified that he actually needed Anne's number, and his uncle joked that he wanted to steal his friend. But Tyler didn't get the joke, and very seriously explained that he only wanted to apologize to her. He understood that that day, he behaved like a rude idiot, and then Bernie admitted that she was right next to him. The uncle passed the phone to Anne, and she immediately asked what was wrong with her nephew. As she called him, now he understood that the girl tried to help him that day, but he behaved like a child, and he apologized for that. Anne asked him not to worry, as she also pressured him a lot and also apologized for her attitude. She also confessed that sometimes she overprotects Pam, and the last few months had been very hard for her. But also, Anne confessed to Tyler that she liked him and hoped that he could make her friend happy. However, she doesn't want Pam to wait for him forever, reminding him that she is very sweet and deserves the best, and if Tyler doesn't act on what he feels for her, someone else might be braver. The guy admitted that he already knew that. Then Anne begged him not to miss that trip for anything. He accepted and also asked the girl to help him with something and told her what he should do. The days flew by. Pam and Tyler were so busy preparing everything that they didn't even notice the flight day. At the airport, they said goodbye to their pets for a very long time, even more than to their friends. Tyler begged Anne to take care of Tequila, as if her own life depended on it. He handed over the little dog, who looked haughtily. Ian promised to fill her with bows and dresses. Pam also begged Bob to obey Bernard and not break anything for him, and to let those lovebirds sleep. After that, they said goodbye again, and the travelers watched the people for a while longer, and animals walking away. The guy knew they had to leave, and the girl also cried upon realizing that this separation would be terrible. But instantly, her mood changed radically. They were flying to the Caribbean, although Tyler was still affected by the farewell. Once on the plane, Pam asked him to sit in the aisle, so it would be easier for her to stretch her legs. They had a lot of time ahead, and the girl suggested watching a movie to pass the time. The guy agreed, but 10 minutes later, Pam was already snoring. She even leaned against the passenger next to her. He complained a little, and Tyler, apologizing, rested his friend on his shoulder, trying not to wake her. He even found it curious that his long-awaited trip started in such a peculiar way. A while later, they arrived at the hotel, where the receptionist asked for the names the reservation was under. They also explained that the room would be ready in a couple of hours, and that they could leave their luggage and enjoy the beach. The receptionist noticed Tyler's tired look, and he admitted that he hadn't been able to sleep on the plane. But his friend looked radiant, and the girl at the reception hoped she would pass some of that energy on to him. The guy confessed that that girl always shares her energy, something he really needs. Then they went towards the beach, and Pam noticed that this was truly a paradise on Earth. Tyler also realized that the place was perfect for walking, and he felt like trying the street food. Furthermore, he hoped there would be incredible cocktails, especially with local fruits. How delicious! But what he desired most was reaching the beach. And Pam supposed he loved swimming. But in reality, her mother always forbade her from going to the beach. That's why she thinks it will be very fun. Her mother wouldn't let her go because she feared she would get a sunburn. And the girl admitted that her mother also worried. But in her case, her mother used a lot of sunscreen. So Pam looked like a little ghost. Tyler commented that that must be very sweet and immediately suggested eating something, explaining that he was hungry. Then he went towards a stall, and Pam, due to the abrupt change of topic, intuited that he didn't like talking about his mother. Furthermore, she realized that she knew almost nothing about his life. But if he didn't want to talk about it, she would wait until he was ready. Tyler shouted to her that there was fresh mango juice, and the girl accepted, but asked to pay herself. She begged the guy to let the elders look after him a little. Then she ordered 2 mango juices herself. Then they heard that there was live music nearby, and Tyler suggested taking a closer look. Some musicians were really playing there, around whom a group of listeners had already gathered. Pam asked the neighbor to try to sneak into the front row, as the best view was from there. But suddenly, some big guy hit her in the face with his elbow, although he immediately started apologizing for such clumsiness. The girl assured him that everything was fine, and Tyler hugged her tighter and asked her to be careful. Pam understood that he was hugging her to help her, and just now regrets that they are only friends. She imagined that if he were her boyfriend, maybe, but instantly regretted it, not knowing why she acted that way, fearing that Tyler would reject her even faster than before. However, the guy was not offended at all, but hugged her even tighter and admitted that a cool song was playing. Pam calmed down a bit, but immediately got excited upon seeing a real saxophone. But the saxophonist was nowhere to be found today, although with him, the music would be much more interesting. Pam remembers that her friend loves jazz and asked him if he had ever wanted to learn to play the saxophone. He immediately confessed that he did know how to play, and one of the musicians heard him and immediately approached him. Tyler explained that it was just a hobby and that everyone knew how to play some instrument. Immediately, the musician handed him the saxophone and asked him to join. But he was embarrassed because he was not prepared for that. As they dragged him by the arm towards the group, Pam asked him not to worry, that she would record everything. Once on stage, the musician explained that music is a universal language, and then asked the others to start. Tyler thought he had nothing to lose, and blew into the mouthpiece and pressed the keys. And immediately, a pleasant melody sounded. Pam, from the first notes, was so engrossed, with her mouth open, that she even forgot she was holding her phone. She realized that she really didn't know her neighbor, and loved discovering new facets of him. Pam looked at Tyler again, and realized that this trip promised to be full of surprises. Soon they returned to the hotel, where their room with number 24-4 was already ready. The girl really hoped they would have a bathtub, and the guy only needed some floor space to sleep. But as soon as they entered, they were amazed, because they had been prepared a room fit for a very much in love couple. Now Pam understood why this is called a romantic trip, and Tyler agreed that the petals on the bed were too much. The girl also noticed that the staff had done a great job, and asked if they were going to sleep together now. Tyler almost choked on air, and the girl explained that it would simply be like a night of friends. But the guy asked her not to worry so much. That sofa looked super comfortable. Pam started refusing that he shouldn't even think of making himself comfortable there, but he insisted on sleeping on the couch. The girl begged that it would be better for her. It's smaller. Tyler didn't even sleep on the plane and needed to rest. She insisted that she wouldn't calm down until he slept. But the guy just started muttering something. He turned to tell her something, but their faces were dangerously close, and both fell silent. In the end, the girl gave in. He would sleep on the couch, but tomorrow it was her turn, huh? Then she went to change and begged him not to follow her, although he hadn't even thought about it. And Pam suggested he change too, putting on pajamas after such a long day. She had an option for him. The girl came out to show herself, and he saw her in pajamas with a paw print pattern. Perfect for dog lovers. Tyler got up from the couch. He loved it, and his friend handed him a similar set. The guy thanked him, saying he didn't have to buy him anything, but she just laughed, saying it was for their one trip. Tyler was about to change immediately, but Pam reminded him that long pants in the Caribbean were not the best option. But the guy didn't listen to her, and then she saw that the size fit him perfectly, as if tailor-made. The girl was happy that they looked almost the same, and he didn't even imagine that she would decide to buy matching pajamas. Pam didn't understand what matching meant, and Tyler explained that they were sets for couples or families. The girl was immediately astonished and started apologizing, saying she thought he would like it, and nothing more. He started joking that it was too late to regret it, and asked where his ring was, since they were an official couple. At this, Pam instantly blushed, and the guy just laughed, explaining it was a joke. And then he went to sleep. The next day they went to the beach, and so that glasses wouldn't bother Tyler, the girl convinced him to wear contact lenses. It seemed strange to her to see him without that accessory, and he confessed that he missed it a lot. Pam didn't wait long. She quickly put on her life jacket and went splashing in the water. But when she took a few steps and the water reached her knees, she returned and said it was time to sunbathe. Pam explained that the water was cold and she didn't want to ruin her hairstyle, so she preferred to lie down in the sun. Tyler disagreed. They had come to enjoy themselves to the fullest, and taking off his shirt, he pulled her by the hand toward the water. She had already taken off her life jacket and was shouting for him to put it on. Tyler understood that she didn't know how to swim. The girl protested, saying she swam perfectly, but when he asked what style, she answered doggy style. Then she jumped into the water and started moving her limbs like a dog, confessing that her dad had taught her that way. Pam told it so seriously that the guy couldn't help but burst out laughing, explaining that her arms looked like a Tyrannosaurus. Furthermore, he loved her facial expression. Pam only commented that his laugh was loud and sincere. In her mind, she begged him to stop, because she would only fall more in love with him that way. But he didn't stop. Finally, he calmed down, and then suggested teaching her to swim without splashing anyone. He extended his hands towards her, and she, just in case, asked if he was going to ask for the leash again. Tyler clarified that he was asking her to take his hands, and then explained how to move her legs. As if pushing something, it started to go well for the girl, and she even asked indignantly why he thought she didn't know how to swim. But then she noticed another tattoo on his torso and was surprised, since she couldn't imagine he had so many. The guy explained that there weren't that many, only 4, but the girl only saw 3. And Tyler clarified that one was on the nape of his neck. He lifted a lock of hair so Pam could see it, and an infinity symbol shaped like a corkscrew was drawn there. The guy explained that it was a tribute to his work, but the girl laughed, saying that she would then have to tattoo a lunchbox. Then she wanted to admit that it was a very pleasant moment, but suddenly she screamed because of a sharp pain in her leg. She started screaming that she had a cramp in her leg and that she could drown, and immediately shouted for Tyler to help. He got very scared for her and immediately pulled her out of the water, asking if she had swallowed a lot. And she explained that she was fine, but then they both realized that Tyler was carrying her. And besides, the water only reached a little above the knee. The guy immediately let her go, and Pam fell back into the water, while he took a couple of seconds to recover from the shock. The girl started screaming in displeasure, not understanding why he had let her go, and again worried about drowning. But Tyler simply turned his back on her and asked her to hold on, adding that it wasn't deep, but that just in case, he would take her to the shore. Pam obediently hung around his neck, but asked him to take her somewhere else, because she didn't want to go back to the beach. Nearby, she saw a piece of rock protruding from the water and asked him to take her there. The guy asked her to hold on tight, and she, now happy, confessed that she felt like tequila. Tyler immediately remembered her and wished that she and Bob were also there. And Pam suggested calling and via video call. The guy liked the idea and hurried to swim towards those rocks, while the girl got nervous again. It was very pleasant to be near him. She felt a light and natural connection. Climbing onto the rock, both noticed that the place was perfect, with a beautiful view. And completely alone, Pam suggested taking a photo instantly, but the neighbor asked to meet his little ones first. The girl sent a voice message saying they missed them and asking for a video call. Pam saw that her friend was online, but sent a message so they wouldn't worry about the dogs. She also asked them to enjoy their vacation, or they would get a radical haircut from Aunt Anne. Then she sent a photo of the dogs, explaining that they were sleeping peacefully after an intense day of shopping. Pam and Tyler almost cried. They couldn't believe how adorable their pets looked sleeping so tenderly. They decided to send a photo too, and the guy prepared for a selfie. But first, they wanted to see how it turned out. The girl loved it and congratulated the neighbor, saying he had incredible talent for finding the perfect angle. Tyler explained that the photo turned out well not because he took it, but because they looked good together. The girl even wondered if he meant together, in the same sense as her. But she decided to play dumb. Pam confessed that she wanted to take more photos and asked her friend to help her with that. She started returning to the water, asking Tyler not to worry, reminding him that she swam well. The guy took the photo, but upon reviewing it, he saw something resembling a large bubble appear behind her. However, he understood that it was not a simple bubble, but a jellyfish, and shouted to his friend to come back. The girl turned and saw the danger behind her, but it was already too late, and the sea creature stung her. A short time later, they went to the medical center, where the doctor instantly knew it was a jellyfish burn. But Pam would be better by the next day. The doctor also warned that there might be discomfort and asked them to watch out for stomach pain and temperature. Furthermore, she recommended staying in the room today. And their Pam became sad, explaining that she had ruined everything. First it was the cramp, now this burn. And it saddened her that her trip wasn't going as expected. Tyler asked her not to worry, and upon returning to the room, he confessed that he had a good idea. To start, he asked his friend to wear his t-shirt so as not to touch the burn. Then he sent Pam to the balcony and asked her to wait there. Soon the bellboy arrived, and the guy gave him a few dollars as a tip, after which he himself brought a cart into the room. Then he called Pam back and solemnly announced that they had late-night room service, and that they were going to have a party. The girl explained that it wasn't necessary, and that she didn't mind staying there, so Tyler could go have fun. But he opposed, as his plans were also her plans. And it was their trip together, so he wasn't going anywhere. Tyler offered her a cocktail, and she confessed that she had never had a boyfriend who treated her so well. She even declared that their friendship was better than any relationship. But that said more to Tyler about the boyfriends she had had. Then, he advised her that next time, she should simply turn her friend into a boyfriend, and her problem would be solved. Pam didn't fully understand his hints, but he changed the subject instantly, starting to praise the taste of the drink. She was immediately curious to know how they made it. She noticed hints of lemon and even felt like learning. Pam now understood how much he liked his job, so much so that he even got a tattoo for it. The guy confirmed that it was very important to him, but when Pam asked him why, he explained that it was a long story. Then, she asked him to tell her about his tattoos. She already knew about the one he dedicated to his first dog. Now she was curious to know what the one on his chest meant, but Tyler didn't want to tell her. Too personal. Meanwhile, Anne woke up early because the dogs were scattered all over the bed, and Bernie suggested that she ask them to get down. The girl, true to her habit, shouted at Bob to go to his place, but he only snuggled even deeper into the bed. Anne only threw a pillow at Bernie and then decided to get ready for work, promising to return for Bob after her shift. She also explained that they had been there for several days already and that it was time to go home. But Bernie suggested that she stay longer. Bernard observed their good connection, even more so knowing her situation. He hoped Anne would trust as much as he did, but he understood her space and wouldn't pressure. She accepted, but she didn't want to start something serious and then realize they didn't fit. She warned right away that she doesn't cook or clean for anyone. She only contributes money to the household. Bernie assured her not to worry about food and that he would satisfy all her desires. While they chatted, Bob and Tequila stared at them, and the dog whined understandingly. The girl got nervous, not understanding why those two kept ruining the moment. Then she snuggled up to Bernie and confessed that now she also wanted a vacation because of Pam. And Tyler, while Anne was reminding them, Tyler explained to his friend that that tattoo was very personal. She didn't insist, and only admitted that there are many things about him that she completely doesn't know. Sometimes she feels like she knows him, but other times he is a stranger, and she hopes he will trust and be sincere. The guy affirmed that she already knows him well. It's just that remembering his past is very painful for him. He admitted that he prefers to be with her than to remember those days, and added that he fully trusts her. Then he confessed that he doesn't like her seeing him as a stranger, because he is not a stranger to her. But then, Tyler remembered that drinking game to get to know each other better, and proposed playing again. Pam didn't object, but with non-alcoholic drinks. Furthermore, the last time they played, everything turned out terribly wrong. Then the girl thought for a bit, and remembered that there is another game that will show how much they resemble each other. They will ask a question with a simultaneous answer, and if they match, both drink. Without alcohol, of course. For example, she asked what his favorite part of a dog was. He said the paws, and she said the ears. But she couldn't argue. Tequila has soft, pink paws, and he admitted that Bob's ears are great. On this occasion, the players did not drink. Then it was Tyler's turn, and he asked what was the best thing that happened to them upon arrival here. Pam liked his way of playing the saxophone, and the guy liked her doggy style best of all. Having said that, he couldn't resist and laughed again. And the girl, offended, asked him to try swimming like that himself. Without stopping laughing, Tyler apologized, realizing that it was selfish of him. But he couldn't help it. Then, the girl asked what they liked most about the other person. But the guy immediately knew that the answer would be different. Still, he agreed, and then both answered at the same time that it was the smile, which even surprised him afterward. Pam explained that she liked that because he is always very serious, and here he doesn't stop laughing and smiling. Then she just asked to drink, and Tyler suddenly explained that he wasn't laughing because of the trip, but because of her. Precisely because of that, what he likes most about his friend is her smile, since most days are very boring. And here he realized that her smile is simply contagious, and thanks to her, he feels happy. The girl decided to flirt. She put on a silly smile and confessed that she would look like that every day. Tyler let out a sweet little laugh, but then clarified that she was silly, but very cute, and suggested truth or dare. Pam understood that he wanted to change the game, and the guy confessed that something had been bothering him since they arrived. He noticed that his friend had become more affectionate, but he didn't understand why, although the girl got a little indignant. Tyler admitted that he noticed it yesterday in the crowd and today at the beach, although he admitted it could just be his imagination. She explained that he himself offered to carry her. Furthermore, it didn't seem like he disliked it. But about being affectionate, she didn't know how to explain it. She simply felt comfortable being close to Tyler. At the same time, she understood that he probably didn't act like that with his friends, and that she could stop if he didn't like it. The guy, looking at her, begged her not to stop and to keep doing whatever she wanted. Pam noticed that look again, the one that said that this guy was expecting something. And she loved that look. But then she suggested playing Truth or Dare, explaining that it was a new game. And Tyler agreed to play like that. Thinking a bit, she suggested sleeping together today, and the guy found it a very sudden proposition. And bold, Tyler was even petrified, not knowing what to answer. But then he supposed that Pam simply didn't want to sleep on the couch. The girl didn't deny that her back hurt. Besides, she is injured. And now she asked her friend to take pity on her. But Tyler suddenly remembered that when he put her to bed last time, she was a real demon. The girl got indignant and started justifying herself, saying she was just drunk. But the guy affirmed that it was terrible anyway. He explained that Pam used him like a toy, and she shouted that she didn't remember anything about that. But she promised that now she wouldn't do anything bad and just asked to enjoy dinner. Tyler only agreed, especially since he ordered dishes to share. And Pam asked him to put a little of everything. When they were about to eat, someone knocked on their door, and the girl decided to go herself to see who was bothering them. But when she opened the door, there was no one on the threshold. Only someone was glimpsed at the end of the hallway. The girl didn't investigate who it was and decided that whoever it was, that person simply made a mistake. Tyler found all this strange, since his room was at the end of the hallway, and he didn't understand why there was no one. Pam closed the door, and at that moment, a painting hanging near the entrance fell off the wall, hitting the floor hard. The guy even screamed in fright, which seemed strange to Pam, but he denied having screamed or having been scared. But she decided to take advantage of the situation and, pointing her finger behind him, affirmed that someone was there, which scared him even more. He immediately turned to look, and the girl started a story about a ghost knocking on hotel room doors. The guy immediately confessed that he hated horror stories, but Pam was already dying of laughter, clutching her stomach. She couldn't believe Tyler was already so old, but behaved like a scared kitten. And for her, that was really something new. The guy, however, saw nothing strange in it, since not everyone likes horror stories. Then Pam asked what he thought about aliens, but he didn't care. He wasn't interested in them at all. He also thought he would survive the apocalypse, but the girl got carried away and started telling how horrible zombies are. Afterward, Pam was happy to discover such fun facts about her friend, even if he didn't talk much about himself. Next to the bed, she murmured that the trip was worth it, but Tyler didn't hear her well and asked her to repeat. She only explained that she was mumbling. And then the guy asked her to choose which side she was going to sleep on. Getting into bed, she thought it would just be two bodies sleeping, especially since her back hurt. Already under the covers, the girl hoped for a quiet night and decided to try to fall asleep immediately. Tyler, upon lying down, asked how she was feeling with the stomach pains and fever from the jellyfish burn. The girl admitted that she felt quite well, after which the neighbor asked her to turn off the light. When the room went dark, even after a while, Pam realized she couldn't fall asleep. She also moved away from Tyler, knowing she couldn't look him in the face in that situation. But not even that helped. However, her burns started to hurt more, and she needed to turn over, but she didn't want to wake her friend. Still, the pain was stronger, and she tried to turn over carefully, but instantly saw that Tyler was trembling completely. And then, for some reason, he suddenly screamed, after which he apologized to Pam, saying he didn't want to scare her. The girl didn't understand why he got so scared, and he confessed that he couldn't stop looking at the painting hanging on the wall near him. He feared it would fall, but Pam tried to calm him down, telling him there were no ghosts in the room, and asked him to try to fall asleep. The guy was still trembling, and the girl decided to take his hand friendly to support him and calm him down. She also told him that everything would be fine and asked him not to look over there, and he was surprised that she wasn't scared. Pam admitted that she actually liked horror movies, after which she suggested watching one together sometime. Tyler refused and then asked why she herself wasn't sleeping, and she confessed that her injury hurt a little. By then, she noticed that his hand was no longer trembling, and she knew he had calmed down. The guy didn't deny it and asked to stay like that for a while longer. She accepted and eventually fell asleep. In the morning, Tyler woke up first. Pam was still sleeping next to him, even drooling a little. A lock of hair fell right onto his face, and the guy decided to carefully move it so it wouldn't tickle him. For a while, he remained motionless in bed observing her calm breathing, while a whirlwind of thoughts invaded him. But then the alarm clock rang, and Pam immediately stretched to turn off the phone. And Tyler barely had time to turn over. The girl started stretching, realizing it was time to get up, while the guy pretended he had also just woken up. Then she got up, full of energy, and asked Tyler to get up, since they had a lot to do today. But first, the guy wanted to know how her burn was, and she admitted that everything was fine now, and that they could go to the beach. Then he confessed that after breakfast, he would like to go to the gym, if Pam didn't mind. The girl didn't understand who goes to the gym on vacation, and the guy explained that he needed to stay in shape. At work, he has to lift heavy boxes, and if he doesn't go to the gym, he could get injured later. What a danger! Furthermore, after a long flight, he feels he needs it, and the girl agreed to his request. In reality, she agreed to go because she thought he would look radiant and powerful. Wishful thinking. However, the reality was very different, and soon she could barely drag her feet on the treadmill. After that, Tyler declared that it was just a warm-up, which surprised her very much. And he went to the high pulley. Pam decided to go to the leg machine, which looked like a more comfortable armchair, and thought she could relax there. Really, she just settled her body there, not understanding why people like working out so much. It's very hard, and she saw that Tyler was also breathing heavily when he exercised on the machines. But then she even started staring at how his muscles played when he lifted weights. And then she realized she was thinking about him again. Suddenly, two girls approached him, praising his strength. They even doubted that he could lift so much weight. The guy thought they wanted the machine, but they just laughed, admitting they didn't know how to use it. Pam felt a pang of jealousy, but kept repeating to herself that they were just friends. And those girls were already begging Tyler to show them how to use that thing. The guy heard Pam grinding her teeth and saw her trying to lift the bar with all her might. He explained that she was doing it wrong, but she, as if in a trance, only asked him to help the girls. Tyler smiled and decided to approach, saying not to arch her back so much, or she would hurt herself. The girl confessed that she rarely used that machine, and Tyler explained that she should be careful. Then, he started explaining how to position her feet correctly, and Pam looked at those girls with a malicious smile. But the guy noticed that she wasn't listening to him. He asked her to try again, and Pam got scared because he almost caught her. After the gym, they went to the beach, and the girl was happy that the real fun was starting. The two tried to have the most fun. They went canoeing, drank coconut juice, and went snorkeling. Then they tried sailing in boats, paddling with oars, while Tyler joked that there were sharks. Time passed, and only 2 days remained before returning home. Pam regretted a little not being able to stay there forever. The girl suggested taking Tequila and Bob and moving there, especially since she didn't like having to return to work. Knowing how much she hated her job, Tyler suggested she simply quit, but she didn't understand why he said it so easily. The guy explained that work is something that should make you feel satisfied at the end of the day. He didn't understand the point if you don't like your job. Tyler believed that one should dedicate themselves to what they like. After this, Pam admitted that during the trip she had become convinced that whatever he did, he gave himself completely. Bob's training, his job, and music. The girl saw that Tyler did everything with total dedication. She even envied him a little, since she would also like to do something. But everything turns out mediocre for her. But the guy retorted and affirmed that she has many qualities, and ones he lacks. He explained that Pam makes people feel comfortable. She also cares about others, and makes decisions quickly. Tyler remembered when he went to get tequila, and explained that he just needs to find something to connect it all. And then he confessed that, in reality, he also doesn't really feel like going home. He explained that he had never had so much fun in his life, and then Pam suggested they celebrate it. A while later, Pam was getting ready, and Tyler, like every man, had been waiting for her for 40 minutes. The girl announced that she was almost ready, but she had said the same thing 20 minutes ago. The guy decided to take the opportunity to ask how the dogs were, and summarized what was happening to them. Afterward, Bernard sent him several photos of his pets, and out of joy, Tyler even jumped on the bed. Hearing his cries of joy, Pam came out to meet him, asking to see and running to the phone. She noticed something new about Bob and determined that Anne was undoubtedly behind this. The guy, upon seeing his friend, forgot about the animals and stared at Pam in amazement. She was happy that she and her little ones would see each other in a few days, and then suggested leaving. But he asked her to wait while he changed, which surprised her, as he claimed to be ready. The girl was intrigued by his behavior, as he had never cared about his appearance before. When they were both ready, they went to a bar that Pam thought was great, but too noisy for Tyler. He also noticed that there were quite a few customers, and assumed it was because he was used to working in a bar. The girl didn't understand why he was complaining, and set out to find a less noisy table where they could relax. They crossed the entire room towards the open booths, and Pam also set out to get the drinks. The guy collapsed onto the seat instantly, and she knew he moved like a fish in water in those places. As she left, she hummed that she was born for the party, but Tyler considered her too naive. For some reason, while waiting for her drinks at the bar, a bearded guy approached and smiled at her, drooling shamelessly. Tyler saw from afar that the guy was going to hit on his friend and even felt a pang of jealousy. But then he remembered their friendship pact and now suffered the consequences of that agreement. Then he saw that Pam was talking to the guy, and upon returning with the drinks, she was even laughing with him. When she approached, Tyler immediately clarified that he wouldn't mind if she wanted to go out with that guy. He could rest at the hotel, but the girl grumbled that he just wanted to leave the party with style. The guy just added that she was a free girl and could do whatever she wanted, but she admitted that the guy only wanted to invite her. She told the guy that she hadn't come alone, but with someone who wanted a wild night, and he paid for both drinks. The girl found it hilarious when the guy found out who his companion actually was, a guy. It seems the bearded man saw who he was with and now regretted it, while Tyler said she was still a devil. She just wanted the guy to understand that you flirt with words, not money, so she taught him a lesson. Then she said that the drink he ordered is called Tequila Sunrise, adding that it was in honor of his princess. Tyler liked the name and suggested toasting to the great night, to which his friend agreed without hesitation. Then she admitted that the bearded man reminded her of her ex, and she even felt chills down her spine. Then Tyler asked why she dated him, and she confessed that at first he was a true gentleman. Now she understood that he didn't see the warning signs, and her friend was happy that the relationship ended. Then Pam asked if Tyler had any ex he regretted dating. He admitted that there was one, and the girl was very surprised. But the guy didn't understand why she found it strange. Pam apologized. It's just that he had never told her he dated anyone, and now she was very curious. She herself understood that he must have had a girlfriend, but now curiosity gnawed at her. Who could it be? She wanted to know everything about Tyler's ex, although she knew asking him was useless. But he declared that he never regretted that relationship, and Pam thought that he simply stopped loving her. It happens sometimes. The guy murmured that they love each other, and the girl understood that he is still crazy about that girl. Tyler noticed sadness in her eyes and immediately declared that he felt nothing for that girl. And that was a long time ago. And then he firmly admitted that right now he wants to focus on Pam, and everything else is in the past. She suddenly laughed, admitting that exes shouldn't worry anyone and that they came here to have fun. Still, she asked him to promise to tell her everything when he was ready, because she wants to know more about him. Tyler agreed, and Pam, happy, invited him to dance, but he preferred to stay seated at the table for now. The girl thought he just wanted to watch her dance and didn't mind, believing he would join later. Tyler watched his friend move to the rhythm of the music, while his ex's words echoed in his mind. She hoped that one day he would find someone who would make him truly happy. Then he remembered how Anne wished he would make Pam happy, as she didn't want her to wait forever. The words that if he did nothing, someone else would be braver also resonated in his ears. If that happened, Tyler would regret it. And now, quickly drinking all his drink, he decided to approach Pam. She was surprised that he couldn't even last one song. But still, she was happy that he joined. And suddenly, the guy pulled her towards him and declared that she was the culprit. That's why he couldn't resist. Pam supposed, I don't know why, that he needed a dance teacher, but he didn't understand why she thought that. The girl confessed that this was another discovery for her. And putting it all together, she thought he was an actor. She didn't understand how he did everything, and Tyler reminded her that he promised to tell her someday. Pam immediately squealed that she wanted to know everything, but the guy suggested drinking something. Because he was hot, she flirtatiously declared that it was because of her, but immediately apologized, confessing that she was playful today. Then she agreed to get something, and Tyler understood that she wanted to play and decided to join the game. He approached again and declared that today it was his turn to make her feel hot. She became interested in knowing how he would do it, and he explained that as always, truth or dare. Pam thought he was into playing games, but she already understood that he always played very cautiously. But he decided to start with the truth and reminded her that red suited her very well. And now she thought he used it on purpose. The girl explained that if it suits her, why not wear those outfits? And those questions seemed too easy to her. Tyler suddenly asked about her burn, and she explained that everything was fine, only sometimes it stings a little. Then she asked him to choose truth or dare, and the guy chose dare. His condition was that he couldn't kiss her, and he didn't argue. But he didn't understand why it would be so. He remembered they were friends, and now he was even more interested in playing. And then he bit her ear. Pam remembered his request, but he explained that it wasn't a kiss. And then he truly kissed her on the neck. The girl asked him to stop because she didn't like it anymore, and he confessed that today he didn't want to be her friend. Then Tyler asked what she wanted to get from him today. Suddenly, she turned to him and confessed that she wanted to get absolutely everything he could give her. The next instant, they almost kissed, but then Pam screamed and lowered her head guiltily. Then she ran to the bathroom, promising to return soon, leaving the confused guy alone. A short time later, she truly returned and begged her friend to go back to the hotel. Tyler worried, thinking something was wrong with her, but she explained that she had an emergency, specifically a female one. On the way back, she was a bit nervous, as this wasn't supposed to start until next week. Furthermore, her stomach started to hurt a little, and she also thanked her friend for the jacket, promising to wash it later. She also apologized for having to return so soon, as they had barely started enjoying the evening. And then she admitted that she was even glad that what happened today was interrupted. Pam acknowledged that they were attracted to each other and that she liked being with him, but she no longer wanted to keep playing this game. That said, she became sad and even cried, but clarified that it was because she was very sensitive these days. Then she asked Tyler to be quiet for a while, and he agreed and tried to suppress his feelings in silence. Once in the room, the girl understood that what had started that night would not end with a simple kiss. She really likes Tyler a lot, and sometimes she thinks he likes her too. And she doesn't know how long they will continue to be friends. But she also didn't want to make him a one-night toy, and thinking about that, she came out of the bathroom. In the bedroom, she caught Tyler doing something strange. He was taking something out of a bag, explaining that he had gone for supplies. He wanted to buy painkillers, but since they had been drinking, he bought a hot water bottle, hoping it would help. He also bought chocolate and tea, and that moved Pam a lot, so much that she almost burst into tears again. The girl put the hot water bottle on her stomach and thanked her friend, and he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten the wipes. Then he asked her to let him know if it hurt more, explaining that in a couple of hours he could take painkillers. He himself decided to go out onto the balcony for some fresh air and asked his friend to lie down and rest. Upon going out, he blamed himself again, calling himself an idiot, realizing that once again he had behaved like a complete coward. The next morning, the girl woke up alone in bed and immediately started looking for Tyler. But she saw a note on the bedside table. He wrote that he would be back after lunch, but if she needed him, Pam could call him. And then she remembered that he hadn't even gone to bed. She was curious where he slept, and it annoyed her that he left. It's the last day, and they should be having fun together. Pam thought Tyler wanted to be alone, but because of her menstrual cycle, that got on her nerves. But then she ignored it and decided to have fun alone, understanding that after yesterday's events, Tyler didn't want to be with her. After lunch, the girl went to the pool, insisting that it wasn't her fault they had to stop. Even during the massage, she thought furiously that she didn't want to be just a one-night toy. During the beauty treatments, she tried to understand why he was so angry. If he rejected her first and now gets offended. Back in the room, Pam was still grumbling that it was already 4 in the afternoon. Where the hell was that guy? She even whimpered a little, and then Tyler entered, apologizing instantly for arriving a little late. He started explaining that he got stuck in traffic, plus his phone died, and immediately asked how Pam was feeling. Then he suggested going to the spa or the pool for a while, but she shouted that she had already been everywhere. Besides, she had a facial treatment, and she didn't understand why Tyler didn't see her glow. The guy caught that the inner pit bull had awakened, so he didn't cross the threshold. Suddenly, the girl got up, making him tremble, but explained that she needed the bathroom. He let out that it would be good for him to be there, but she shouted that it's better if she never comes out. Locked in, Pam muttered that Tyler and these days were idiots, and she hated reacting like that, though she knew she should calm down. It was her last day, and she didn't want to ruin it. She decided to change things and ask Tyler how his day went. She opened the door apologizing for not asking, but froze. She was speechless seeing Tyler in the middle of the room, hugging a red dress. He, startled, shouted to give him 5 minutes, but Pam, in shock, locked herself in again. She couldn't figure out what had just happened, and even thought it was hallucinations due to those days. However, she was sure of what she had seen, and now she had to see him in that dress, no matter what. Still, she didn't understand what the hell was going on, and tried to figure out if she was a foolish enamorada or a pervert. Then she heard his voice from behind the door, telling her she could come out, but now she doubted if she should. Then Tyler opened the door himself, dressed in his clothes, and asked the girl to close her eyes, explaining that it was necessary. She obeyed, begging him to explain what was happening. But this is how surprises work, aren't they? Pam didn't suspect that Tyler had prepared something for her, but she hoped it would be worth it. After guiding her around the room, he allowed her to open her eyes, admitting that he knew the party was tomorrow. But he also knows that tomorrow they will be busy flying, so he decided to celebrate today. That's why he prepared outfits for both of them. While the shocked Pam examined the dress, Tyler confessed that he had also booked a table at a restaurant with live music. Now she understood what he had been busy with. But still, she was furious about spending the whole day wondering where the hell he had gone. Tyler didn't think about it. It was obvious, but Pam exploded again, saying she couldn't just guess things. Then he explained that the note had a clue. A small cupcake. It was a hint towards her birthday. The girl still didn't see the resemblance to a cake, but he insisted. He just drew it as best he could. Suddenly, Pam burst out laughing, saying he drew terribly, but she loved it. It was the first thing he wasn't good at. And there he was again, patiently waiting for the lady to get ready for the evening. When she was finally ready, she came out and asked Tyler what he thought of her appearance. They both stood with their mouths agape when they saw each other. Pam also didn't expect the suit to fit him so well. Instantly, she admitted that he looked absolutely divine. He even changed his hairstyle. It suited him great. Pam knew his uniform, similar to a suit, but this one simply fit him perfectly. Tyler also admitted that the girl looked gorgeous, and confessed that he was even speechless. Then they got ready to leave, and Pam couldn't help but say that the dress would suit him too. The guy confessed afterward that Anne helped him prepare everything. They had been talking about it for a couple of weeks. Then she told him to do whatever he wanted, but to get ready, and they spent the whole day looking for clothes via video call. Pam understood how exhausting it was for Tyler, because she knows how Anne takes shopping, and he admitted it was tense. Still, he doesn't regret it, and then he promised to call to thank her. And at that moment, they were brought a small cake with a candle. The girl was even bewildered, and the guy explained that on one's birthday, cake is mandatory. Furthermore, it had a dedication from him. The guy confessed that the idea came from the staff. They suggested adding the dedication, and now he asked Pam to make a wish. She found it so sweet that she could barely contain her tears. But she composed herself and started making her wish. She wished that next year they would also celebrate together, but with tequila and Bob. Then she blew out the candle. But Tyler liked the wish so much that he also decided to blow with Pam. He explained to her that he understood it wasn't her birthday, but that he also wished for that. That's why he blew. Afterward, he started cutting the dessert, and for his friend, he chose a piece with the numbers. Because it was her 30th year. Suddenly, the girl blushed, and he thought she wasn't happy about turning 30, but she only remembered that he was 4 years younger. Still, she believed that shouldn't be a problem, because they were friends. But Tyler declared that, in any case, it didn't matter to him. After all, they care about each other. Furthermore, they are on the same page in life. But that phrase made Pam think about marriage, and also children, and other nonsense on her page in life that worries her. She thought Tyler wasn't thinking about those things, but he corrected her, because he had said that they were both on the same page. And when she understood that, she almost choked on the cake. And the guy clarified that he wasn't in a hurry to get married, but he feels ready for it with that special person. Still somewhat shocked, Pam blurted out that he was obliged to invite her to his wedding. Then she noticed again that everything was delicious and thanked her friend for the gift. He, in turn, confessed that he didn't choose the place for the food. There's live music, and he invited Pam to dance. The girl accepted delighted, admitting she had never danced like that. Never. Tyler suggested trying, which surprised her, as she thought he was a dance expert. The guy didn't understand why she doubted his talent, and then he started showing her where to put her hands and how to position her feet. Then they started dancing. But at first Pam was clumsy and begged him to stop. But he didn't stop. Furthermore, he used unexpected dance moves. And the girl tried not to fall and look ridiculous. In the end, she understood how to do it. And even liked it. She laughed, happy about the wonderful night. Then, when Tyler brought her closer again, Pam exclaimed that he was crazy. And he simply confirmed it. The rest of the dance, they no longer twirled around the hall, but just kept moving to a slow rhythm. The girl felt something strange again, and hoped she wasn't the only one. She knew that Tyler might not be as sure as her, but she didn't doubt that they liked each other. A while later, Anne received a message. The two were returning to the hotel. She shared the news with Bernie. He couldn't believe his nephew was doing that. Anne regretted that he didn't know how to choose a dress. Afterward, Bernard thanked his friend for helping Tyler take that big step. Thinking about what happened years ago, the uncle is now proud of that kid. They chatted again, but a phone call interrupted. Bernie was shocked to see who was calling. The young people were walking along the coast, and Pam decided to walk along a small edge. Tyler, like a true gentleman, held her hand, and she felt like a princess. Furthermore, she supposed that if he let her fall, Tequila would get furious. It was the perfect night for the girl. But she asked Tyler to let her know next time so she wouldn't worry. Now she understood that a drawing wasn't enough, and Pam suddenly remembered something she had recently discovered. She noticed that her friend kept his word. Before, she had met men whose words were pure smoke, and Tyler, when he has something to say, shows it with actions. But sometimes that confuses her. Sometimes she doesn't understand his actions. However, now she is starting to get used to it and likes it a lot. But the guy didn't want her to get used to it, because sometimes he does want to express what is going on in his head. He hated being like that, and it's something he tries to improve. He simply doesn't know how to express his feelings. That's why it hurts both him and those who love him so much. That's why he doesn't want Pam to get used to that. The guy wants to improve by her side. And the girl declared that after those words, it was already a big step forward. She also asked him not to rush, as it can be difficult to share his thoughts and feelings. Therefore, the day he is ready to share everything with her will be the most special. She said she wasn't going to pressure him, and that she would wait as long as necessary. But Tyler blurted out that she had already waited long enough. She thought he was about to tell her everything, but he clarified that not now, that first he had to do something. Upon returning to the room, Pam saw that another surprise awaited her and was stunned, because that wasn't there when they left. The hotel staff lent a hand. Tyler supposed the birthday was great, but something was missing. There was also a tablet on the table, and he turned it on, preparing for the video call with his darlings. Bob's little face instantly appeared on the screen, and Anne spoke for him, congratulating his mommy on her day. Then, supposedly Bob asked how the party went, because they were eager to know every detail. Then Anne appeared in the shot and congratulated her friend, asking if she liked the surprise. Pam admitted to being delighted and thanked her friend for helping Tyler. After Anne, Bernard's face with Tequila appeared on the screen, and they also congratulated the birthday girl. Tyler, upon seeing his little one, clung to the tablet like an icon and even shed a tear, asking the little dog to wait a little longer. Then he demanded the old man move away, as he wanted to see the princess more. Anne added afterward that they all wanted to have a quick video call to join their special night. Pam shared that everything went great and praised Tyler, who had thought of everything down to the last detail. Then Anne confessed that this guy went crazy in the middle of the store when choosing the dress, and he decided on red. Furthermore, other ladies in the store were watching all this, and Tyler admitted that she herself had put him in an awkward situation. After this, Pam asked how their friends were, and Bernard explained that everything was the same for both him and Anne. But Tyler noticed the expression on his uncle's face and understood that something had happened, and he immediately worried about the dogs. The blonde hurried to reassure him that nothing could happen to those darlings, and they are in perfect condition. Then the guy thought something was wrong with the bar and demanded explanations, because his uncle was terrifying him. With a heavy sigh, Bernard confessed that his mother had called asking where her son was. Pam, who was tense before, now thought there was nothing to worry about, and that the old people had only scared them in vain. But just then, seeing Tyler's face, as if he had seen a ghost, she understood she was very wrong. Bernie confessed to his nephew that he had told his mother that he was living his life, but he didn't give her the address. At the same time, he hoped his nephew would talk to her if she suddenly appeared, but he had nothing to tell her. He asked his uncle to even block his number. He agreed and wished him to enjoy the evening well. Tyler thanked him for the call. After which, they agreed to meet at the airport the next day. Pam also said goodbye to her friends and asked them to kiss Tequila and Bob for her. When they finished the conversation, Tyler stood silently by the table for a minute, and then he apologized for the trouble. The girl asked him not to worry and asked if he needed a hug right now. She simply didn't know what to say at that moment. But according to Anne, hugs always heal. Tyler finally refused, explaining that he might burst into tears. Although Pam didn't see anything wrong with that, he repeated that it wasn't necessary and reminded her that he wasn't good at talking. Then he decided to go out for a walk. The girl didn't object and wanted to get ready to go with him, but Tyler explained that he needed to be alone now. Suddenly, she remembered that he wanted to tell her something after the call, and now she was dying of curiosity. The guy briefly explained again that it was nothing special, and he was just going to congratulate her again on her birthday. He also apologized because the night didn't turn out as she expected and promised to return soon. And before leaving, he advised her to go to sleep because the plane leaves very early tomorrow. Pam really had other expectations for the night, and both were enjoying the trip as friends. They had a great time, and all thanks to their friendship. Pam couldn't understand how they could be so idiotic. She didn't understand that silly game. Tomorrow they would return home, and the fairy tale would end. She can't keep up this farce. She loves every facet of him, the good and the bad. She is willing to wait for Tyler when he wants to talk, even if it hurts her a lot. She woke up before him and woke him up. She had to pack. He's sleepy, asked the time, and Pam told him not to worry. She had plenty of time. Tyler noticed her strange mood and asked if everything was fine. She said perfectly. At the airport, their friends were waiting for them with a sign, and they soon found them in the crowd. As soon as Pam and Tyler appeared, Anne gave the order to the little ones to run. Bob and Tequila ran towards their owners, barking happily. They missed them very much. The travelers immediately bent down, ready to hug their beloved companions. But the beasts had already reached such a speed that they knocked them over. Although Bob did hug and Tequila hit Tyler, the guy was amazed, not understanding what was wrong with his dog. But Anne explained that she abandoned her for a week, and she has pride. He tried to justify himself, saying he didn't abandon her. But he wasn't offended by her, and only suggested returning home as soon as possible. In the car, Pam told her friends in great detail how a jellyfish stung her, adding that the burn no longer hurt. But Anne was more interested in what happened after her call, and her friend confessed that they simply went to bed. The blonde obviously misunderstood and asked for more details about that, and Pam scolded her again for having dirty thoughts. Anne still didn't calm down and started asking Tyler, and Bernie got worried for her to look at the road. Since she was driving, she didn't argue and asked how the young people sleep with their dogs, because they almost knocked them out of bed twice. But Pam didn't fully understand what she meant by the two, and Anne remembered that she hadn't told them yet that she and Bernie lived together. Tyler was also surprised by the news, but Anne explained that this happens when you advance in a romantic relationship. Pam became curious to know where they lived now, and her friend confessed that, for now, at Bernard's place, they'll see later. Anne also revealed that they had left the dogs alone for a long time, and Bob behaved like a good boy. Therefore, Pam no longer has to worry about his behavior, which means the dog no longer needs a trainer. The girl admitted that they already knew, but she likes to hear that Bob behaves well in other places too. However, Tyler is still training the dog because he wants to teach him more, but Anne didn't understand why. Then, the blonde explained to him that he doesn't need Bob and advised him to simply be Pam's friend. Shortly after, they arrived home, and Tyler helped his friend with the suitcases, for which she sincerely thanked him. She was also interested in knowing what he was going to do now, and the guy confessed that he would return to work today. Now he was going to sleep, and Pam decided that first she would shower and then go for a walk with Bob. Upon hearing about the walk, the guy also wanted to go, but the neighbor reminded him that he should sleep before work. Furthermore, she admitted that Anne was right, and he wasn't Bob's owner. The dog was only his responsibility. Therefore, she decided that this would be the last week in which Tyler would only have to look after the dog. But the guy objected, as they had talked before the trip that, even if the dog behaved well, he wanted to come. Pam explained to him that there weren't 4 of them, only Tyler and Tequila, and also Pam. And Bob, and that was all. The girl also reminded him of his promise to be there when he was ready to talk, but he should stop pretending. After this, Pam wished him good night and, thanking him for the trip, went to her place. And the guy stood for a while with the ticket the neighbor had given him in his hand before going home. After showering, he collapsed on the bed and couldn't get Pam's words in the park out of his head. Then he remembered how he was lying in the room, and his friend was snoring in front of him. But that was then. Now he greeted himself at home, and after petting Tequila, tried to sleep. But he couldn't. He tossed and turned for a while, and then returned to the table, where he had left the ticket, and began to meditate on it. He couldn't accept that there weren't four of them, as they used to go for walks together and didn't look like two couples. Then, before his eyes, all the happy moments they had spent with began to parade. And without dogs on the trip, Tyler remembered how he had hoped his neighbor would be the person who would make him happy. Pam, meanwhile, had already changed and was getting ready to go for a walk with Bob. But the dog pulled on the leash again. At that very moment, Tyler came running down from upstairs as if there was a fire. And she thought something had happened. The guy suddenly handed her an envelope, explaining that everything she had given him was in there, and that he would continue to see Bob for free. The girl didn't understand why he was saying that, as thanks to him, the dog was now in perfect condition, and he had earned the money. Tyler insisted that Bob was not well, and that a dog of his size still needed to learn to stay on his front paws. Pam was surprised, but it was the first thing her neighbor could think of, and he added that this helps circulation. Furthermore, there are many things the guy wants to teach the dog, and he can't help but do it. Then Pam declared that he must take the money, but Tyler insisted on the envelope, saying it wouldn't cost much. Then he admitted that he doesn't know how to be direct and finds it hard, but affirmed that he didn't expect something like this. Then he started mumbling that 2 + 2 is 4, and that he finds it an excellent number. Pam still didn't understand him, and he even scolded himself for not being able to say what he needed. The girl stared at him intently, thinking he felt bad, and he shouted that Bob would be his dog. The neighbor thought he wanted to steal her child, and he justified himself by saying he meant his dog, not him. The guy tried to explain himself again, but only stuttered, and Pam was completely disoriented, not understanding him. However, Bob was smarter than both of them, and stealthily pushed his owner with his paws right towards the neighbor. The push was so strong that they both stumbled back against the wall, and Tyler managed to hold Pam so she wouldn't fall. The girl became very agitated and started apologizing, explaining that Bob had pushed her, but the guy just hugged her tighter. From downstairs, they heard someone slam a door shut, and Pam worried that other neighbors might see them. And then someone from upstairs started coming down. The girl tried to escape, but Tyler pulled her into his apartment with him. When this inopportune tenant had already reached their landing, they hid behind the closed door. They stayed like that for a while, pressed against the door, and it seemed the guy had no intention of letting his friend go. Then, stuttering, he started saying that it was hard for him to express what he felt and that he didn't understand what was happening to him. He distrusts people too much to be a true friend, because everyone has their own selfish goal. Life seemed quite complicated to him. He only wanted to be with his dog, and that was enough for him. Tyler knows it sounds very lonely, but it was easier for him this way, and he planned to continue like this until the end of his days. But then Pam appeared, and he no longer wanted to return to the life he had before. Tyler doesn't want to be Bob's trainer, because they could be four, like a quartet. Furthermore, not only would Tequila be very sad without Pam, he would be too, and he wants to keep seeing her. The girl suggested to the neighbor to continue preparing dinners and walking her dog, who adores him. The guy also confessed that he needs to correct many flaws, and that the past forces him to close himself off. But the idea of hurting his friend terrifies him. He would hate it, and he promised to improve. Tyler wanted to be worthy of Pam, but the girl said it was nonsense and that she didn't understand what he was talking about, because everything that happened to him made him who he is now, and she is proud and willing to change together. Furthermore, she doesn't want Tyler to become perfect, but to remain himself. She couldn't believe he liked her being that clumsy guy who can't even find the right words. And she admitted that she could also be a noisy neighbor, one of those who love to wear ridiculous heels. Tyler declared that he didn't want her to change at all, and then he kissed her tenderly. She didn't resist. They separated for an instant, and Pam sighed happily. Then they repeated their kiss. The girl didn't understand why they took so long, like true fools, and suggested making up for lost time. The guy melted at her words and asked how they should proceed. But then Bob gave them a hint. Pam understood that her little one needed fresh air and suggested to the neighbor to go for a walk, to which he happily agreed. Tyler suggested that they just pick up Tequila, after which they could go for a walk. And Pam couldn't believe that Bob's training, which was a real nuisance, had turned into the best gift. The love she feels for Tyler is now her most valuable treasure, and she won't let it disappear. Meanwhile, a car stopped in front of their house, and the lady inside asked the driver to wait, because their meeting would be brief. The woman stopped at the entrance, as if evaluating the building and realizing where her son lives. Pam was already on her landing, typing on her cell phone while waiting for Tyler and Tequila. He came down right away, asking if she was ready. And from her face, he knew she had already told Anne everything. She apologized for the rush, but the guy just wanted to know how she had reacted. Pam confessed that the crazy woman simply screamed with joy in a voice message for a minute. Then she apologized again. It's just that she had waited for this for a long time, and she couldn't help it out of happiness. The guy kept thinking she was charming, and he hugged her and spoke to her in a sweet voice, so much so that it tickled her. She even wondered where the cold-blooded Tyler had gone, and he proudly declared that she had killed him. Then they joked that he would arrest her for that, but suddenly, a very familiar voice paralyzed him. The woman was next to the car. She greeted them and asked why he wasn't hurrying to hug his mommy. The guy just asked coldly what she was doing there, making it clear she wasn't welcome. But she wasn't offended. The lady only asked which girl was with him. Then she introduced herself as Tiffany and added that she was Tyler's mother. Pam cheerfully admitted that she lived there and extended her hand to greet her. But Tyler suddenly declared that she was nobody, just a neighbor, and then asked her to walk the dogs. The girl didn't quite understand what was happening, but decided not to let her friend down, and immediately agreed to take the pets. Then she said goodbye kindly to that woman and left, and the mother noticed that the girl was very sweet. Tiffany was happy that at least one aspect of her son's life had improved. But Tyler only asked what the hell she was doing there. He knew she had called Bernard and done her own investigation, thus discovering his address. The woman was a little surprised that he had learned to speak like that, and assumed he was still working in the same place. Then she started pointing out that he needed to find a decent job, because people, seeing him, might think he is a bum. His tattoos also bothered her, but Tyler just shouted in response and demanded she leave. The mother explained that she wanted to know how her son was, but she sees he is worse than she imagined, and he hasn't matured at all. Tiffany decided that her son was still angry because of that flea bag. Although she should be angry, but she tries to be kind. And her son, for some reason, gave up everything she fought for so that he would have a good life. The woman started saying that his future was ruined because of that dog. But Tyler got so angry that he shouted for her to leave. Tiffany looked at him disappointed and asked him to at least visit his father, declaring that she would contact him later. Finally, getting into the car, she declared that she will always be his mother and asked him not to forget her. After that, his car left, and Tyler tried to fight his feelings, which suddenly engulfed him like a nightmare. At that moment, Pam was already in the park walking the dogs, but Bob was rolling around in the grass, and Tequila curled up in her lap. After a while, Bob barked happily, and the girls saw Tyler approaching them, as if he were sinking in water. Still, he tried to hide it and started chatting with Bob, while Pam told him how the dogs played. The guy also addressed Tequila, understanding her concern, and assured her that he was already there, and she could play calmly. Pam couldn't hold back and asked how the meeting went and how he felt, to which he only explained that it was unexpected. The girl promised not to interrogate him until he was ready to tell everything himself. The only thing she asked him at that moment was never to say again that she was just his neighbor. Pam knows it's not true, but she begged him not to do it because she likes Tyler. And she knows it's mutual. She also doesn't want to feel insecure due to misunderstandings. And at that moment, the guy apologized to her. He also doesn't want misunderstandings. It's just that his mother is no longer part of his life. But he knows her very well. And if she knew that Pam was his girlfriend, she would scrutinize her. And Tyler didn't want her to interfere. The guy understands that he shouldn't have said that, and he apologized to the girl once more. Pam was no longer furious, but she promised that next time Anne and Bernie would judge him. In past sentence, then Tyler asked if it was true that his neighbor had liked him for a long time. And she was a little surprised, as it was obvious from the first day. The guy agreed, and then she didn't understand why he was asking. But Tyler just looked at her sweetly. They sealed their reconciliation with a strong kiss, while Bob and Tequila witnessed the beginning of their new and happy life. Later, Tyler walked her home. Pam decided to stay with Tequila because she was used to sleeping with Bob. Furthermore, it's an excuse for the neighbor to come back for her, and they will see each other before work tomorrow. The girl promised that this kidnapping would be full of hugs. Tyler liked her tactic, and he promised to visit her as soon as he finished. He said goodbye to his princess and wished her a good night. Then he leaned down, and Pam thought he was going to kiss her, but he kissed Tequila on her furry head. The girl blushed out of embarrassment, and the neighbor understood that she was not refusing that farewell either. Leaning slightly towards his blushing neighbor, he playfully declared that he had saved the best for last. After that, he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and Pam felt her heart was going to leap out of her chest. Then she watched him go as he said goodbye and went downstairs. And when he disappeared from her sight, the girl ran into her apartment, slamming the door shut. Right at the entrance, her legs faltered with joy. Now they were a real family. Although the day was crazy, because as soon as they returned from the trip, her mother appeared. Pam has to go to work tomorrow, but she couldn't wait to meet Anne and tell her everything. She decided to text her and invite her home right away. As soon as it was sent, Anne burst in furiously and demanded that she tell her all the juicy details. Then she took out a small gift box and reminded her that today was Pam's birthday. She had completely forgotten, as too many things had happened today. Then, while eating cake, the girl recounted how their relationship started, and Anne found it a rather clever method. But Pam was a little worried that the neighbor had a strained relationship with his mother, and she didn't know why. And Anne supposed that she influenced Tyler, as even Bernie was serious when she called. Then she asked her friend not to worry, because according to Bernard, the guy was much better now. And to dispel the sadness, she suggested talking about something good. For example, how good they look as a couple. When Pam confessed that they had only kissed, Anne promised to lock them up until she had a ring. Or a baby. Because of this, Anne seemed like a psychopath, but she understood these matters well. These two need to talk about everything, and Pam promised to talk to the neighbor when he returned from work. She even confessed that she had already planned how everything would happen. First, she would explain to Anne, promising to explain everything later. Then she would go to sleep early to rest, regain strength, and feel more secure. She should wake up a couple of hours before Tyler returned. And after getting ready, she would prepare everything to go to work and be able to talk calmly with her neighbor. And just in case there was another kiss, she would use red lipstick to add romance. Pam also had to prepare breakfast, because conversations are more pleasant with food. And when everything was ready, the girl, in the company of her pets, just had to wait for Tyler. She did everything, and then she heard the long-awaited doorbell. Pam jumped up and ran to open it. She barely had time to put on her slippers. With a pleased face, she opened the door, and with a smile announced that she had prepared breakfast for them. But the girl's amazement turned to horror upon seeing the state her neighbor arrived in. He was pale as a ghost, with deep dark circles under his eyes. The night had been hard, and he needed to sleep. Knowing it wasn't the time to talk, Pam quickly devised a new plan. She went to work and would talk to Tyler when she returned home later. But when she entered his apartment, neither the neighbor nor the dogs were there. So the girl went to his apartment, thinking they would have their pending conversation there. She rang the bell for quite a while, but no one opened, and Tyler wasn't answering the phone either. Remembering that she had a spare key to his apartment, Pam decided to go in and wait for him there. Upon opening the door, a deathly silence reigned, as if no one was home. Pam advanced and saw that Tyler was sleeping soundly, with Bob and Tequila next to him in bed. The guy noticed her presence and began to open his eyes, apologizing for having fallen asleep. He now understood that returning to work right after vacation hadn't been the best idea. He had already slept several hours, but still felt as if he had been beaten up. He felt terrible for not being able to spend time with Pam, but she told him not to worry. The important thing was that he rested well, and she would go for a walk with the dogs, thanking her neighbor for understanding. Tyler sank back into the pillow, and Pam gave him a kiss on the cheek. Later, while walking the pets, the girl kept thinking about how to ask Tyler if he wanted to be her partner. At the same time, she felt selfish, understanding that he needed to rest. The dogs, meanwhile, were playing happily near a trash can where a broken bottle lay. Tequila, like a distracted puppy, didn't see it and stepped on a piece of glass, hurting her little paw. The poor thing got scared a lot and started whimpering pitifully. Noticing how the dog was crouching against the ground, Pam realized that something was wrong with her paw. Tequila's little face was already covered in tears, and the girl asked to be allowed to see the limb. Understanding that the human wouldn't hurt her, the dog obediently extended her paw. And Pam was scared to death when she saw blood on the paw. Tyler would kill her for this. But then she noticed that the wound wasn't deep, and only got angry that some idiot broke a bottle in the dog park. There is a veterinary clinic not far from there, and the girl decided to take Tequila there immediately. Very soon, she found the building she was looking for and requested to be seen without an appointment. There was no queue, and Pam immediately showed that the dog had cut her paw on a fragment. The secretary at the reception promised that the wound would be treated and asked her name. Tequila was not registered here. She usually goes to another clinic far from this one, and the secretary asked her to wait, as the doctor would be free very soon. A woman came out of the office with a dog, whom Dr. Olivia was advising to crush a pill in its food. She had abundant red hair, and at first glance, seemed like a very nice woman. Suddenly, Tequila seemed to recognize her. She started barking and moving in Pam's arms. The girl started asking her to calm down, while calling her by name, and then Olivia, upon hearing the dog's name, froze. She clearly knows Tequila. Pam looked at the doctor with questioning eyes, not fully understanding what was happening. Olivia smiled from ear to ear, unable to believe she was seeing that little dog again. Tequila seemed happy to see that woman. She wagged her tail nonstop, and the doctor was already extending her arms to hug this little princess. But she froze, not understanding why Tequila was with another person. Pam explained that the owner was sleeping, and she took the pet for a walk. Understanding the situation, the doctor introduced herself and asked what happened to the dog. Upon learning that Tequila had cut her paw on a piece of glass, she invited them into the office. Olivia examined her very carefully, as if she were a princess, so as not to hurt her. Pam and Bob sat aside and recounted how this unfortunate accident happened. Pam realized that the doctor, upon recognizing Tequila, expected to see Tyler. They were close. Tequila hates all women, but with this lady, she behaved very friendly. Tequila only got that happy with Tyler, and Pam became curious to know who that woman was. So she started asking for contact information, starting with whether Tequila had visited this clinic before. But the doctor clarified that it was the first time the dog had come, that she had seen her at the dog grooming salon. She used to work there, and Pam admitted that her dog, Bob, also went to that salon. Olivia remembered Luke, who was a good friend of hers, and Pam spoke well of him. Suddenly, she remembered that she had seen that woman in a photo hanging in that salon. She remembered her because of her beautiful, abundant mane. Olivia blushed and asked permission to give Bob something. She adores animals, and she was eager to give something tasty to that handsome boy. Bob licked the doctor thankfully, and Pam noticed she was very kind and now understood why Tequila had been happy. Suddenly, she saw on Olivia's wrist, while she was petting Bob, a tattoo of a small branch with petals. This drawing seemed very familiar to her, as she had seen the same tattoo on Tyler's body. He didn't admit its meaning, saying it was personal, but now Pam understood everything. The memory of the neighbor's confession about his great love suddenly struck her, and now the girl didn't know how to act, or whether to confess that she was involved with Tyler. Looking down at the floor, she hoped the tattoo was just a coincidence, something anyone could get. When Tequila's checkup was over, Olivia even said she wouldn't charge Pam anything. But she insisted, as she had taken up the doctor's time, besides coming without an appointment. However, Olivia was delighted to see Tequila again. That's why she did everything for free. Without further argument, Pam picked up the dogs and, after saying goodbye, headed for the exit. But just as she crossed the threshold, the girl suddenly stopped. Then she turned to the doctor and asked permission to clarify something. Pam immediately pointed out Olivia's tattoo and asked if she knew Tyler. For an instant, the doctor's face turned very serious, as if remembering something painful and sad, but immediately she smiled and affirmed that she and Tyler were good friends, only that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She even asked how he was, and Pam admitted that he was fine, just tired after work. And then the doctor asked if Pam was his girlfriend, but instantly corrected herself, realizing it wasn't her business, and apologized for such an indiscreet question. She even asked the client not to answer, but she confidently affirmed that yes, they were dating. Olivia's gaze changed noticeably. She didn't turn malicious, but rather surprised and stunned. And Pam realized she had spoken without thinking, but there was nothing to be done about it now, because she herself still doesn't know where they stand. Tyler hasn't answered her yet, but then the doctor smiled broadly and declared that she was happy her friend had a girlfriend. Pam felt uncomfortable. Olivia's reaction seemed a bit strange to her. She was simply happy that Tyler was doing well, but Pam didn't know if those were sincere words. She left with the dogs, and the doctor shouted from the door that she loved seeing Tequila. Out of courtesy, Pam kindly waved goodbye and thanked her for the consultation. At the same time, she realized that Olivia and Tyler were actually more than friends. When Penn returned home, Tyler was still asleep, and she was thinking about how to tell him that she met his ex. She still couldn't believe they were just friends. That was driving her crazy. And remembering how he confessed that he had a great love, she returned to the conclusion that it was Olivia. But she also understood that Tyler wouldn't want to talk about it. Although, if his girlfriend was someone like Olivia, it meant he was a great person. Pam's head was exploding trying to figure out who was whose. And at times, she tried to calm down, thinking that there was nothing between those two anymore. Suddenly, she remembered that the doctor also wore Crocs with socks. Exactly the same combination that Tyler loves. And that means something. Pam tried to imagine how adorable those two would look together. But instantly, that idea gave her chills and her vision blurred. Not knowing the whole truth was driving her crazy. And she thought Tyler had become so reserved because of Olivia. The girl calculated that she had some time left before work and took a look at the bedroom. The guy was still sleeping, and Pam didn't want to wake him just out of curiosity. She carefully sat on the edge of the bed, hoping he would wake up on his own. But time passed. Tyler was sleeping, and Pam coughed as if accidentally to wake him up. The guy lifted his head, and the girl pretended to have interrupted his sleep unintentionally. Then, blushing and shyly, she asked him if he had time before work. Tyler lifted his head higher. The tone of his voice indicated that something serious was happening. And Pam, apologizing, confessed that she had a wish, but she would understand if he didn't want to. It didn't sound like she intended. And Tyler became quite worried about what was going on. Furthermore, he felt guilty for acting so selfishly with her. But then, the neighbor took her hand and told her there was nothing wrong with her attitude. Of course, very different ideas began to cross his mind. He laid her on the bed and apologized for not having guessed her wish sooner. But the girl was slightly in shock. She understood what he meant, but she hadn't come for that. However, shame overwhelmed her to the point of blushing and hiding her face in the pillow. Tyler, worried about not doing it right, asked her not to get angry if he made a mistake. Then he silently looked at Pam, who at that moment looked terrified, and without saying another word, he simply kissed her. Pam begged him to stop because he needed to rest, even though she wanted to talk to him. The guy still looked very tired, but he was pleased that his friend had come to see him. And she, seeing his exciting look, got emotional and threw herself at him with kisses, especially since she had waited for him a lot and decided to enjoy the moment. Now she didn't even want to tell him that she had seen his ex and that Tequila had gotten hurt. But then she couldn't take it anymore and loudly asked who Olivia was. Tyler jumped up and froze, as if revealing a dark secret of his. His face looked scared and agitated, and he asked Pam to repeat what she had said. A chill ran down the girl's body, but she admitted that she had seen someone named Olivia today. Then she explained that Tequila had gotten hurt, and she took her to a nearby vet clinic. Now Tyler's attention focused on Tequila. He worried about her health and ran out of the room to see how she was. While Pam explained that it wasn't serious, now she felt guilty for not having taken good care of the little dog. She heard Tyler talking to Tequila with immense affection and love. A few minutes later, after making sure the pet was fine, he returned to the room. And Pam continued to tell how happy Tequila was to see Olivia. Also how she thought that woman had been the dog's doctor before, and that she was so kind to them that she didn't even put them in an awkward situation. Then Tyler confirmed that Olivia was, in fact, the kindest person in the world. In an even lower voice, he confessed that indeed, she was his ex-girlfriend. Pam's curiosity was satisfied, but she still felt uncomfortable with her neighbor. And his confession didn't relieve her. On the contrary, a sadness overcame her. Meanwhile, the guy asked if the doctor had asked Pam who she was. And the girl started to babble, not knowing how to confess what she blurted out at the vet clinic. If she had confidently stated that she was Tyler's girlfriend and now felt ashamed to admit it. And she claimed that Olivia hadn't asked anything like that. Tyler seemed to calm down. Besides, it was time for him to get ready for work. But there was still a little time left, and he wanted to go out for some fresh air. He even suggested that Pam go for a walk with him, even though she had just returned from one. The girl was delighted. It was her chance to ask the question that tormented her. Out on the street, they first talked about how hard Tyler's shift had been the day before. But when silence fell, Pam didn't dare ask what she longed to know so much. She saw that he wasn't angry or sad, but a certain discomfort was palpable in the air. To lighten the mood, Pam thought the best thing was to smile at him and take his hand. Although she feared that, at that moment, Tyler was thinking of Olivia. That hurt her a lot. Although she understood that woman was in the past, Pam would feel more secure if Tyler were more open with her. Suddenly, at that moment, Bob moved strangely. And then they heard someone calling their dog, who had clearly broken free. Pam and Tyler stared intently in the same direction the voice came from. And they saw a huge dog running towards them, and it clearly didn't have good intentions. Tyler became alert, knowing that such a dog encounter wouldn't end well. And that dog immediately lunged at Bob, trying to grab him with its snout. Bob managed to dodge the attack and tried to bite the aggressive animal. The girl got scared for her pet and wanted to jump in to separate the dogs. She was already extending her hands towards it, not thinking that she could lose her fingers. But Tyler immediately pulled her back, throwing tequila at her. It was a very dangerous situation. The guy, very agitated, accidentally pushed Pam and she fell onto the grass. Then he stood in front of her and started pulling the other dog's leash to keep it away from Bob. The girl watched the scene in horror, hugging Tequila so she wouldn't get hurt. Immediately, the angry dog's owner ran over, apologizing and explaining that the collar was loose. But Tyler didn't calm down. He almost lunged at the guy for not being able to control his dog. The man quickly pulled the leash, although the dog was still trying to furiously attack Bob. When they left, Tyler checked Bob to see if the bites had affected him. Then he noticed Pam, who was still sitting on the grass hugging Tequila, who was trembling all over because she had been extremely frightened. Tyler approached Pam. He helped her up and apologized for pushing her, but immediately shouted that he had acted without thinking, and that it could have ended very badly. He explained that you should never try to separate fighting dogs and begged Pam never to expose herself to such danger again. Now the girl felt guilty. Her eyes filled with tears, and her lips trembled, holding back her sobs. Tyler's shout was so unexpected for her that she couldn't take it anymore and sobbed. Seeing her so distressed, the guy felt terrible and apologized for shouting at her. He was just scared. The girl wouldn't calm down, and Tyler promised he would never shout at her again. He just didn't want her to get hurt, and he hugged her so she would calm down quickly. At the same time, he hoped she would forgive him for that impulsive act. But when she said that Tyler had every right to be angry, he didn't understand what was wrong with her again. And the girl confessed that she was acting selfishly, while Tyler always helped with something. Furthermore, she noticed that he was more distant after the talk about Olivia, as if he was only thinking about her. The guy didn't understand how Pam could think that, when his dog had just gotten into a fight. Actually, the girl got scared for Bob, and then confessed that she had done something wrong. Swallowing tears, Pam guiltily admitted that she had lied to Tyler about Olivia actually asking about their relationship. And besides, Pam was worried about the matching tattoos. Through tears, she declared that she yearned to be special to Tyler, so she told Olivia that she was his girlfriend, even though she knew it was a lie. That's why Pam feels like a selfish little girl, and shame consumes her. Tyler was shocked by the confession, but he took her hands tenderly. He moved them away from her face and asked, "Why? Do you think you're not my girlfriend?" He took it for granted that they were dating. That they didn't talk about it didn't matter. To avoid another drama, he proposed starting from scratch and asked her to be his girlfriend. He offered her an official, relaxed, and uncomplicated relationship, and together they would raise those two furry little devils. Pam was so happy she didn't say anything. She just hugged Tyler tightly. He was pleased that the silly girl had calmed down, and the topic was closed. They continued walking hand in hand, and Pam became curious to know how Tyler felt. He murmured a little and declared that he felt somewhat strange. The girl was stunned at first, but then guessed why. She raised her hand and interlaced their fingers more comfortably. Now he felt better, but the fact is that he didn't think he would ever have a relationship. Tyler always thought he would spend the rest of his days alone or with a dog, and he was fine with that. At least, he thought it would be simpler for him that way. He had told Pam this before, but it still saddened her to hear it, and she asked him not to get discouraged, saying it was time to get used to the new life. Tyler noticed something else, apart from her squeaky voice and short stride. The girl became a little embarrassed and sped up her pace, showing that she could walk fast. On her next step, Tyler abruptly pulled her hand so she wouldn't escape, and drawing her towards him. He declared that he also liked walking slowly. This way, they would be together longer. Pam was so happy that she chirped again with her thin, high voice, but immediately apologized. It's just that until recently she was depressed, and now she is incredibly happy. Tyler still didn't understand why the encounter with Olivia had affected her so much. However, he apologized because Pam had to worry. But the girl started to object and insist that, on the contrary, she loved meeting that woman. She found her super sweet, as she was kind not only to Tequila but also to Bob. Pam only feared that the past would affect Tyler, and that made her feel insecure, not knowing whether to just give him space or try to do something for him. Because of all this, Pam gets overwhelmed and stressed, avoiding asking questions. And now she asked Tyler to accept that she would continue to worry about him. The guy understood that she wanted to know everything about his past, but he was ashamed to ask. He even found it interesting to see how curiosity consumed her. He doesn't consider his past special, and if Pam wants, he is willing to tell her. Then he confessed that he met Olivia in school, and they started dating. But when they turned 20, life got complicated, and Tyler was not at his best. Recalling this, the guy became serious for an instant and continued saying that they tried to stay together. But it didn't work, and they broke up. The story was simple, but Pam became curious to know how long they dated and why they broke up. Tyler didn't want to remember that much, because the breakup wasn't exactly pleasant. And suddenly, Pam declared that she needed to see Olivia again. She believes everything will turn out fine, since Olivia was happy that he had a girlfriend. Of course, Pam understands that for her friend, this might not be easy. But if he wants to turn the page, the best way is to do it in the best possible way. And she is willing to support Tyler if he decides to take that step. Tyler was confused. He didn't expect such a reaction from Pam, but he smiled sweetly at her and thanked her for the advice and support. While continuing to walk, he was intrigued as to why Pam thought she wasn't his girlfriend, if they had even kissed. It was obvious that something had started between them, so he took out his phone and showed her the new wallpaper he had set a few days ago. A photo of the two of them on the beach appeared on the screen, and Pam couldn't believe it. It was the first time she was on someone's wallpaper, and she loved it. Tyler confessed that he wanted to use the photo from the bar, but she hadn't sent him that picture. The girl instantly took out her phone to send him the aforementioned photograph. They brought their phones together to transfer the image, when suddenly Pam noticed something, and she was perplexed to see how it was saved on his phone. Tyler had saved her as Bob's mom. It hurt her that it was like that, and not something more romantic. The guy started suggesting nicknames for her, like Baby or Pretty Little Neighbor. But the girl only became demanding and asked for at least a little heart next to her name. While she was making a scene, Tyler rewrote the contact. She loved it, but she blushed like a tomato. In the middle of the conversation, they arrived at her workplace, and Tyler asked her to bring Tequila sometime. Pam was very surprised that they had arrived so quickly. Suddenly, Bernie appeared with his broom and invited them for a drink. The girl wasn't refusing, but she had to get up early tomorrow, because she had a lot of accumulated work. And Tyler confessed that he also had to work in the warehouse, so it was difficult for them to see each other tomorrow. Bernie decided to leave them alone immediately to say goodbye properly. And Pam was happy to be together, although she knew their schedules would cause them problems. They said goodbye, and Tyler promised to send her a message later. And the girl was no longer worried, because for her they are already a real family. Upon returning home, her mother called her via video call and immediately began to scold her, saying that upon returning from the Caribbean, she had only written a simple message and hadn't even called. The father also started scolding her, as they were worried, not knowing what that boy had done to their daughter there. They were interested to know if they were already dating, and Pam was surprised that this was all they were worried about. Still, she confessed that after that trip, she and Tyler had started dating. Now she is on cloud 9 and thinks he is the one. While telling this, her brother was trying to sneak into her room, passing behind her parents, but the girl saw him approaching on the screen, and her parents asked him to at least greet his sister. He didn't want to chat with her and planned to go his own way, but his parents insisted, and Pam was already greeting him along with Bob. Mickey took a few minutes to exchange a few words with her, and confessed that he would soon have the national competitions. That's why he is training hard. Pam also wanted to go, but her brother was worried that her shouts would distract him too much. So he suggested they meet on the weekend and promised to introduce her to his boyfriend. But Mickey refused again and asked them to just take him home, although he can already imagine what her boyfriends are like. Pam disagreed, knowing the honor guard her parents would give him, and she invited her brother again to meet so they could have fun before summer ends. Even her parents started begging him not to live only for training and to behave like a normal kid. And so Mickey said goodbye and left the room, wishing everyone a good night. But Mom was still happy that her daughter found a good match, while Dad hoped their relationship would always be very romantic. He wanted Tyler to take care of Pam and always praise her, whatever she did, and also that every time he told her how much he loved her. Suddenly, the girl realized that Tyler hadn't told her that yet, but he showed it very well. Her next morning started as usual, getting ready to go to work. She just needed to apply a little makeup, and she could leave the house. Pam was deep in thought when suddenly someone knocked on the door. She wasn't expecting anyone and was surprised to see Tyler at the door. He was holding a box in his hands and proposed having a quick breakfast together, knowing that she had to leave early today. Furthermore, he brought her favorite donuts, and Pam almost melted with happiness. She immediately threw herself at him with grateful hugs, shouting that he was really the one. Then she asked where he got the fresh donuts, since it was very early and nothing was open. Tyler explained that a customer opened his bakery and sent him and the old man a whole box. And he brought what was left, and that truth didn't impress the girl much, as he could have simply said he bought them yesterday. But the guy didn't want to lie to her. Pam let him into the apartment and apologized for her abrupt reaction. Tyler wasn't angry at all. Furthermore, he saved the best donut for her. One was heart-shaped, and the other was a ring donut. And Tyler asked her to eat them quickly. The girl understood that the heart donut was for her and was very excited about that detail. But Tyler clarified that for her, it was the strawberry-flavored glazed ring donut, which she loves so much. Pam really loves strawberry, but now she felt a deep disappointment. She has 10 minutes left to leave, and Tyler served her the coffee, which he also brought with him. The girl suddenly thought that her mother might have been right, and that Tyler was only so sweet during the trip. But he changed in a formal relationship. Furthermore, he wasn't always a pleasant conversationalist, like when he asked her not to wear heels to walk the dog. And sometimes he was even a bit rude, like when he dropped her into the sea. Not long ago, he pushed her when Bob fought with another dog, and Pam started to worry that he was a bad match, as he had little experience in relationships. But she hoped he could sense her mood. And instantly, she looked at him with puppy eyes, and Tyler knew something was wrong. Guessing what was happening, he apologized for not offering her a heart donut sooner. He didn't understand why she simply didn't ask for it, but that's how girls are. And Pam already opened her mouth, suggesting that Tyler feed her. But he broke the donut in half and offered one half to his neighbor. However, at that moment, she felt as if she had been bathed in ice water. She didn't even think that Tyler also wanted to eat a chocolate-glazed donut, and she simply refused, explaining that she wasn't hungry and had to get ready for work. At the door, still disappointed, she asked the guy to eat both donuts and said goodbye. Tyler didn't understand what that was, nor did Bob, but still wished her a good day. And the girl kept thinking that he was only attentive during the trip to gain her trust. But she wanted him to be one of those who make romantic surprises. After work, she returned home and immediately saw the surprise, and her heart skipped a beat, because under the bag with the pastries was a note that said Tyler noticed she was sad in the morning, and he hoped this would cheer her up. Moved, Pam immediately called her mother and shared this pleasant news. Later, she called him from the car while he was cleaning before opening, and told him that she had a boring day at work, but that tomorrow should be more fun. And all because tomorrow they would be able to see each other, and that inspired Pam. But when the long-awaited moment came, Tyler collapsed after work. Then he sent her an audio clip, suggesting that Pam walk the dogs together before work. In the morning, the girl woke up early to be ready for Tyler's arrival. But upon opening the door, she saw that he could barely stand again after his shift. Although he was preparing for the walk, he crossed the threshold and instantly collapsed onto Pam, who begged him to go rest. The girl noted all this in her diary, even when her friend invited her to a picnic for lunch. Anne didn't understand why Pam simply didn't go to his bar, but she didn't want to bother him at work. Then Anne suggested that they move in together, just as she herself had done with Bernard. But Pam wasn't ready yet. She felt it was too soon to take that step, although it saddened her greatly that they barely had time to be together. Then Anne advised her to try to coordinate their schedules. This way, they won't be able to see each other often. But it's better than waiting and getting frustrated. Pam thanked her for the advice, and they returned to their tasks. The rest of the day, she thought that adult life wasn't entirely fair. Their lives are very different, and if the situation doesn't change, they will have to decide. But Pam wanted to believe that Tyler felt the same way, so she had to be strong. Bob greeted her at home, and she noticed that he was coming out of the bedroom. He greeted her with a bark and returned there, and the girl got worried. He sleeps on the living room sofa, so Pam went to see what he fancied. As always, he took off his shoes loudly and went after the dog, and she froze when she saw that Bob hadn't gone there by chance. Tyler was sleeping in her bed. She heard him move, and he greeted her drowsily. He had written to her that he missed her very much. That's why he came and collapsed after work. But Pam told him not to worry, and that he could sleep there whenever he wanted. From excitement, she jumped into his arms. She had wanted to see him for a long time. Tyler lifted the blanket and suggested she stay in bed with him for a while. The girl happily snuggled under the warm blanket. She loved that attention. She hugged Tyler even tighter, feeling like she was going to cry with happiness. He confessed that he was also dying to see her, and noticed that she had arrived earlier today. He simply worked harder today to finish faster, and asked her not to worry, as he understood that he needed to rest. He looked very tired these days, and he confessed that he hadn't slept well since the tour. She thought he was worried about everything that had happened between them. Tyler caressed her hand and told her not to worry about his thing. It's just that he has always suffered from insomnia and has trouble sleeping, hence the dark circles. When Pam suggested he take more days off to recover, Tyler replied that he didn't need that. That he needed her. The girl was shocked by his confession, but at the same time very happy, and hugged him tighter while he joked that he was glad about her misfortune. Then he admitted that the first time he slept well was the day Pam found tequila. The four of them fell asleep together on a small sofa, hugging. Although it was tight, Tyler slept better than ever back then. Pam listened to his confession, and inside everything began to stir again. She wanted to sleep with him again, and Tyler joked that her snoring calmed him down. In a low voice, she affirmed that she didn't snore, but the guy remembered falling asleep to her soft snuffling. For a moment they remained silent, each thinking about their own things. And then Tyler decided to suggest they move in together, hoping Pam wouldn't object. The girl even lost her sleep. Although she expected it, it sounded sudden. Meanwhile, Bernard was glancing at something on his phone, taking advantage of the time before work. The door opened, and Anne's voice was heard, cheerfully declaring that she had arrived earlier. She immediately went to see Bernie and gave him a sweet smile. She explained that she and Pam rushed to see their partners before their shifts. Then, taking off her shoes, she offered to make her beloved a coffee. But he refused and confessed that he was planning the schedule for the next month. Bernard's voice sounded somewhat muffled, and she worried if he was sick. She didn't understand why he was so worried. In the end, it was just work. So she went up to him and suggested they relax a bit while they had time. The girl hugged him tenderly. She always showed him her affection and attention. However, she became alert when Bernie asked her to wait, because they needed to talk. Meanwhile, Pam was trying to recover. After Tyler's proposal to move in together, she wanted to jump for joy, but at the same time, she was very confused and didn't know how to answer. Tyler confessed that he told the old man they were dating, and he became very happy. He loved, above all, that they had already kissed, and he rejoiced like a little boy. And he started hugging his nephew, happy that he wouldn't have to die alone. Because of this, Tyler thought Bernard would help him adjust his schedule. He asked the old man to move his shift earlier, even by an hour, so they could see each other more. But he declared that he would then have to change the bar's opening time, and refused. In the end, Tyler started asking him to come in later, at least 2 days a week. After all, he had always worked hard, and he had never asked for anything. But Bernie just laughed, saying that a couple of months ago Tyler wouldn't have even asked him. After all, Tyler likes Pam a lot, and wants to do everything possible for it to work. Then, the old man's heart softened, and he even felt sorry for their scheduling problems. He ruffled his already messy hair, as if he were a little boy, and then admitted that. Honestly, he was very happy for his nephew. However, that didn't relieve the guy, as the time to see each other wouldn't come out of nowhere. Besides, it seemed to him that his uncle was just joking out of courtesy. But Bernard had always sincerely loved this young man and worried about him. He even started thinking about how to help Tyler in his situation. But the schedule was really tough, so the guy proposed not working on Sundays, turning that day into a normal weekend. But Bernard came up with another idea: how to see Pam more often without changing their lifestyle. He advised them to move in together, just as he had done with Anne. But Tyler thought it was a hasty decision. In the end, this could help organize time and enjoy day-to-day life. especially since they are already neighbors. Only one staircase separates them. Moving will be easy. And now Tyler agreed with the idea. Besides, they would save money on rent. Moreover, their dogs also love spending time together. But when he again proposed to Pam that they move in together, she suddenly refused. The guy was so surprised that he almost jumped out of bed and asked her for an explanation. And there, he realized that he had acted without thinking, because that wasn't what she meant. Pam looked like the romantic one in the relationship, and that she was the one who should push for marriage. And it's not that she doesn't want to live with this guy at all. The girl confessed that she actually dreams about it a lot. She is just scared, because she always ruins everything and fears destroying her own relationship. It hurts her to see her boyfriend leave home, even if it was his decision. And for a while, she even really liked living alone with Bob. But she also wants to take the next step with Tyler, so their relationship can advance. The guy understood her feelings, as he himself lived alone for a long time. He hadn't even thought about how important this could be for Pam. Then, he gently took her hands and said he loved that she prioritized him. And he also proposed not rushing, but maintaining their own pace in the relationship. For a few seconds, Pam looked at him silently, but felt a relief inside, and she didn't know why. Perhaps she worried too much because she didn't plan the conversation. In the end, he allowed her to go to sleep whenever she wanted, and even more so with those matching pajamas. Their romantic moment was interrupted by a loud alarm. Tyler had to go to work. The guy went to get ready, and Pam even went out to see him off to the entrance. She believes that one day they will live together. She feels it. But for now, she is content to enjoy these small advances. He hadn't moved away from the door yet when they knocked again. She thought Tyler had returned, but at the entrance was Anne, broken down, asking to spend the night at her house. Pam couldn't believe Anne was so sad. She had never seen her so dejected. As soon as she crossed the threshold, in tears, she confessed that Bernie had a daughter. The news was shocking, but Pam was more worried about her friend's condition. And upon entering the apartment, she announced that she needed a rescue night. This is what they called nights when they needed a friend's support, and combined it with sweets. They would organize a quiet pajama party and dedicate themselves to soaking their faces with masks. And barely half an hour later, Anne already felt a little better. But Pam was now consumed by curiosity. What would it be like to find out the guy has a daughter? They had already had so many dates, they even started living together, and suddenly this surprise. But Anne suddenly confessed that she already knew. She just forgot to tell her friend. Now Pam didn't understand why all the circus, as she had wasted quite expensive face masks. And the blonde confessed that Bernie wanted to introduce her to his daughter. But for her, it was a catastrophe. To help Pam understand everything better, Anne decided to tell her everything from the beginning. When she met Bernie, she was a fantastic girl, but disillusioned with love. And then their eyes met in the crowd, and he invited her to an exquisite drink. For her, that was a magical moment, meeting her Prince Charming. But Pam interrupted her, reminding her that it wasn't like that, because she was there too. And Anne continued, saying that after her shift, they hugged for 6 hours. And even, although they were burning with passion under the full moon, Bernie stopped her short. He declared that he didn't want a one-night stand, and that he wanted Anne to get to know him better. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, as she had already felt every cell in her body. And Bernie confessed that his life was very complicated, and he didn't want to scare her with surprises. At that moment, Anne declared that Tyler should learn a couple of things from his uncle. But returning to her story, she explained that Bernie then told everything about himself. Pam listened with great attention, as if she herself were immersing herself in the story. It turns out that Bernie has a daughter from his ex-girlfriend, although they didn't plan it that way. So, he decided to open a bar to adjust his schedule and be able to dedicate time to his daughter. But they barely knew each other, and the different schedules couldn't save the relationship. And they broke up. Despite everything, they maintained a good relationship and continued to play their roles as good parents. A few years ago, his ex got married and moved to another city with her daughter. And Bernard now couldn't spend much time with his daughter, although he would be willing to go see her to the ends of the earth. He only sees her on weekends and holidays, plus he gets exhausted from night shifts. Anne understands that his daughter means a lot to Bernard, and now she is coming for vacation. And since they live together, Bernie wants Anne to meet her. Pam thought it was a great opportunity, but her friend didn't think so, because that means she has to become a stepmother. And she is not ready for something like that. They never loved or admired a stepmother. They were always the villains. She, of course, loves the role of an attractive and all-powerful villainess. But as a stepmother, she will feel like a wicked and flashy old woman. And she panicked again, because now she doesn't know what to do. Anne didn't want to be the stepmother of a teenager, thinking everything would go wrong. But her friend hugged her and asked her to trust that everything would turn out well. Bernie wants to involve Anne, but the girl doesn't need a second mom. Anne was still worried. And if the girl didn't like her and Bernie left her, Pam told her not to think like that. They already lived together. She would meet her sooner or later. And now they had the opportunity to find out if Anne was liked or not. Meanwhile, Bernie was going crazy at work. Anne turned pale and left after the news. She was telling her nephew about her distress, not knowing what the heck to do now. Furthermore, she feared that Camilla and Anne wouldn't get along. She couldn't imagine what would happen. Tyler opined that, in that case, they would probably have to break up. Bernie exploded and shouted at his nephew, "I don't even want to hear such a thing." He cannot force Anne to be part of his life as a father, but neither can he be a stranger to his daughter. Moreover, he loves Anne very much, and he wouldn't trade her for anything in the world. But as a father, his daughter's well-being comes first, and that tears him apart inside. Suddenly, Anne approached and confessed that she was afraid, but she understood that she shouldn't be the girl's mother. And furthermore, she declared that she wanted to know absolutely everything about Bernard. That's why she wants to meet Camilla and try to improve their relationship, even if she doesn't know how everything will end. Bernie immediately hugged Anne and promised to do everything in his power. Meanwhile, Pem and Tyler watched from the side and were happy about their reconciliation. Tyler thanked Pem for coming, as he was tired of comforting his uncle. He also remembered how Tequila didn't accept Pem at first either, but now she's like her mother. At that moment, Anne and Bernie shouted at them that children and dogs are not the same thing, although for those two they were. Soon the day arrived when Anne had to meet Camilla. Standing at the door, hesitant to enter, she kept telling herself she could do it, but she was shaking like a leaf, so much so that she couldn't manage to put the key in. At that moment, a girl opened the door, and Bernie's voice was heard in the distance. The girl knew it was Anne and greeted her very politely. Then she introduced herself as Camilla and, with a sweet smile, invited her in. Then she offered Anne some cookies that she had baked with her father. The girl was a pastry expert. She knew when they were ready just by the smell. Camilla was nervous about meeting Anne, and that's why she decided to bake something for her. She was a little uneasy because she wanted to impress her dad's friend. And then Anne confessed that she too had gone crazy wondering if Camilla would like her. But the little one has to like her if she makes her father happy. And Anne panicked again, but now because she saw what an adorable girl she was. The girl blushed, and at that moment, her little face looked just like Bernie's when he speaks to her affectionately. Bernie himself was happy that his two loves got along and offered more tea. But it seems the girls didn't hear his offer, as they filled each other with compliments. Anne discovered that Camille is 14 years old, and she noticed that her father's friend looks amazing. Bernie heard everything and realized he worried in vain. Camille also liked Anne's makeup and asked her to put the same on her when she grows up. Then the daughter turned to her father and asked him to take cookies to Tyler. And there Anne realized that Tyler is Camilla's cousin. The girl suddenly made a face, imitating his usually serious and gloomy look. Then she imitated the dimples that appear on his cheeks when he smiles upon meeting them. Suddenly, the girl worried that her cousin was sad without them. But Anne reminded her that he is with Pam. It turned out that Camilla had no idea who Pam was, and Anne explained that she is his girlfriend, who, moreover, also wants to meet Bernard's daughter. She is sure that Tyler's girlfriend will love that little girl. Meanwhile, Pam offered to help Tyler with something, but he asked her to simply rest. But she was uncomfortable sitting still, watching him clean alone. The guy agreed and gave her several glasses to dry. Satisfied, Pam immediately started rubbing them with a napkin until they shone. She did it very quickly, and Tyler joked that she should come more often. But Pam didn't mind. After the talk in the Caribbean, she looks for what she is good at. She even thought about quitting her job and doing something that brought her pleasure. Then she asked the guy if he had any goals at work. Tyler wanted to advance. For example, creating original drinks or something like that. Like when he prepared a mango cocktail for Pem that she loved. Pem also suggested he make something for Camilla before she arrived. Some delicious, non-alcoholic cocktail. And Tyler agreed, as he is an expert. First, they decided to draw together on paper how it should look. Penn suggested calling the cocktail inspired by Bobby, and Tyler loved the idea. He imagined something yellowish-brown with a sweet taste, something like coffee with sugar. For a change, he decided to add cinnamon and cream to the drink. But Pam noticed that with cream, it would look more like a tequila. And Tyler started beating decaffeinated coffee with sugar to make Algona cream. He asked his friend to coat the edges of the glass with chocolate and cookie crumbs. After that, he started mixing condensed milk with heavy cream. And at the bottom of the glass, he poured a little bitter decaffeinated coffee. In the end, an adult cocktail resulted, Bobby Martini with Algona whipped cream. And for Camilla, Tyler prepared a cocktail with only cream, without martini. It looked like a dessert, and Camilla, who loves sweets, would surely love it. To Tyler, she was like the little sister he never had. Returning to the drinks, she suggested using cookies as Bobby's ears. But Pam refused. Bernie, Anne, and her daughter were approaching the bar. She was telling how she fought against Dad's snoring. And then they heard Pam and Tyler arguing, while laughing about the dog's ears, that they looked more like a bear's. Camilla didn't understand who was laughing like that, and was surprised to see that it was Tyler. She had simply never heard her cousin laugh like that. Never ever. Usually, he would smile at her when thanking her for help or just upon meeting. And she even felt a little envious that he never laughed wholeheartedly with her. Still, she missed him a lot. And as soon as Bernie opened the door, the girl ran to him. Tyler was also very happy as soon as he saw her. Their meeting began with hugs and questions about how each of them was doing. Then, the guy praised how she had grown and changed during that time, and the girl closely watched his face and declared that he too had changed a little. As soon as their conversation started, a soft and friendly bark was heard. Bob was curious to know who the guest was, and, smiling, he approached to look, peeking out from behind Tyler. But as soon as the girl saw his snout full of teeth, she screamed as if a monster was attacking her. She started running around Tyler, shouting for him to take the dog away, not knowing that he was just playing with her. That's why he was following her. Pam immediately explained that Bob just wanted to say hello and asked her not to worry. But Camilla, clinging to Tyler, only started muttering displeasedly that that dog should be better controlled. Pam seemed not to hear the comment and immediately started saying affectionately that she was a cute girl, even similar to Tequila. After that greeting, Camilla only thought that she was facing a crazy psychopath. Noticing this, Tyler asked Pam to speak more slowly, as his cousin heard poorly. The girl apologized and almost spelled out her name, seeming even crazier to Camilla. She clarified that she understood English perfectly and showed the hearing aid over her ear. Pam apologized again, and Bernie decided to give everyone great news. He announced that since Camilla would be with them for a while, the bar would close starting tomorrow, especially since Pam and Tyler were eager to spend free time together. How exciting! They loved the news, and Pam couldn't wait to celebrate in a big way. Tyler noticed his cousin's strange look and remembered that they had a surprise for her. So, he poured glasses of a new drink to toast the occasion. Bernie loved the cocktail. He even suggested including it on the menu. Plus, it's quick to prepare. Camille also found it delicious and thanked her cousin for the nice surprise. The guy confessed that the cocktail was inspired by Bob, who looks scary. But he is a sweetheart, and since Camilla liked the drink, Tyler is sure she will also become friends with Bob. The dog, as if understanding the human language, instantly rested its chubby snout with button eyes on the bar. The girl still looked at him with suspicion, but promised to try. Tyler also asked them to thank Pam, because the idea of cooking something was hers. Camille listened to how he and Tyler prepared it together, and for some reason felt sad. And Pam even boasted that she had only come up with the design and sprinkled a cookie on top. Suddenly, Camilla declared that she felt like strawberries and reached her hand forward, just enough to hit the glass in front of Pam. Obviously, it spilled instantly, and all the contents ended up spilled on her knees. Pam was a little shocked and didn't know how to react in the best way at that moment. But Camilla only pretended it was all an accident. Although Pam secretly knew it was a childish whim, she didn't understand why. Everyone immediately ran to her, trying to help, thinking it had really been a clumsy accident. Only then did Pam declare that she was fine, and that all the drink had spilled on Tequila, who was sitting on her lap. And everyone saw the dog's very disgusted look, whose hairstyle was now ruined. Camilla understood her mistake, and judging by Tequila's look, a war between them was coming now. Tyler immediately took the little dog away. They have a shower here, and he will fix her there. Bernard thought his daughter was just tired, which is why she was clumsy, and suggested going home before it got dark. The girl expressed her desire to go with Anne, who immediately promised to organize a girls' night. And Camilla was already happy, when Pam suddenly asked to join them. But upon hearing Tequila's bark, she understood that it wouldn't be possible, because the dog had to get home so as not to catch a cold. Camilla, without the others noticing, sighed with relief. Ian, who was sitting next to her, noticed that something was wrong. Very soon Tequila was bathed. Ian and Camilla were already getting ready to leave together. The whole brigade came out to see them off, even Bob, and Bernie asked them to text him as soon as they arrived home. Then, Pam confessed that she really liked that girl and even wanted to trade her for her brother. And Anne, on the way to the car, brought up how she noticed that Camilla really likes Tyler. And now she was curious to know the reason. But the girl pretended not to understand her. Anne clearly noticed that the little girl didn't like Pam and now asked her why. And she was stunned, as if she had been caught doing something disgusting. The next morning, Pam woke up in an excellent mood. She didn't even care about the weather. She is happy because Tyler will come for breakfast with her while he's home. But the most important thing is that he will have the day off, and they will have time for each other. At that moment, Pam smiled broadly, imagining what they could do now. Her thoughts were so romantic that she even blushed, although no one saw her except Bob. But then he barked, and the girl asked him not to judge her, as she also has her needs. And then both abruptly paid attention to the door when the doorbell rang. Tyler arrived and was shocked by the joy with which they greeted him in that apartment. Pam barely closed the door and threw herself to kiss him with overflowing energy. The girl was happy that Tyler had the day off, and the four of them could have fun. The guy was also happy and kissed Pam while she played with the dogs. He wanted to do many things today, like watching movies, or taking a long walk, or simply going to the supermarket. Pam, hinting at something special, suggested doing something new and fun for them. The guy didn't catch the hint and suggested playing board games as an alternative. Thinking he was an idiot, the girl blushed but preferred to remain silent. Then she told Anne that she hinted at spicier games, and he suggested board games. Although she didn't mind playing strip poker, Anne couldn't help but laugh when she heard it. Laughter overwhelmed her more and more, and stammering, she explained that this happens if you choose a slow one. But then, with a serious face, she asked if Tyler had anything more serious than kissing. And Pam confessed that they almost had an incident once, but the moment wasn't right. To which her friend begged her not to be silly and to create the perfect moment herself. With this, Pam decided to change the subject and asked how things were going with Anna now. She was curious about how it went with Camilla, and she, looking down, said it went well. Pam was glad to hear they had become friends. She herself hoped to connect with the girl. Seeing her friend's satisfied face, Anne didn't mention that Camilla actually hated her. She only advised her to spend more time together so the little one would get to know her better. And then, she remembered that Pam already had enough worries with Tyler. But she was willing to wait as long as necessary. And in the afternoon, after work, still in the car, Pam touched up her makeup and unbuttoned her shirt collar a little. Upon opening the door, she called Tyler with a playful voice from the entrance, hoping to get his attention. He, without turning around, shouted that he was in the kitchen, and Pam asked him to turn around for a second. The guy complied with her request, but due to the steam, his glasses fogged up, so he couldn't see anything. The girl felt a slight disappointment, but decided not to give up. And approaching, she flirted again. But Tyler said there was no food, and that they had to go to the supermarket. Turning to her, he only noticed that her shirt was too open, but he thought it had simply torn. Then he gave her a flyer with special offers for animals, and suggested they go before everything ran out. At that moment, Pam began to increasingly believe that Tyler had some problem. In the end, she went with him to the store, thinking the whole way why her plan hadn't worked. She even thought about wearing a t-shirt with a neon sign so he would understand her desire. Suddenly, Tyler remembered that Bernie and his daughter had suggested they go on a picnic together next week. Just then, Pam and Anne would have 3 days off, and the girl accepted without hesitation. And Tyler, without further ado, suggested they go check out the camping gear. On the way, he saw a hot sauce in the window that he suggested buying, and the girl didn't refuse. Then she noticed that she was overreacting to every product he mentioned, and was going to buy. And she was also reliving all those moments when they were alone. She doubted if he was ready for something more, although he himself had hinted at it several times. These thoughts infuriated the girl, who could barely contain herself. At that moment, Tyler remembered that he had completely forgotten to pick up the eggplants. With clenched teeth and red with fury, Pam confirmed that she only lacked the eggplant. And while she turned to choose the vegetables, even a little girl noticed her horrified face. Pam was furious, not understanding why Tyler was so clumsy. She tried to calm down, telling herself she could handle everything. And she started thinking about the next plan when something caught her attention. While she was suffering with the eggplants, Tyler was already at the checkout, asking them to wait, because he was waiting for a friend. Then he saw her nearby and told her to hurry up. The angry girl threw the eggplants and condoms onto the conveyor belt, asking them to ring them up too. Seeing the package, Tyler didn't understand what he needed it for, and she, looking down, asked him to use his brain. And she shouted at the top of her lungs in the store that she was dying to have a decent date with him. Everyone in line and the cashier were shocked, while Tyler, red as a tomato, asked to pay by card. When the cashier finally let him go, he grabbed Pem by the hand. With the other hand, he held the grocery bag and hurried to leave that store as soon as possible. They walked in silence for a while, until Tyler confessed that he had bought the same thing she had a couple of weeks ago. The girl looked at him with square eyes, thinking that now she had really gone crazy. But the guy asked her not to be silly and suggested they go back home. They returned in Pem's car with the purchases in the back seat. For a couple of blocks, they didn't say a single word. The girl just wanted to get home, but, as if fate were conspiring, all the traffic lights turned red. Tyler still felt confused and turned to the window to hide his emotions. But suddenly he felt Pem's hand on his knee, and color returned to his face. However, she was worried that something might happen. She was driving and shouldn't be distracted. She calmly reminded him that they were stopped at a traffic light. She even clarified that if she didn't like something, she could simply say so. The guy reflected. Pem's behavior today was more than unusual. He also felt something for her, but tried to remain discreet. And Pam, suddenly, confessed that she would soon lose her mind because of him. At that moment, the green light turned on at the traffic light, and the girl stepped on the gas, affirming that they would continue this conversation at home. Tyler felt a chill, as if a fly had bitten her, but he also felt something deep and romantic for her. He wanted to be even closer. Upon arriving home, both wanted to be alone as soon as possible and threw the packages on the floor. They started kissing on the landing, although Tyler thought it was better to go into the apartment. But Pam didn't want to separate from him when suddenly a voice was heard, grumbling about the relative. Pam realized it was her mother and went up a step to make sure she hadn't imagined it. Moreover, all her relatives had arrived, even the elderly grandmother, and the girl froze. They hadn't notified her of their arrival because she always makes up some excuse. Furthermore, the mother noticed that her daughter wasn't coming alone because she had heard another voice. And then Tyler stood up, asking Pam not to worry, that he himself would go greet them. Completely red, he apologized, explaining that they were in a store and that's why they were late. He also apologized because Pam's friends had to wait so long. When the relatives saw the bombshell that Pam had chosen, they were delighted. Then he let them into the apartment, where they explained that they wanted to see her, which is why they came. They even started talking about Tyler. Even the grandmother thought he was handsome, like an angel. She even compared him to her husband when he was young, saying that the family had good taste. They also apologized to Tyler, knowing that he gets tired after night shifts. But he explained that he just had the day off. Hearing this, the relatives began to harass Pam again, asking why she hadn't introduced them to this guy. Even the grandmother started complaining that her granddaughter visited her infrequently and that she missed her very much. And to calm the old woman, Tyler promised that he and Pam would visit them more often. Pam chose the moment and started scolding her brother for not texting her, but they brought him by force. That didn't calm her down. She kept grumbling that he couldn't cover for her even once. Tyler joined the conversation, asking Mickey how he did in the competition. Knowing it would be tough, he timidly admitted that he won, but he wasn't really happy about it. He is only 16 years old and spends all his time training, and his sister didn't understand this fanaticism. He is always alone and doesn't try to play with other boys, like a normal teenager. Pam also asked him to pay more attention to life, and Tyler felt sorry for the boy. Mickey said he specializes in obstacle courses, and in the competition, he ran a distance of 3,000 meters. It was a marathon with obstacles, and Tyler understood that Mickey has a very developed respiratory system. He also always wanted to try, but with a friend, so it would be more fun. And he suggested Mickey accompany him, to which the latter did not refuse. All the relatives immediately noticed, and Tyler set only one condition: that they run at their own pace, and not compete against each other. It would just be a fun race, and Mickey accepted, but his face remained serious. Pam's mom was delighted that her son finally had a friend, but her father asked Tyler to step out to talk. And the guy became visibly restless because his father's face looked serious, and he declared that it would be a man-to-man talk, feeling a lump in his throat. Tyler didn't contradict and nodded. They went out onto the balcony, and the man asked him to close the door tightly behind him. Pam began to worry, not knowing what they would talk about, while her mother thought her father would give a lecture. But the grandmother objected, knowing that man wouldn't hurt even a fly. And her laughter was heard, while Pam's father prayed that they would play along a little. He himself planned to give the guy some masculine advice, but immediately horrified, because he only now noticed how huge he was compared to him. The father even doubted if he could instill respect in such a giant. But observing Tyler's face, he understood that he was terrified and trembling like a guilty schoolboy. Somehow, the conversation had to start, and when the man called him, Tyler almost jumped up immediately. Then, Pam's father became interested in knowing what his goals in life were. The guy didn't quite understand his question, and he clarified that he was interested in his ambitions. Because if Tyler is with Pam, his decisions will undoubtedly affect her. The guy froze, not knowing what to say. He would rather the earth swallow him whole. He remembered his mother's advice to be more ambitious and succeed in life. She even introduced him to big shots and insisted he greet them, insisting on having a good attitude and trusting that everything would work out for him. And now Tyler, apologetically, confessed to Pam's father that he wasn't ambitious. He also told him that he works hard for a low salary, but that he likes that quiet life, and that in the future, he wishes to start a small family with a secure home for everyone. Saying this, the guy felt sweat streaming down his temple more forcefully. But Pam's father smiled, admitting that he was glad to hear that. He explained that he dated businessmen who prioritized work, and she felt lonely. He knows his daughter is materialistic, but also self-confident, and she must be understood. Because the only thing she wants from a partner is to be loved and not be afraid to show it. Pam, even though she is an adult, will always be a little princess to her father. And with a more serious face, he declared that he will only accept someone who makes her smile. Furthermore, he warned that Tyler will have a hard time if she sheds a single tear. The guy now understood where Pam inherited from, seeing with what love her father treats children. He understood that the young woman grew up in an environment where love abounded. Precisely that made her who she is, and he loves it. That's why Tyler is sure he wants to spend his life with her, even though he needed time to understand it. And on top of that, he confessed that if he were ever a father, he would want to be like Pam's father. At those words, the man instantly blushed. Joy completely flooded him, so much so that he ran to hug Tyler and officially welcomed him to the family. He even allowed him to call him dad, but not to wear high shoes when visiting them. Tyler noticed how Pam looked at them, confused at that moment, and just shrugged, indicating that everything was fine. The girl also smiled at him, while Tequila watched the whole process attentively from his arms. Later that night, the relatives called a taxi to go home and said a long goodbye to Pam. They were also delighted with Tyler and invited him and Tequila to come with Pam whenever they wanted. The guy was still impressed by the emotional night, but promised that he would definitely go. And he promised the father that he would bring him cookies and choose a good wine to go with them. Pam remembered that they had a camping trip next week and invited Mickey to join, even more so considering that he is on vacation and Tyler's cousin will be there, almost her age. Furthermore, he will finally be able to spend time with his sister. But Mickey didn't seem to care and just silently rolled up his car window. In the end, he only promised to think about it if Tyler also went to the picnic. Then the car left, and Tyler confessed that he had enjoyed meeting them, although he hadn't planned to spend the day like that. And the girl noticed that they adored him, because with her ex, they had never behaved like that. Returning to the apartment, Pam admitted that she was hungry and suggested they have dinner together. Tyler asked to open the door himself, as he has his own key. But the girl noticed that Bob was walking very slowly and became alert. Usually he runs and jumps when he hears talk of food, but now he is behaving very strangely. The light bulb in the hallway wasn't very bright, but Pam saw that Bob's face was swollen, like an allergic reaction. They should take him to the vet immediately, but to top it off, everything was already closed. Tyler immediately called Luca's clinic, hoping it was still open, but no one answered, and Pam was already having a hysterical fit over her pet. The dog started breathing with difficulty. Something had to be done urgently, and Pam asked if Tyler had Olivia's number, and immediately turned pale. Their last conversation 5 years ago was not the best, and she didn't know if she would answer him now. But Pam was already completely hysterical, and she didn't care how he convinced her. Now the important thing is to help Bob, who is unwell, and Pam again demanded that he call. Tyler felt sorry for the sick dog as much as he felt sorry for his friend because of it. So he immediately looked for Olivia's number in his contacts, hoping he hadn't accidentally deleted it. Her number was still on the list, and the guy pressed the button immediately, thinking about how to start the conversation. Pam, meanwhile, was hugging Bob and bathing him in tears, as if they were a healing elixir. At the same time, she hoped Olivia wouldn't be difficult and would listen to her ex. The doctor answered very quickly, but Tyler got a lump in his throat. Then he forced himself to speak and explained that Pam's dog was having an allergic reaction. Olivia understood that Luca's clinic was already closed and immediately suggested meeting at her clinic. He would arrive there in about 10 minutes, and they agreed to meet directly there. After hanging up, Tyler asked Pam to get ready, assuring her that Bob would be fine, and she apologized for shouting at him, understanding how difficult it was to make that call. But the guy apologized himself because Pam was right, and he felt like a selfish person. Then he promised that he would never again allow his fears to put Bob or Pam in danger. He truly felt regretful and ashamed for being afraid to make a silly call. Pam wasn't angry with him. She understood it was awkward, but now they had to focus on Bob. Very soon they arrived at the vet, where Olivia should have already arrived. Bob was still breathing with difficulty, and the guy stretched to open the door to quickly bring him in. But then the door opened by itself, and a very agitated Olivia came out. For a moment, it was unclear whether she was worried about the dog or about seeing Tyler again. And everything stirred inside him, but he tried to maintain his composure. Now the dog's life is more important than any feeling, and he placed Bob on the examination table. Then, Pam explained that they hadn't seen him eat anything bad, and that he had never had a reaction like this. Olivia determined that one side was more swollen, and it didn't look like a food allergy. Meanwhile, Tyler remained silent and only watched, hoping it wasn't anything serious for the dog. Suddenly, Olivia declared that a bee had stung Bob, and that a stinger remained inside his mouth. Pam was surprised, since he hadn't even whimpered, and started asking if he could be cured. Of course she was panicking, but the doctor asked her not to worry, and first she injected him with an antihistamine. After this, Bob would be as energetic as ever the next day, and Pam, out of joy, hugged her savior. She was just glad they called her, since an allergy can end with bad consequences. And then Tyler finally spoke and thanked Olivia for her help. He also apologized for bothering her so late, but it was very urgent. But the doctor grumbled that there is no schedule for these cases. She was glad he was worried about the dog. Moreover, she was pleased to see Tyler again, and her words were sincere. But the guy felt uncomfortable. He suddenly remembered when they were students. Then Olivia also used to say she was glad to see him, and she smiled this sweetly. And now he thanked her for everything she did, not only as a colleague, but as a best friend. And he also apologized, because their last conversation had been very unpleasant. Tyler blamed himself for treating her that way, and believed he had no excuse. Before, he lacked the courage to admit it, and now he felt miserable. Olivia even became sad upon hearing that confession. Taking his hands, she explained that not everything was as bad as it seemed. She was truly happy to see him well, and hoped he was very happy now. Then she asked him to stop whining and not think about negative things. Olivia felt the urge to hug him in a friendly way, but asked Pam for permission. She didn't object, and the doctor patted Tyler on the back, telling him she missed him. Pam felt like she didn't know anything about his relationship, even though Tyler had already told her everything. Now she worried that this meeting would make him revisit difficult moments. Meanwhile, Tyler congratulated Olivia on her engagement, which Luca had told him about. The doctor seemed to remember the wedding at that moment and told him he had to go yes. Or yes. Moreover, she asked him to bring Bob and tequila. And of course, Pam was also invited. Pam didn't object, but she worried about how Tyler would feel. The guy feared that Olivia's fiancé would object, and there everyone knew she was a girl. Olivia honestly admitted that, although she liked Tyler, girls were more her style. Now no one refused to go to the party, and Pam swore not to pressure her guy anymore. She understood that each of them could be burdened by the past, but as long as they live the present happily and without regrets, everything will be fine. Some time ago, when Anne realized that Camilla didn't like Pam, she asked her to tell her the reason, and not to hide anything. And the girl explained that even her dad got over the divorce calmly. She is truly happy that he is dating Anne because she knows how to look forward. But with Tyler, it was different. Camilla remembers how hard he took the breakup with Olivia. That's why she isn't happy that he has started dating someone new again. She didn't want him to suffer again, so she felt it was her duty not to allow Pam to ruin his life. Anne was somewhat surprised. She never thought teenagers could reason like that, and she assured her not to worry, because Pam is very good and is always kind to Tyler. Then she suggested they all go out somewhere together, so Camilla could see it with her own eyes. And the girl suggested organizing a campout. She only asked Anne to convince her father to go with them. And the day of the campout arrived, which Mickey attended voluntarily. By force, everyone was ready to leave, and only Bernie still didn't believe it was a good idea. The first thing Pam did was introduce her brother to those who didn't know him yet. And then Bernard emphatically introduced his daughter to the guy. Mickey immediately seemed nice to the girl, and she greeted him friendly. He was only a couple of years older, but she hoped they could be friends. But the guy looked at her indifferently, although that's his usual expression. He assumed he was going to babysit, and his sister immediately reprimanded him for it. Camilla caught that he wasn't just anyone and planned to teach him a small lesson. But then Anne burst in, suggesting they settle into the cars already. She declared that the girls would travel separately, making it clear that Pam wouldn't get away. They let Bob travel with Tyler so he wouldn't scare Camilla. And Pam took the opportunity and gave him a kiss on the cheek, wishing him a good trip, and telling him that she loved him. They said goodbye, promising to see each other later, and left for their respective cars. Pam was a bit shocked because Tyler left so quickly and didn't even kiss her. The men were in the first car. Bernie was driving. Tyler was lost in thought, and Mickey was playing intently. And in the car with the girls, Pam was telling that her parents had come and that Tyler went out onto the balcony to talk to her father. Anne commented that this indicated their relationship was serious, and she was happy for her friend. Camilla turned off her hearing aid at that moment to rest from their chatter, and this annoyed Anne a bit, since she wasn't even trying to be friends with Pam, who right at that moment confessed to her friend that she worried that Tyler still hadn't told her that he loved her, and the blonde assured her that he was just shy, but it was obvious he was crazy about Pam. Then the girls talked about Bob and how Olivia cured him. Pam confessed that Olivia's date with Tyler went well, and they will go to her wedding. Although Anne thought it was very strange to go to her boyfriend's ex's wedding, Pam believes they will be able to return to being the good friends they were as children. Moreover, Tyler seemed happy to her, and she trusts that he has already overcome that stage. Soon everyone arrived at the destination, and the dogs were the first to play. And people set up the tents and installed the lighting. Bernie only wanted security. He worried about his daughter, and she grumbled, annoyed that he treated her like porcelain. And to avoid hearing his advice, she went to help Tyler set up the tent. But when she turned around, she slipped and was about to fall flat on the grass. But she managed to react in time and landed quickly on the other foot to avoid falling. Bernie was worried, but Anne assured him that everything would be fine with that sweetheart. But he started grumbling. He worries because he is responsible. Moreover, he loves his daughter, and he went for a walk to vent and calm down a bit. Anne understood that paternal concern, even though she herself has no children, especially since for Camilla all this is like a test. Pam didn't understand what the problem was, and her friend was surprised that Tyler hadn't told her anything. Bernie decided to go help his nephew, and was reading him the instructions on how to set up the tent. Meanwhile, Anne told her friend what it was about, not understanding why Tyler had kept quiet. Then she joked that they hadn't had time for that, but Pam confessed that nothing had happened yet. Such a confession made the blonde scream, which caught Camilla's attention. But she was still there. She had her own reasons to be sad. She remembered how Tyler hugged her and thanked her for her help. And now it hurt her to see his girlfriend, who was just telling Anne that she wanted to be special for him. The girl was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't hear Mickey calling her. He even got a little angry because she acted as if she were deaf, but immediately realized he had messed up, since she does have hearing problems. Camilla got annoyed and asked the guy to be kinder to her, and he asked her not to stare at his sister like that, noticing that he didn't like her. For an instant, the girl fell silent, not understanding how he knew. Then she returned to work, while asking Mickey not to interfere where he wasn't called. He now looked at her perplexed, but understood that she definitely didn't need a babysitter. However, he promised to watch her anyway, as if trying to annoy her on purpose. And furthermore, he warned her that only he had the right to bother his sister. As evening fell with everything ready, they settled around the bonfire, roasting marshmallows and serving hot chocolate. Bernie was worried that his daughter might like everything, but she asked him to enjoy the getaway too. She knows he is working all the time, and she wished he would also rest. Anne also worried about the girl, bringing her a cup of hot chocolate. She asked her to drink carefully, because it was hot, and also offered to bring her a blanket from the store. Mickey watched them at that moment, pretending to stare intently at the bonfire. He noticed more and more that Camilla was sad about something, and he imagined why. And then Tyler addressed her, asking why she was so tense. The girl smiled instantly and assured him that everything was fine. She just wanted everyone to rest. But suddenly she apologized, thinking that the campout idea had been selfish. However, Tyler didn't think so, as thanks to her they could really relax. That's why he thanked his cousin and admitted that he had fun when she visited them. Suddenly, Pam called him, asking him to see how the guard was protecting the princess. Seeing Bob and Tequila wrapped in a blanket, Tyler started laughing heartily. He liked the sight so much that he asked them to take a photo. Camilla noticed how happy her cousin was at that moment, and again remembered how happy he was when she and his father supported him. With a hint of sadness, she noticed that Tyler was having more fun with Pam. He confirmed that with her everything seemed easier to him, and thanks to her, he could enjoy that picnic even more. Camilla again remembered how he cried after the breakup, and only she could calm him down. And now it saddened her that her cousin could trip on the same stone. Then she started asking him if he loved Tequila and her, and Tyler confirmed it. Pam, at that moment, decided to bring marshmallows for everyone. Suddenly, Camilla asked her cousin to answer if he loved his girlfriend, because she noticed Pam's restlessness, since Tyler wasn't telling her. Even Mickey paid more attention to what was happening when he heard those words. Suddenly, Tyler blushed and didn't know what to answer. At that moment, Pam stared at him, as if the fate of humanity depended on his answer. Bernie intervened, explaining to his daughter that it was not appropriate to ask such personal questions, but she believed she was doing the right thing, when suddenly Mickey grabbed her hand and asked her to walk together. He understood that his words were straining the situation. Camilla was a bit surprised. She thought he just wanted to get her attention. Bernie tried to stop them, worried because it was already very dark, but she growled at him, asking him not to ruin the start of a new friendship. And she left after Mickey, without even hearing her father beg them not to go too far. Even Tyler noticed that Bernie overprotects his daughter, and then addressed Pam. He wanted to explain Camilla to her, but she was already handing him a cloud of sugar, and, happy not to have to give explanations now, she thanked him for his kindness. At that moment, Anne returned with a blanket and noticed that Camilla and Mickey were missing. Bernie explained everything to her, and she was surprised that he let the girl go with a 16-year-old. There she understood what he meant and started calling her daughter, but the two decided to ignore her. Moving away, Mickey asked Camilla to let go of him, and she didn't understand what game he was playing. But he just reminded her not to bother his sister, and didn't understand what was wrong with that girl. It annoys him that she clung to Pam even after his warning, and she explained to him that she just wants to protect Tyler, just as Mickey protects his sister. But she and her father helped when he needed it, and now all his attention is on Pam. Camilla doesn't believe Pam can make him happy and completely distrusts her. As she opens up, the guy begins to understand why she acts so aggressively. She is simply jealous of not being able to make her cousin smile, while Pam achieves it easily. Understanding her childish jealousy, Mickey even joked, but asked her not to say nonsense. Then he warned her again to be kinder to Pam, or else she would deeply regret it. The girl stuck to her opinion, believing that she could discover the truth herself. Seeing how stubborn she was, Mickey decided to return to the campout and leave her there alone. Camilla got scared and started muttering, saying that now he was obliged to take her back. And he didn't understand why she thought she was an adult enough to interfere in his family, but couldn't go back alone. He thinks she is spoiled, since everyone takes care of her, and on top of that, she demands to be accompanied. Camilla first scolded him furiously, then confessed that she doesn't see well. She suffers from Usher syndrome, and she had to swallow her pride to admit it to Mickey. The girl tried to appear strong, but at that moment she was terrified of being left alone in the woods. Mickey knows this disease causes sensorineural deafness and vision loss, but he played dumb, suggesting that her illness was only good for picking up trash. Camilla got angry at first, but explained that she sees poorly in the dark and even less on unknown terrain, so she couldn't go back alone and would simply get lost. The boy felt pity and, taking her hand, agreed to take her back, even though he still dislikes her, and vice versa. Camilla thanked him for his compassion. When everyone gathered, Anne, lighting her face with a flashlight, began to tell a scary story. Many got goosebumps, even Tyler and the dogs, but Pam knew it was just a bedtime story. The story was about an enchanted forest, where a group of people who just wanted to walk their pets ventured. And after the horrifying tale, Camilla agreed to sleep in the tent with the rest of the young people, because she worried that Tyler might be scared now, and decided to protect him a little. Her father worried that they would be crowded, although he was more concerned that Mickey was there. But Pam asked him not to worry, assuring him that the 6 of them would be comfortable in there. Camilla suddenly asked why 6, since without Bernie and Anne there would only be 4. And when Bob licked her face, she understood that the dogs would spend the night with them. Panic immediately began, and Pam asked Bernie not to worry and to enjoy himself with Anne. Then she closed the zipper, and the blonde also assured that nothing bad would happen to them. And Pam suggested playing for a while before sleeping, and Tyler agreed. Mickey, for his part, preferred to spend time playing on his phone, and Pam started saying that she was simply afraid that her brother would beat her up. Moreover, she called him Jacinto Miguel, a nickname the guy deeply hated. He got furious and agreed to play cards, threatening to destroy his sister. They started arguing like any brother and sister, but Camilla got worried, I don't know why, and she asked them to stop, and they explained that sibling arguments are normal conversation. Now the girl understood what it meant to have a blood relative. Pam, dealing the cards, asked if Camilla would like to have such a close relative. The girl was not quick to answer. She didn't want to talk to her yet, but the game had already started, and Mickey looked at everyone furiously over his hand of cards. Then, Camilla confessed that she had never stopped to think about it. Although when Tyler stayed at their house, she felt like she had a brother and missed him. The guy confirmed that a couple of weeks ago, they took him in for a couple of weeks. And Pam, hugging Camilla, asked her not to worry, because now she would have a sister, referring to herself. But Mickey was not happy about the idea of having another sister. Tyler explained to her that, if everything went as planned, Camilla would be his cousin. The girl didn't celebrate any prospects, and simply asked for the cards to be dealt. Shortly after, everyone fell fast asleep. Bob was sleeping next to Mickey. Pam murmured in her sleep that Bob shouldn't eat her hamburger. Then she woke up and realized it had only been a dream. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at everyone sleeping and noticed Tyler was missing. He was outside on a cot, and Tequila was sleeping peacefully in his lap. Pam went out to look for him, and when she called him, the scare almost made him crap himself. The girl thought he couldn't sleep after Anne's horror story, but Tyler denied it and explained that he couldn't sleep because he needed to organize his thoughts. Pam understood that he was worried about what Camille had said earlier, and sitting next to him, she suggested talking about why he couldn't confess his love to her. This really worried Tyler, and he didn't know how to explain it, but he also doesn't want Pam to think he doesn't like her. In reality, he adores her. He just doesn't know how to express his feelings well. It's unnatural for him, and he believes it's unfair to Pam because she deserves more. And the girl confessed that when someone previously declared their love to her, it was just an empty sound. Of course, she wants to hear it from Tyler, but he shows his affection every day. And deep down, she doesn't doubt that he has the warmest feelings for her. It's just that in her family, they are used to talking about it, and she doesn't understand why it's so hard for Tyler. Although she suspected that he simply grew up in a different environment, which is why he shows his affection in his own way. While she tried to understand, the guy confessed that it was exactly like that. His parents and loved ones never said those kinds of things. He had never heard anything like it, nor had he dared to tell anyone. Understanding the reason, Pam swore that Tyler would hear those words daily. She knew that at first it might make him uncomfortable, and that it wouldn't be an easy task. But after all, they started dating to heal certain wounds together. Pam will not pressure him, but she trusts that the day will come when he talks about it as naturally as she does. And that day will be the happiest of her life, because Tyler will have taken another step. The guy took her hand and praised her for being such an incredible person. After kissing her hand, he thanked her for those comforting words. She loved having been able to encourage him and dispel some of his fear. Besides, she herself is relieved to know that she can control her anxiety. At that moment, Camilla woke up, hearing their tender chatter and how they started laughing together, but silently so as not to wake anyone. The girl remembered Mickey's words. If he wasn't kind to Pem, he would regret it upon seeing her true face. And now Camilla was beginning to realize that, in fact, she had jumped to premature conclusions. The next morning, while everyone else was still sleeping soundly, Camilla was the first to wake up and, as always, turned on her hearing aid immediately, but instantly shuddered from a loud and sudden snore beside her. When she turned around, she saw that it was Pem who was snoring. The girl even thought she was an ogre in disguise. And she wasn't just snoring. She was drooling, hugging Tyler with one arm. At first, Camilla wanted to wake her up to stop her from shaking the air, but she decided to simply go outside, where the morning was much cooler than at night. And there, she saw that Mickey had also woken up. He had a stopwatch in his hands and asked her to press the button when he started, and the second when he finished. He always trained from the morning to maintain his physical preparation. Besides, he can't sleep when his sister snores so loudly. For him, it's infernal torment. Camilla took the stopwatch and prepared to act according to the instructions, and Mickey got into the starting position, ready to start running on command. Then he dashed off very quickly, and right behind him, Tequila didn't lag behind. As he approached Camilla, he asked her to raise her hand, and when she did, he jumped and slapped his hand against hers. The girl was surprised at how fast he ran. She barely pressed the button. He just asked her to check how long it took him to finish. And Camilla was even more surprised to see that he ran in 6.09 seconds. The result was good, but Mickey decided to repeat to run even faster. The girl's mouth dropped open in astonishment again. If he already ran like the wind. Still, the guy is confident and knows he can cover that distance faster. Heading to the starting point, he also praised Tequila, who also showed a good result. Camilla loved how he called the dog Little Fluffball. Then, Mickey got ready again and ran along the already traveled path. Tequila tried not to lag behind, although now he could barely move his little paws. This time, the guy made it faster, and Camilla advised him to lift his legs. That way he will also break this record. She herself would like to run that fast. And Mickey became curious why she doesn't do sports. In reality, she used to play basketball but had to quit. And Mickey guessed it was because of Usher syndrome. Yesterday, when they were playing cards, he looked up information about it. And now he felt sorry for the girl, who might really go blind. With this syndrome, children are born deaf and with poor vestibular function. That's why they also lose their sight. Moreover, there is no cure for this. They don't research a cure because there is no money for it. For Camilla, it was a sad scenario, but she has to live in this world. And she accepted that there are things she will never be able to do. That's why she quit basketball, but she still wants to try something new. She doesn't want to be the one always protected. She also wants to help others. That's why she envies Mickey's sister, cheering on Tyler, because only with him did she feel useful. And when Camilla saw that Pam made him happier, that made her act silly. Now she is convinced that this girl is a good person and apologized to Mickey. But even after that, she still didn't like that capricious girl, although she noticed that Tyler wasn't the only one Camilla had helped. Right now, she was helping Mickey with training, and she couldn't argue with that. Later, when everyone was fully awake, they prepared a barbecue for lunch. Anne was cooking and giving Tyler orders to help set the table. The others were drooling, because the aroma was simply incredible. Pam noticed that Camilla was still sitting with a very sad face, and suggested they go to the tent together for a moment. There she decided to braid her hair so it wouldn't smell of smoke. Camilla didn't understand why Pam was suddenly so kind to her. Sighing deeply, Pam confessed that she noticed that she didn't like her. The girl tensed up completely. Now the situation seemed even stranger to her, but Pam noticed how she looked at her and spied on her conversation with Anne, and she even complained to Tyler about it. However, she isn't angry with the little one. She understands that she is not having a good time either. Moreover, there is a being with whom Pam had more problems than with Camilla. Pam also knows that the girl loves Tyler very much, and that's why she would never get angry with her. Those words resonated in Camilla like a divine message, and she decided to talk about the time when her cousin lived with them after breaking up with Olivia. She was a child then and doesn't remember everything, but she does remember how sad he was. He was always depressed, and only over time did they manage to cheer him up. But even then, he wasn't as happy as he looks now. Camilla now understands that it's Pam's merit and looked at her gratefully, and she confessed that there are many things about Tyler's past that she still doesn't know. Therefore, for now, that's all she can do for him. Then she suggested that Camilla could do something for him, since she knows him better than anyone, and she asked her to keep taking care of him as she had done until that moment. Pam does everything possible to make him happy, but now she asked Camilla for help. And the girl declared that she spilled the cocktail on her unintentionally that day. Although at that moment, Pam wasn't very pleasing to her. She simply didn't see the glass. Pam believed her words and asked her not to worry about it. And Camilla also confessed that if she had a sister, she would like her to be like Pam. This made the girl so happy that she immediately ran to hug the little one. Then together they braided Tequila's hair and went to eat the barbecue that was ready. Everyone got so full that now they only wanted to take a nap. Except Camilla, who wanted to do something. Anne remembered that there was a lake nearby and suggested a group walk. Pam, however, decided to stay and wait for the food to settle a bit. In the end, everyone went for a walk, except her and Bernie, who complained of knee pain. And then he admitted that being a father is, after all, the hardest job in the world. He also apologized because his daughter is sometimes too lively, but Pam even liked that. Meanwhile, the group of young people continued their way, and Camilla walked in front of everyone. She is happy with the trip, since her parents in the city don't allow it much. Now she was having a lot of fun, and Mickey reminded her how at first she walked around with a sour face. And the girl growled at him, telling him to look at himself in the mirror first. And Tyler thanked Anne for accepting this picnic with Camilla. He worried about his cousin, but now he sees that she can achieve whatever she sets her mind to. Moreover, he is sure that if someone like Anne is by his side, his life will be even easier. Anne was suddenly surprised that Tyler had become so philosophical. But what worries her most now is why he can't confess his love to Pam, although she sees that everything is fine between them and they support each other. Then she asked him to take care of Pam, but not to forget about himself either. Tyler blushed a little, but thanked Anne for the warm advice, calling her aunt. And that's when she exploded. She has asked him not to call her that since day one, because it makes her feel much older, and she threatened to bury him if he repeated it again. Meanwhile, they reach the river. The lake is farther away, and Camilla wanted to stop to take a photo. She asked the others to continue, but Anne didn't want to leave her alone, so Tyler asked Mickey to stay with Camilla, which he didn't like. It seemed to him that they were leaving him with her on purpose, but he couldn't refuse either. Then he asked Camilla to take the photos faster so they could catch up with them. The girl saw that he didn't want to stay and allowed him to leave her there. But Mickey refused because he would be scolded, and Camilla suggested enjoying the view. She wanted to take photos so as not to forget those moments, although she would remember them anyway. The sky seemed incredibly beautiful that day, and she asked Mickey to look at it too. He stared fixedly at the blue, how the clouds passed, and saw nothing special. But the blue landscape and the light breeze made him relax, and he closed his eyes. At that moment, Camilla took a photo of him, and the guy got a little annoyed. She just wanted to keep his face in memory, and Mickey reminded her that they weren't friends. That hurt Camilla, and she decided to delete the photo immediately. Then the guy asked how her vision was. He was just curious. When Camilla admitted she had lost 30%, he wanted to check by showing fingers at a distance. But the girl has peripheral vision loss and doesn't see what is on the sides. Only blurry spots, and it gets worse over time. Camilla demonstrated it by placing her hands on the sides of her face. That way she can't see anything from the sides. And suddenly, Mickey abruptly moved closer to her to see if she could see better that way. The girl turned her head sharply, surprised to see him so close. He, without moving, asked her not to turn and keep looking straight ahead. He was curious to know if she would see him, being so close to her. And Camilla assured him that, at that moment, he was not in her field of vision. Now the guy understood why she quit basketball. Her face would be destroyed by the ball. And the girl suddenly felt her heart start beating faster. She didn't understand what it was, and thought Mickey was simply making her more nervous. After a while, along with Tyler and Anne, they returned to the campout and saw that Bernie and Pam, meanwhile, were making bead bracelets she had brought. They made them for everyone and started distributing them, offering to help put them on. It was a surprise from Pam. She even made something similar for Bob's collar. When trying to put the bracelet on Tyler, she couldn't make the knot. And when she finally managed, the guy gave her a kiss on the temple and thanked her for the gift. Anne, who saw the scene, suddenly embarrassed him, and Tyler scolded her instantly. He really liked the gift, and Camilla found their shout very romantic. At that moment, Mickey handed her a bracelet and suggested she keep it. The girl was somewhat shocked. She didn't expect anything like that from him, not at all. The guy gave her the one Pam had made for him, which was too small for him. Mickey offered to help her put it on, and his look at that moment was different. And Camille felt her heart beat fast again. But now she understood that it was love. Her face instantly turned red, and she asked Mickey not to worry about it. Still, he decided to help her, because the bracelet was really difficult to put on alone. And just as he brought the jewelry close to her hand, Camilla jumped away from him as if she had been burned. She leaned back so much that the chair under her weight started to tip over. Camilla realized at the last moment that she was about to fall and screamed. Everyone immediately ran to help her, and her father flew faster than anyone. When suddenly Bob grabbed the girl by the sleeve, thus saving her from falling. He kept holding her until he made sure she was sitting securely again. Camilla was in shock. The dog she feared so much had saved her from an accident. The others just arrived and began to praise Bob for how smart he was. Then, the girl also thanked him and even apologized for being afraid of him before. Bob stretched a huge smile across his face and extended his paw to Camilla. She understood it was a greeting and placed her palm against his limb. And Mickey then apologized to Camilla for scaring her by giving her the bracelet. But she admitted she liked the jewelry, only she wanted to put it on herself later. The guy gave the bracelet back to her, and she tried to understand why he started acting like that towards her. At night, when she entered the tent, she saw that Bob was lying in her sleeping bag. Pam suggested she shouldn't be shy and lie down next to him. But the girl was still a little afraid of him, and Tyler offered to sleep in his sleeping bag, which was next to Mickey, and he would sleep with Bob. Camilla felt like fate was making fun of her, but she finally lay down. But she had trouble falling asleep and couldn't leave the tent because she couldn't see anything. A whirlwind of thoughts invaded her, and she became very nervous in that situation. It seemed strange to her, because before they even held hands naturally. And then she realized that they had held hands, and she almost had a heart attack. Trying to calm down, Camilla decided to check the photos she had taken during the day. And covered with a blanket so as not to disturb others with the light, she opened the gallery. Then, she realized that the only photo she had taken today was one with Mickey. And Camilla decided to just think about something else, about what had been happening. But the image of Mickey running in the morning reappeared in her head. However, running is a sport, and that could help her distract herself. So she started looking up information about athletics on the internet. And thinking about it a little, she started looking for athletics for the blind. Several images of blind people running and doing other sports immediately appeared. The girl liked it and kept looking. But above all, this distracted her. Just then, Mickey passed her a note on the phone, advising her to start with the 100 meters. Camilla didn't see the guy immediately, but felt that he was very close. Mickey wrote that in the 100 meters you only have to run straight, and that she could achieve it. Then he showed her a video of athletes running short distances. The girl loved how fast those people run, and she wrote a reply message saying she would definitely try it. After that, Mickey turned away, while Camilla kept watching the video. In the morning, she told her father that she wanted to practice athletics, that it would help her with her balance. And Bernard cheered up his daughter, promising to talk to her mother about it. Now they were preparing to return, and Camilla thanked Anne for the great weekend. She would love to relax like that again, and the blonde agreed. Then Pam hugged the girl, and they agreed to have even more fun next time. At that moment, Camilla noticed that Mickey was collecting his things and asked for his number so they could communicate more often. But he didn't want her to bother him with messages, especially since he would be busy training. However, realizing he might offend her, he declared that they could see each other at the track. If she finally decides to dedicate herself to light athletics, he also warned her that, in that case, she would have to sweat a lot. But Camilla was not afraid of that, and promised that they would definitely see each other there. To say goodbye, they shook hands, thus sealing their meeting pact. Even from the car, she kept peeking out to say goodbye with her hand. She left with her father and Anne, while Pam, her brother and Tyler would go in another car. Mickey asked his sister to take him directly home, and she agreed. The sun was shining brightly, and Pam suggested to Tyler that they stay a little longer. He did not object at all. Moreover, he wanted to spend some time alone with his girlfriend. Then he asked Pam if she would like to stay over at his place that night. Back home, they continued the evening with glasses of wine, remembering how the camping trip went. It was fun, but Pam was exhausted and was grateful that they both had the next day off. She couldn't believe Tyler's week of vacation had flown by. And thinking they still had some time left, the girl decided to put her plan into action again. She watched Tyler cook something with his back to her, and worried if it had enough sugar, he asked her to taste it. Taking a small spoonful of the dish, he put it in Pam's mouth and she loved it. She reminded him how exactly he had invited her like that some time ago. And Tyler blushed, asking her to forget that day, because for him it was a complete disaster. Pam didn't understand why he was getting so angry, since he felt bad then, and she understood it was unintentional. But Tyler confessed that it was all on purpose, because he was crazy about her even then. He even took her hand at that moment, but she didn't understand anything, and Pam felt uncomfortable. Upon realizing that he had been in love with her for a long time, she started laughing hysterically at how foolish they had been on the trip. Although Tyler himself wouldn't change anything, since all those misunderstandings led them to this moment. He would do everything exactly the same again if he had to repeat it, and Pam realized she was too nervous. But she didn't know if it was because of his words or because they were in his apartment. At the same time, she hoped this night would be special, but the night dragged on for a long time, watching a boring movie. Moreover, the dog had spread out across the entire sofa, pushing Pam and Tyler to the sides. The girl started mentally asking Bob to get off the sofa, and Tyler noticed that she was afraid of tickling. But Pam didn't find it funny, because Bob started kicking and hitting her face. She only prayed for the movie to end soon, so she could enjoy the night. To avoid falling asleep, she went for popcorn, also offering some to Tyler. He asked her to bring sweet and salty ones. He liked both flavors. Moreover, he liked mixing them. Having the sweet ones at the bottom reminded him of a dessert. He even started showing with his hands what it looked like. When Pam burst out laughing, she loved his passion for the most insignificant things. However, he agreed to try the girl's new dish. She took a while to take everything out of the cupboard and serve it on a plate. Meanwhile, Tyler asked Bob to get off the sofa, and he said it loudly so Pam could hear him from the kitchen. Naturally, she paid attention and couldn't believe what she heard. Tyler continued explaining to the dog that that spot was reserved for a lady. Following those words, Pam served everything onto the plate at lightning speed and returned to the living room. And she was already running towards the sofa before Bob could plant his butt there again. The dog didn't want to bother them. He simply rested his muzzle on the edge of Tequila's cushion. However, Tyler felt tense because he still hadn't gotten used to all this. They were watching a romantic comedy, and Pam didn't know he liked those things. Still, she was happy to watch something like this with her boyfriend, especially since it was the first time. Usually, it was a superhero or robot movie, and now she was watching something she liked. Tyler felt pain hearing everything she had endured before, and promised, from that moment on, to watch movies of all genres and choose them together. Suddenly, Pam felt a warmth flooding her heart, and they continued watching the movie, where the protagonist decided to confess his love to the girl and admit that he had loved her for years, but he had never dared to say it. Pam felt a bit envious that the guy was confessing his love to the girl, and Tyler observed her reaction, realizing that he also needed to do the same. At that moment, the girl remembered that he found it hard to confess and apologized, because she didn't want to pressure him into saying words of love just to please her. And she started commenting on the movie, where the characters always say it very quickly. Then she asked Tyler to pay attention to a scene she loved. And while she stared intently at the TV, the guy gently took her hand. Immediately after, he whispered in her ear that she herself promised to tell him every day. He asked her not to hold back, and if she wanted, she could talk about it as much as she liked. The girl turned to him and, looking down, whispered how much she loved him. Afterward, she looked him straight in the eyes and repeated those warm words again. Tyler felt himself sink into her speech, and in response, kissed her tenderly. Then he hugged her and explained that, although he couldn't say that, he could undoubtedly show her. And Pam begged him not to restrain himself. For a while, they continued kissing, paying no more attention to the movie. Bob and Tequila settled down and started enjoying a nap. Suddenly, Tyler started to tremble. He couldn't even lean on his hand. Pam noticed his trembling, but even he himself didn't understand what was happening to him, although he suspected it was because he hadn't had a serious relationship in a long time. And the girl asked him not to worry. She understood his nervousness. Then, she hugged him gently and asked him to allow her to take care of him. Pam asked him to simply relax and not think about bad things. The moment was so exciting that Tyler's face turned red again. And for an instant, Pam, with a serious face, thought she was doing something wrong. But he loved everything, even that she was wearing a normal sweater as if it were their first time. Pam instantly recalled the day Tyler invited her to dinner after winning a bottle of wine. He confessed that he liked her even then, but this time he wasn't going to run away anywhere. The girl kissed him again and noticed that Tyler was still nervous. And she hugged him even tighter so he could relax a little. But to her misfortune, the guy was like a bundle of nerves and couldn't help it. He felt ashamed. He knew he looked pathetic. But Pam assured him that everything was fine. And she asked him to cheer up, even though she herself could barely contain her internal panic. But despite everything, Tyler in that situation seemed very tender to her. And he was so ashamed that he wanted the earth to swallow him up. Bob decided to intervene in the situation, approaching Tyler as if he were going to give him some advice. And offering friendly support only embarrassed the guy further. The dog barked and lowered his muzzle, staring fixedly to one side. Now Tyler didn't understand anything the animal was trying to tell him, believing it was criticizing him. But Pam intervened, shouting at the dog to go to sleep and not bother his poor dad, who was already suffering enough. And Tyler, feeling guilty, apologized to her and suggested going to another room. He understood that she wanted to relax, as something always prevented it, but she suddenly asked him not to worry, even though she herself had desired it for a long time. And after those words, the guy became noticeably sadder, thinking she had changed her mind. But simply, the night seemed satisfying enough for her, and she didn't want to be a burden. Her words sounded as if it was hard for Tyler to do something nice for her. Pam realized her slip-up and immediately started apologizing. But the guy was serious and dragged her after him again. He thought she was blaming herself because the relationship wasn't going well. He is angry that she was treated badly before and now has low self-esteem. He doesn't know the details of her past relationships, but he promised her that now everything will go great. The girl was somewhat shocked, as if he had scolded her, and he just asked her not to be shy and to always say what she wanted. His words sounded sincere, but now Pam started to worry. Tyler also admitted that he wasn't an expert in relationships, but hoped to become the best at it for Pam someday. Then, staring at her intently, he asked her what she desired most at that moment. And she wanted him to think about those moments when he wanted to kiss her, but couldn't. Also about their first dinner together at the club, and she asked him to keep those feelings in his mind. And when he felt it again, the girl begged him to kiss her tenderly. For the rest of the weekend, they wanted to spend it watching movies and taking long walks. Pam even got the idea of doing a thorough cleaning of the apartment together. But in the end, they just stayed lying in bed all day, not thinking about anything. They even forgot that they needed to feed the dogs, who waited silently with their bowls by the door. The girl also confessed that she had liked Tyler from the beginning, without any particular reason. This seemed strange to her, and she decided that he did have a specific moment in mind. The day he brought her tequila was when he realized he liked her. He already felt something before, but at that moment, something radically changed inside him. Bem became her heroine, and upon hearing those words, the girl blushed shyly. Then she confessed that her first impression of Tyler was that he was a bad boy with paw print tattoos. And she still doesn't know the meaning of all his tattoos. Imagine the intrigue. But she remembered that the paw prints were in honor of a little dog Tyler had before tequila. Another was for work, but she didn't want to talk about the one with personal meaning. She only didn't know one, and the guy confessed that they were saxophone notes in honor of Mango. Pam thought it was the name of a little dog, and she found it really tender. Tyler confirmed that, indeed, she was a dog, and a very funny one at that. Suddenly, his face changed. A deep sadness invaded him. The memories of Mango, his dog, still caused him great pain. Pam, hugging him around the neck, noticed his pulse quickening. She became alarmed, and he abruptly sat up in bed. He needed to clear his head, but he only explained to the girl that he wanted to go walk the dogs. The girl noticed his reaction and, fearing he felt unwell, begged him not to leave. She also asked him not to shut himself in, reminding him of his promise to tell her everything when he was ready. She wasn't demanding it at that moment. She just wanted him to stay there. Tyler submerged himself again in the pleasant sensation of her hugs. And promising never to leave her, he kissed her tenderly. Then, Pam wondered if she should get a tattoo on her ankle. Tyler didn't mind. He became much happier and even started tickling her. But they had to stop when the dogs started whining, as they urgently needed to go to the bathroom. Now they really had to go for a walk, although Pam didn't even want to get out of bed. Besides, she was sure her pets could wait 15 minutes, and they hugged again, hoping to have a little more fun. When suddenly, Tequila, angry, jumped towards them and started barking loudly. She even pointed with her paws at Bob, who could no longer hold it and urgently needed to go out. Tyler understood the gravity of the situation and found it strange to understand the dog so well now. The next day, when Pam went to work, Anne wanted to know all the details. She wasn't quick to tell, and her friend was already losing patience. Even less did she want someone to listen, and a colleague was lingering nearby. She was curious why Monday was a day off, if the party was only on Friday. Suddenly, the boss's imposing voice echoed, demanding full attention. He had a very important announcement for all employees. Meanwhile, Tyler walked the dogs, prepared breakfast, and even cleaned the floor. It was still hours until Pam arrived, and he decided to sleep before the night shift. That girl wouldn't leave his mind, and he started telling the dogs that she had bewitched him. He wanted her to arrive sooner, but he knew they wouldn't see each other today. Then he realized he was talking too much, something unusual for him. Putting his hands on his head, he tried to understand when he changed so much. Still, he was happy that finally everything was simple and clear, and that he would have a peaceful life. And happy, then, he decided to prepare dinner for Pem so she wouldn't have to do it when she got home from work. Even if they didn't see each other, she would surely be happy about that surprise. Pem wouldn't leave his mind, and he decided to send her a message where he greeted her with an apron and told her he was expecting her main course. But instantly, he became very embarrassed and tried to delete the sent message. At that moment, the click of the door opening was heard, and Tyler was startled by the fright. Pam entered the apartment, head bowed, and had arrived very early. The guy became worried and asked her to tell him what had happened. The girl couldn't articulate a single word for a few seconds. And then, with her face stained by smeared makeup from tears, she confessed that they had been fired. Then she went into hysterics. Tears were pouring down, and she didn't know what to do now. The company went bankrupt, and they were fired. But Tyler assured her that he would find an even better job. Still, she needs to pay the bills, and Bob eats so much that they will probably have to put him on a diet. The guy begged her to calm down and suggested calculating how long they could last like this, asking her if she had savings that would last a few weeks. She confessed that she had a sum in a secret account. She was even willing to show it to him. And when Tyler saw the amount, his eyes almost popped out over his glasses. It was a lot of money. He didn't understand why Pam was so worried, but it was her untouchable savings for the wedding. She saved every penny for this childhood dream, and also for a house with a garden, where she can create beautiful memories. However, she understands that it's time to use that money out of necessity. Besides, she already used it when she paid Tyler for taking care of Bob. There was one good side to this situation, since she is unemployed. They will be able to spend more time together. Tyler suggested she work at the bar. This way she won't lose money while looking for her dream job. The girl accepted, and then she asked what his last message meant. In the evening, they went to the bar, and Anne also came there. She had asked Bernie to work here for a while, and now there were no openings for Pam. Tyler, who was ready to ask them to hire Pam, was obviously not happy with what was happening, because he also works here, and he was looking for reasons for Anne not to work. And she immediately promised him in a whisper to tell him all of Pem's secrets. But it didn't convince him. Bernie explained that Anne had a trial period today, and if she didn't make it, another one could try. Everyone agreed with that idea, but Pem remained worried. She is sure her friend will not fail, although she herself would like to work there. Soon Anne demonstrated her skills, offering drinks to customers. She did it with such mastery that they even offered her generous tips. There were more and more people, and everyone seemed very happy. Before, the bar was a quiet place, but thanks to Anne's charm, it magically changed. The girl knew how to persuade men and women to drink expensive drinks. And soon Tyler felt that she was trying too hard and worried about Bernie's feelings. After all, Anne is his girlfriend, and some asked her for more than just a bottle. Also her number. Others simply offered her a good time. But she ran towards Bernie, who looks like Hercules, and the heavy customers backed away. Tyler was in shock, not only because of the number of people, but because of everything else. And Anne demanded that he not stand idly in the corner, because they had a lot of work. So he started preparing one cocktail after another, mixing the ingredients. Then he poured everything into glasses with ice cubes and lime slices. There were so many orders that he didn't even have time to wash the glasses. And Anne offered to do that job for him so he could prepare the orders. The guy didn't argue and went to the storeroom for gin. But the girl surprised him again because she had already brought everything necessary. Tyler thanked her, but he was increasingly astonished at how she did everything. While preparing the drink, he noticed that Anne became serious for a few seconds while washing dishes. And then a smile reappeared on her face when someone placed an order. Tyler realized that all her joy was feigned and that she was tired. Then he offered her a mint and explained that he would finish everything there. He asked Anne to bring beers to the customers and then sit down to rest well. The guy explained that she didn't need to push herself so hard because she wouldn't have the strength for tomorrow. The girl appreciated the sweet gesture and promised to do everything within her power. Just before dawn, Tyler returned from work and went to Pam's apartment. The girl was sleeping deeply, and Bob and Tequila were snoring beside her. The guy lay down softly so as not to wake the adorable one, but Pam heard him and was glad he had arrived. Then she asked how things were going at the bar, and he confessed that Anne had gotten the job. But Pam already thought so, since her friend is a top-notch worker. She was even happy for her, as she is an early riser and would hesitate to work in a bar. Tyler asked her not to worry. He believes she will still find her dream job. But first, he asked her to enjoy her days off. And he also suggested thinking about what they could do when he returned from his shift. As an option, he suggested going somewhere she couldn't go because of work. Then, Pam confessed that she had long dreamed of visiting a dog shelter. They did it that same day, and first stocked up on a lot of food. Tyler admitted that he also wanted to volunteer, but never found the time. But now Pam can afford it. She loves this place, although Tyler asked her again and again to simply enjoy her free time. When she suggested this trip, at first he thought she wanted to adopt another dog, but Pam found that idea terrible. They already have 2 little ones at home, and besides, she lost her job, so they shouldn't even think about it. When they approached the cage, several puppies greeted them, knowing they would be fed. And everyone looked at the arriving people with a look that would make even a villain feel sorry. Pam even felt like taking them all home and building them a castle of boxes and pillows. Just then, Luca approached and declared that would be irresponsible. However, he liked her enthusiasm and greeted her kindly with his hand. Tyler realized only now that Luca and Pam knew each other because she takes Bob to his clinic. Luca himself considered the dog very cute and his owner very attentive. Moreover, now he knows the whole story, and Tyler blushed abruptly. He remembered how he complained to Luca when Pam got angry with him, and he suffered. And that day, that doctor diagnosed him with an acute case of being in love. Now Tyler feared that this man would make fun of him again. And since Pam didn't understand what was wrong with him, Luca decided to share some details. But Tyler immediately covered his mouth so he wouldn't reveal his secrets. Luke managed to free his mouth and told how he cried in the clinic over Pam. The girl didn't quite understand what they were talking about, but she saw that they were good friends. And Tyler explained that Luke was a friend of Olivia's from college, and they saw each other sometimes. He pretended to be offended, because one doesn't cry to a mere acquaintance about their problems. But what really bothers him is that they hang out together. And he found out from Olivia and started telling Pam how clumsy Tyler was, not understanding how she could end up with him. But then he admitted that his clinic conducts medical exams here once a week. That's why he came. Then he looked at the food bags and thought they were looking for a new family member. The girl explained that they were volunteering and asked what else they could do. Luca immediately asked them to follow him, and he would explain everything on the way. One can help at the shelter physically or financially. Several items can be donated, such as blankets, toys, or leashes. There are many dogs here who have suffered abuse. Therefore, they must be walked, and the staff help to feed them. Moreover, volunteers help clean the enclosures, and Pam and Tyler tried everything. They loved taking care of the dogs and feeding them. And like no one else, they knew that these creatures needed love above all else. After lunch, Pam started playing with them in a large enclosure and was very happy. And Tyler helped Luca with procedures, such as applying drops to the eyes. The doctor was sincerely grateful for the help, because there is really a lot of work here. And Tyler asked him to thank Pam because it was her idea. And while she wasn't listening, the guy confessed that she is going through a difficult time. But the only thing she wanted was to come here and help the dogs. Although now Tyler is sure that it is they who help her, and he is very happy that they came. Both he and the doctor noticed that the girl didn't stop smiling. And Lucas still remembers when Pam came to see him for the first time, although many people go to the clinic. She and her boyfriend had just adopted Bob and wanted to register him and give him a medical checkup. Her face was full of happiness, and she proudly announced that his name was Bob. Luca actually doesn't know Pam very well, but he sees the big heart she has. Just like Tyler, although things didn't go well for him with Olivia, the guy thanked the doctor for his warm opinion, and he suggested they have a drink together. Then Tyler approached Pam and reminded her that it was getting late. They had to go back, but the girl didn't want to separate from those adorable puppies. She showed him one of them, which they found abandoned in a box in the rain. And Tyler agreed to let Bernard know that he would be a little late. Pem was happy with how they had spent the day and wished to come more often. Then she remembered how Tyler had asked her not long ago why she liked him. Only today did she understand that, in reality, there was a key moment. It was the first day with Bob, when Tyler said that people can hurt, but dogs don't. His words resonated with her, because they both believe in the same thing. And now Pam still doesn't know what job will exactly fit her dream, but she wants to dedicate her life to making dogs happy. Tyler loved her wish and hugged her tenderly. Later during the shift, when Tyler finished sweeping, he was going to clean the storage room. But Bernard had already done everything there and allowed his nephew to go home. They had to do the inventory. And apparently, Anne did everything during the break. Now everyone can go home. And Bernie was happy that working between the three of them was easier. Anne was sure it was because they are an excellent team. Tyler watched them start to pamper each other and missed Pam, who had gone to her parents' house. She was complaining about losing her job, but they supported her, believing that everything would soon improve. They are sure that any company will hire her, and they asked if Pam had already sent resumes. And she confessed that she was thinking about jobs related to animals. But that doesn't mean at all that she is going to study to be a veterinarian. In a shelter, she would also get sad every time she saw so many abandoned dogs. And Pam admitted that she still doesn't know what type of job it will be. Her mother reminded her that bills need to be paid, so she shouldn't delay with work. And her father, knowing how much Pam hates offices, thought that work should bring pleasure. The young woman thanked them both. She herself knows that she has to find something, because the saved money will soon run out. And there are many things to pay for. To try to help his daughter, the father immediately took out his wallet. But the mother objected that it shouldn't even occur to him to give money to Pam. And while they were arguing, Mickey also opined that work must bring pleasure. Then he remembered that Pam had always been good at helping others. Therefore, if her job was related to helping dogs, it would be the ideal option for her. And everything would turn out perfectly for her. The girl was surprised. She didn't think her brother could say anything intelligent. And his words moved her so much that she ran to hug him. Now she saw him as very tender and attentive. But Mickey only grumbled. And Pam promised that now she would do everything possible to take care of her brother too. At that moment, even the parents stopped arguing. They loved seeing their children hug like that. The father, taking his wife's hand, confessed that he had a good feeling. After visiting her parents for a while, Pem managed to get home before the end of the day. Upon entering the apartment, she saw that Tyler had leaned back on the sofa and fallen asleep. The girl tried to make as little noise as possible so as not to wake the adorable one. But as soon as she let the dogs off the leash, they rushed towards Tyler, full of joy. Pem started whispering to them so they wouldn't dare wake him up. When they stopped, she ordered them, also in a low voice, to sit in their places. The dogs obediently followed the order, but they were sulking for not being able to hug their master. And Pem was happy that her guy could continue sleeping peacefully. She was also happy that those four-legged balls finally obeyed her. She herself started sneaking away on tiptoe so as not to wake Tyler. For a second, she stopped to admire his adorable little face. She remembered how she used to look at him like that once, and it seemed like an eternity had passed. But it's because together, they managed to overcome so many things. Yielding to the feeling that it was worth it, Pem brushed her cheek with the palm of her hand. Now she is sure that as long as the four of them are together, they will be happy. Therefore, she must focus on looking for a job, not just for herself, but for her family. The girl tried to believe that everything would turn out well, and that everything would be fine. She just needs to think where to search, and then she can build her future. Pam took out her notebook and silently started taking some notes. After a while, Tyler opened his eyes and noticed that it was getting dark. He jumped up as if he had been burned, thinking he had slept through his work shift. And then he noticed that beside him, sitting at the table, Pam had fallen asleep on her notebook. Tyler liked looking at that beautiful sleeper, who snored softly through her nose. Suddenly, he saw a part of the notebook sticking out from under her head, with notes about the future job. The guy carefully started taking out that notebook, because only a part of the text was visible. And he read that she wanted to work with dogs, and that way she could see Tyler more often. He stared at that page. He liked rereading it over and over again. He even sniffed the notebook that his beloved's hand had touched, but it was time to go to work. At the end of the shift, Anne, euphoric again, boasted that she had finished the paperwork. All that remains is to sweep the place, and everyone can go home. But Tyler approached his uncle and asked him to spare him a moment. His voice sounded quite sad, and Bernie and Anne became worried. Something must be happening. After going to the office with his uncle, Tyler started by saying that this bar was a very important place for him, since both the bar and his uncle had helped him a lot in difficult times. And the guy is immensely grateful that Bernie taught him this trade and helped him discover a talent that the guy didn't even suspect he had. While saying this, Tyler was very tense. He sincerely wishes the best for the bar. He found the next words hard to say, and Bernie interrupted him, asking him not to worry. He knew this day would come, and he completely agreed with his parents on one thing, that Tyler was destined to be more than just a bar employee. And then he asked him, what did this boy want to do next? Early in the morning, Pem woke up to the delicious smell of cookies and coffee. She even ran out of the bedroom, not understanding where it came from at this hour. Tyler had prepared breakfast for her and even suggested going for a walk afterward. For Pem, it was the most wonderful morning, and she gave the guy her smile. And Tyler was happy to make her a little happier in these difficult times. During the walk, Pem realized that Tyler hadn't slept since he got back from work. He only hinted that something might happen, but didn't confess what it was. The girl was burning with curiosity, begging him to tell her everything without beating around the bush. In fact, throughout the morning, she noticed that Tyler was behaving strangely. He took her hand and asked her not to bother him, which embarrassed Pem. But the next second, he insisted again that she tell him her little secret. Seeing that he wasn't revealing anything, she asked him to tell her at least after the walk. And Tyler reminded her of when she needed help for someone to look after Bob. Pam still felt uncomfortable leaving the dog alone at home if she had to go somewhere. She even thought about finding other accommodation with a terrace, although she worries it might be cold in winter. But her thoughts were interrupted when she saw a kiosk where a lottery booth used to be. Even Bob recognized the place because it brought back good memories. Tyler smiled slightly, remembering how their game had been that time, and he suggested trying to have luck again, but this time at another lottery. Declaring that the prize would be very special, he asked Pam to hide her hands, and if she guessed how many fingers he was showing, then she would win that prize. The girl accepted and immediately put her hands behind her back, folding some fingers, while trying to understand what that game was and what Tyler was up to. But soon he asked her to say a number from 1 to 10, since he had 10 fingers. The girl really hoped he would guess. She was curious what the prize was, and Tyler first looked at her, then at Bob, on whose back Tequila was riding. The guy pretended to think and tried to guess. Then he took a step towards Pem, declaring that it would be very easy to do. And without giving her time to answer, he kissed her. And Pem was in complete shock. On her back, she held out 4 fingers, and Tyler guessed the number. When he separated from the girl, she, even more surprised, asked him how he did it. Then she showed her fingers and started asking what prize she was going to receive. In an enigmatic voice, Tyler explained that it was more than a prize. It was a proposal. Thinking it was a marriage proposal, Pem immediately shouted yes. But the guy meant something else and took his notepad out of his pocket. From it, he read aloud that Pem wanted to work, surrounded by loved ones, maintain a healthy daily schedule, and that there should be a nice uniform. Tyler affirmed that this wish could well come true. He himself looked for his purpose for a long time, and if he were to make a list too, it would be exactly the same as his girlfriend's. So Tyler decided to ask Pem something, although he didn't know if she would like the idea. And he suggested they open a pet-friendly cafe together. He also admitted that he had already spoken with Bernard and resigned from his previous job. For the first time in his life, he is serious and wants to create a place where people come with their pets, where he and Pem can create a homely atmosphere so that people leave with a smile on their faces. It will be a place where both dogs and all other animals will be welcome. Pam instantly accepted and ran to hug him because she loved the idea. It seemed completely crazy, but together they would surely achieve it. As thanks, Pam kissed Tyler, and Bob and Tequila supported them in their own way. They spent some more time discussing what everything would look like and what the uniform would be like. At that moment, a car passed with Tyler's mother, and she saw how happy he was. She assumed it was because of the girl, who seemed simple and impressionable to her. And then, the woman planned to use this girl to bring Tyler back home. Meanwhile, the happy couple with their pets enjoyed life, unaware of what awaited them.